Hello, everyone. Welcome to our Dungeons and Dragons one shot, the Tyranny of Sniiblee. I'm here with some wonderful characters and cast as well. So let's say hello and introduce these wonderful people, starting with Phoebe.
And I'll be playing Sigmund Soul, a Fire Genasi cleric, actually a sorcerer.
I'm Alex. I will be playing Shavir Shoton, the bard, the sateful bard that has a little bit of a shadowy past. But yeah, we'll see how things play out tonight.
Hi everyone, I'm Beck and I'll be playing Cassia Skora, the Sun Soul Monk.
I'm Jack. I'll be playing Vivanda Uvaox Diantheros, but you can call him Stormaxe. He is a Order of the Profane Soul Blood Hunter.
Hi, I'm Jordan, also known as Reaper Babe 7 over here on Twitch, and I'll be playing Dreylli Dornwood, who is a Wood Elf Ranger with her trusty companion, Panthy, the Panther.
Panthy.
We have a wonderful cast of characters here over this crazy one shot. To be clear, all our characters are 16th level, so they are very competent at what they are doing. So, without any further ado, let us begin our story. And of course, I'm the Dungeon Master as well. It kind of helps that I introduce myself as well, doesn't it? We're a professional stream here. I'm Ethan, the Dungeon Master, as well, the writer and creator of this story. So everything is my fault, basically.
Oh no.
So, let's begin, and let us know if there's any audio issues or anything such. Let's begin our story. So, our characters, the day-to-day, well, where we find ourselves is high atop the spine of the world, very north of the Forgotten Realms. This huge mountain spire that if a giant were to lie down and curl up in a ball, this is exactly where the spine would curve. Here, the mountains stretch above the clouds into the sky and are beyond sight. Our characters have been wandering for some time through the snow, the rocks, and through this treacherous terrain. And it is here they find themselves in this vista, these mountainous cliffs that look out across kingdoms of pillowy clouds all around them. Nothing above them, just the sun and the freezing cold. Down below there is a storm of snow they've just escaped from. Just above them are the fingers that look like a giant's hand stretching out towards, almost to grasp the sun. Simply labeled the first, the second, the third, etc. Our characters find themselves now at the second, making their way up, across, and hearing some distant sounds. As we look at this very Lord of the Rings-esque, New Zealand-esque landscape, our characters make their way through. And climbing up around the corner from this stony landscape where snow covers every inch of it, someone makes their way up first, climbing up this ledge until they reach this vista. And I'll leave it to our characters here. Who's first and in what marching order are they in?
How deep is the snow?
It would probably...
Like waist?
Yeah, waist deep. Very
Perfect.
deep.
I'll have Stormaxe be at the front, and I think he is trying to hoist Panthy onto his back. Just be like, you have to get out of the snow. And we'll try to pick him up just to, like, get him above the snow. But Stormaxe is this, like 7.5 foot tall Goliath man, like slate gray skin, the like dark markings all over. Not really tattoos or anything, they're part of his skin. He has completely white eyes, no pupil, no anything like that, so hard to tell where he's looking. He's wearing this large, like, fur coat. More like a cape than a coat. But the most noticeable thing is the huge two-handed maul on his back. It's not just like a single hewn piece of metal on the end. If you look closely, it almost seems like warped faintly. And it looks like multiple faces all warped together into this end of this maul. He's wearing like very wintry clothes, decently armored, but very comfortable. He's not shivering or anything like that. He's very comfortable in this cold, but yeah, trying to hoist up.
And as Stormaxe passes by, we see Panthy over his shoulders, keeping out, because Panthy is, I believe, a black, large panther, and is not suited to this climate and would also be buried under the snow very quickly. Who follows up behind Stormaxe?
I was gonna say, I think Shavir would be trying to like stay out of the snow and like be like jumping from rock to rock, because he does have that like sprightly like bouncing all over the place kind of energy, and just being like, come on, we need to move. This is freezing. I don't want to spend any more time here than I have to. Get a move on. And just like looks down the mountain.
What is Shavir wearing? What do they look like?
He's got his cloak around him. He's got his instruments on his back. He's just kind of like well, he's not shivering because I don't think the group would know this. He's got a magical ring on, but he's doing a very good job of looking like he's cold and just being like, let's go. But yeah, so he's not actually cold. He's just like trying to hurry everyone up to like get everyone to move on.
Who comes after Shavir?
I think Cassia would be in the middle of the group. She is sort of distracted by, I think, the landscape a little bit. She's very aware of her companions, but her eyes are on the sort of vast expanses of the mountains and valleys in the distance, sort of taking all of that in. She looks up to the sky periodically, as if studying it in some way. She wears layers and layers of kind of loose-fitting, flowy clothing, and doesn't seem to be carrying anything much on her person. It's all stuffed into the plethora of pockets she has sort of in all of these layers of clothing, and she kind of almost like hops through the snow kind of very gracefully, but as though she's sort of hovering above it rather than trudging through it per se. She's probably a little bit off to one side from Stormaxe, so he can, deal with Panthy himself. And perhaps there's a meter between her and the rest of the group as she sort of studies her surroundings as she moves along.
And we're back. Everybody's still in their same places, thank God. Welcome back, everybody. Short break. We were describing everybody's characters at the start of our adventure. We had just described Cassia's... well, first of all, Stormaxe was hoisting Panthy the Panther over his shoulders to wade through the waist-deep snow, while Shavir hops elegantly and quite joyously, I imagine, from rock to avoid the snow. And Cassia sort of almost glides through it in a very elegant way, very dexterous way. Who appears next?
I think Sigmund would be trailing behind Cassius, just more moping than the beautiful and elegant Cassius. He'd just be trying to pretend that he's not shivering as so much, because the cold is really affecting him. It's like the flames from his hair are just whipping against the cold air, and he's like wearing a hat to keep all of his hair still on his head and not burnt out somehow, which wouldn't be possible, but he's still worried about that nonetheless. He has like like tanned skin with like fire element kind of lines going through his neck that he's kind of tried to dampen a little bit because they glow slightly, and he's not really all about that. He's wearing eyeliner as much as you can within a D&D world.
Soot eyeliner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just soot around his eyes.
That's
Carrying this huge bag full of like all of his holy gear, while wearing like loose leather armor that he's like tried to stud out a little bit, but you can tell that he's trying way too hard, and he's just carrying it up, trying to be right behind someone so that the wind doesn't go right in his face.
All right, as Sigmund's soul steps through the snow, almost melting around you, our last adventurer makes themselves known.
So Dreylli's going to be following behind, kind of skipping in between where Sigmund has kind of melted the snow a little bit, using her dexterity to her advantage. And as she kind of like hops back to one side, she's like, I hate the snow. This is bullshit. Why the hell? And just kind of like under her breath, she often glances over to Panthy to kind of make sure that he's okay and that, you know, he's not being too cumbersome to everyone else. But
Less
She
claws. Less claws, Panthy.
Panthy sort of, the dark panther sort of looks back at you, Dreylli, just to make sure that you're okay, but is very, like, comfortable. Like, when you sit on your chair and the cat, like, makes its way either under your, like, big jumper or up around your neck and just relaxes there. Panthy is having a great time. Just enjoying making their way through here and not having to put in the physical effort of their way going through. We'll
sound
start.
like Panthy.
Yeah, we will start our first roll. Everybody can make a perception check, please.
Wahoo.
So you all round up at this sort of final hump of the mountain and make your way to the top and start descending down into this next section down below.
14 from me.
11.
16.
That was a really bad roll.
Same.
13. But with a plus 11, that's bad.
13.
Anybody who gets 10 or over can see what is happening here. You're all very sharp-witted and seasoned adventurers. You've been traveling with each other for a long time and have solved a lot of problems. In fact, making a name for yourself. I believe the name of the group is Torchlight, that has been spoken amongst the Forgotten Realms. As the group Torchlight make their way forward, it's impossible for them to miss the buffeting of snow, the huge roar. Now, I believe, Cassia, you have a monk ability that allows you to understand any language that you hear.
Yes.
Does anyone speak Giant as well?
Yes.
Goliath.
That's a Goliath.
If anyone has any abilities that allow them to understand languages or Giant, you simply hear this slamming and this huge deep voice that sort of, as it breathes out, it's like the gale of a blizzard saying, "Get off our mountain!" Boom, this huge rattle of rocks and snow smashes across. And you can see from this distance, some of you who are especially perceptive, who got, did anyone get over 15?
My passive is over 20.
So,
This isn't a
you are the
passive.
only one who can see what's happening sort of over here as the snow is kicked up. There are two huge frost giants that are currently in combat. And it looks like there are a few humanoids in combat with them as well. And the one that's furthest away from you actually has these ropes tied around its hands. It's being dragged down towards the snow. The other one, however, is sort of wrenching a huge axe made of frost out of the stone nearby. You're actually surprisingly close as you get your way there.
Hey guys, you might want to slow down just a little bit. There seems to be it's all chill and stuff, but like,
Why
Down,
slow
take it out.
down? We are on
This-
someone else's mountain.
all right,
We
we'll
need
speed
to
up in a
be-
different direction because there's something happening down there with some trolls, giant things, and people, and there's a fight of some sort.
They may not appreciate a third party interrupting them.
Frost
know what they're fighting
giant.
about.
Can I see it if it's pointed out?
Once it's been pointed out to you, absolutely. I'll mention as well, Sol, that the 4 humanoids appear to be... Actually, Stormaxe, you can immediately recognize that there is a Goliath as well, that they are in melee combat with this giant, as the giant sort of struggling to bring their hand down to try to squash the Goliath, actually grab the hand and like shift it to the side and start drawing their huge weapon to fight it as well.
Frost giants love to fight and hunt. Okay. What do we want to do? Because protecting these people seems good, and a fellow Goliath, because giants aren't very nice to Goliaths. And if they've already got one bound, I think we help out. Just because frost giants are good in the whole ecosystem of things, but ultimately,
They're assholes.
if they're being super aggressive like this, we should probably intervene.
The more friends we make, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
It's always
Is this one of your countrymen? Do we need to help them?
that is a Goliath, and he's going to start walking over.
Okay.
Grab
Shoot it is.
Probably a good
his
idea.
maul and will shout in giant. Oh, actually, he lifts Panthy. Ooh.
Don't throw my panther. Don't throw my
No,
panther.
not throw him, but I'm like, who could he give it to? And he doesn't want to dump him into the... Actually, no, he's going to hook his arms around Panthy and be like, hold on. And he's going to start running forward and yell in giant, we're on our way to the Goliath.
All of you start sprinting forward, and actually, as you're going down, you actually start... I need everyone to make an acrobatics check. As you're running down, you actually start to catch a bit of momentum and actually start to slide on some ice that's underneath the snow and actually start to build some momentum down this slope.
Would it be possible to use athletics instead? As like a core strength, keep myself firm and hold like a rigidity if possible.
I will allow athletics as well, yes.
Thank you.
Just because you're a
31.
Goliath.
31.
Oh,
My God.
sorry, what?
Something dexterity character something.
And I got a
Wahoo.
24.
24. The DC is
God.
14. Anybody who beats
Got a 5.
for the 5.
Oh no!
So Sigmund...
Fire and snow, not good.
So Sigmund, you're going to be... who got the highest roll? That's what I'm going to ask.
I think
I
it's
see.
I think it
Meg.
might be me.
A monk?
Cassia?
31.
Yeah.
Well, you can use that ability where you run on water to just be on top of the snow.
On snow.
Yeah.
It's water, right? It's just frozen water.
Okay. Sigmund, you're lagging a little bit behind as you sort of have to trip and gather your momentum again and such and keep starting. So you're going to be starting last in the order. And I need all of you to roll initiative as we begin.
Nice.
Oh, wahoo.
13.
1.
I.
We're going to
Also
move over to
13.
here.
Oh my lord. Oh my lanta.
Yes.
Oh,
So we actually have...
Oh, that's so cool.
That's so cool.
Oh dear, there's dead people already.
So
I see dead people.
as you all approach while you're rolling initiative, you slide down, you slide to a stop just as you reach here, this location. And as you sort of do so, you take in a bit more and you see a bit more. As you see 2 frost giants, one of them who's dragging their ice axe out of the stone directly in front of you. One further along, it's next to 3 dead giant goats that seem to have been killed by their huge spears. And now these humanoids, maybe they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe they're fighting over the food. Who knows? But currently, you're all in initiative. So, what did you guys roll?
13.
Anyone beat 13?
15.
I'm saying 13.
Mm-hmm. Nobody beat 15?
Okay. Ooh,
1 for me.
the bard going first.
Okay. So,
And I got 7.
Inspiration.
so it's Shavir, then it is Cassia.
Yeah.
Who got lower than Cassia? I
Then
believe it's 13.
Dreylli,
And
and
Dreylli?
then Stormaxe,
Thank
and
you.
then Sigmund.
Okay. This
Righto.
does not bode too well as you all reach the end and begin to engage in combat with these giants. So
Very quickly, before we get into it, the thing I yell in giant, I think as I get closer, can it be who is in the wrong as I get closer?
it can be. You might get a response on your turn.
Yeah.
But first up is actually the giants. So
Oh no.
some combat's going to happen between the people up here as 2 of them are trying to bring down this giant as hard as they can onto all fours and close enough so that the Goliath can use their bigs. It's almost like an executioner's blade. It's this very long 2-handed sword that's curved. Looks like they're going to go straight for the neck. The other 2 that are sort of close towards the other giant are firing with bows and arrows to try and weaken them as they go. Now, this frost giant is going to be first to act, the one that is directly in front of you.
Oh boy.
Let's have a look.
Bring it on, baby.
I realize I can just open this.
May need to throw your cat.
No.
No.
No, I'm just gonna put them down.
All right, so whoever's in front.
Dress.
Oopsie.
Cassia.
Cassia.
Yeah.
They're going to pick up their rock and try and basically they're going to let the axe go
Okay.
and they're going to dig their hand into the mountain next to you and just scatter rocks straight towards you in one big
Great.
attack. So your armor class is 20.
Yes.
It misses. It has a +9 to hit and it still misses you. As it
Great.
scatters the rocks all towards you, I imagine you just punch them out of the way or just simply deftly step out of the way. And then it's going to try and grab its axe out of the stone. And it will succeed. It drags it out and it starts to lumber towards all of you. So it can move 40 feet.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
It's because it can doesn't
It
mean
can-
it should.
It can get
Right.
right. It gets right up there
Nice.
into you. And that's its turn. So, Shavir, you're up.
This is interesting.
Mm.
Shavir doesn't actually have any idea about who's in the right or the wrong here.
We don't
Um,
have a response yet.
Yeah. Does
You
it
have
look like
just
you
been attacked, to be
Yes,
fair.
and I was just
Yeah.
hollering and yelling.
But it looks like the other frost giant's about to get his ass executed, right?
It very much looks like they are slowly winning. And now that you've distracted the other one, they've got an even
Yeah.
bigger advantage.
Huh. I think I'm going to try and cast Modify Memory on this giant.
Okay. Certainly.
I'm gonna just put that in the thing so you can read it. Yeah. So basically, I'm gonna try and convince the giant that we're its friends, and that the giant
So-
behind it is actually like the giant behind it killed its brother. So like,
What?
I think there's a certain
Crazy.
amount of memory that you can hit.
Um,
Because it's not like rewrite
experience in
their
the
whole...
last 24 hours, so
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not gonna like change
so-
the story.
It hasn't come up with the description for me, so
It makes
needs
a
to-
wisdom save.
makes a wisdom
yeah,
saving
so
throw.
at
Okay.
DC 18.
It is going to succeed on your wisdom
well-
saving throw.
In that case, I'm going
Big brain
to
giant.
run away.
Okay.
In
Ooh.
that direction. I'm squishy. Y'all can fight this, and I will run. He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day.
All right. Cassia, your turn as the giant lumbers up towards you, each footstep like an earthquake.
Yeah, cool. It's right near me now, so
It's-
I'm going
yeah.
to use the Radiant Sunbolt for the action.
Mhm.
So you sort of see this pale light sort of start to emanate from her fists as they begin to glow, and she has a sort of sense of body warmth about her in general, even in conditions, but this sense of warmth seems to kind of like go outwards, probably hitting most of you. Not Alex's character though, because she's so far away now. But everybody else will get a sense of this. And I'm going to try and just pummel him as best I can.
Fantastic.
Okay. Make some attack rolls.
So the first one is 25 to hit.
You easily hit this huge
Mhm.
giant. They're so big, it's almost hard to miss them.
Great. And for damage, I
Mhm.
think it's just a D8 plus 5, isn't it? Or no? Yes.
Per punch, yeah. It's
Yes.
your
Yeah, yeah.
unarmed
It's
martial
the
arts
monk-
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I'll do 12 damage for the first one.
12.
And my second hit is 20 to hit.
Yeah, you easily hit. Yep.
Okay, great. And that's 7 damage.
7 damage.
And I'll use my bonus action to hit again.
Okay. Attack a third time.
Oh my lord.
That is 22 to hit.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Easy hits.
And that's an 8, so 13 damage.
Whew. The giant sort of
Oh, yeah.
lumbers its way up, bringing its axe upwards, and it sort of has to bring its huge mass back up, and you just whoop, bam, 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 and sort of
Yeah.
it stumbles back and stops its attack because you knock it off of its balance with just 3 flurry of blows. Unless there's anything else,
I'm going to stay right there. so
great.
close to it.
Dreylli, your turn.
I'm going to send Panthy off of Stormaxe's shoulders, and I'm
Great.
just going to send him to kind of defend / get out of the way back with Shavir.
Mhm.
And then Dreylli's going to take her longbow, and she's going to aim to hit, and she's going to use the magical ammo that comes with her bow. So yeah. So first shot, 24 to hit.
You hit. Anything over 20 is an easy hit.
Sweet. And then that's 8 damage for the first one.
Yep.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. 8 plus 5, 13 damage. And then she's just gonna go again.
Go for it.
Nice.
22 to hit.
Easy hit again.
5, 7, 12,
12.
17.
17
17.
damage.
High rollers.
Beautiful.
Jeez. Between, as Cassia, you've worked so closely together, especially you two, because you're very focused on hitting certain points very accurately. Cassia creates the perfect opening. as the giant steps back, leaving its belly and chest wide open. That just 2 arrows knocked at the same time. Bang! Fire both. It should have hit the 2 valves of the heart for like a perfect shot. But this is slightly bigger than some of the other giants you fought before, and it sort of falls just a little bit short, but it pierces the armor quite deeply. And it, again, keeps knocking it back from the force. Would you like to move anywhere?
So yeah, Dreylli's gonna take a few steps to the left, kind of along the this cliff area, just in case she needs to duck in for some kind of like cover if it decides to charge or whatnot.
Awesome. And then it will be Stormaxe.
He gets his hammer out, brandishes it, gets a very wide stance, and reiterates in giant, "Whose hunt is this? Who earned this kill?"
The giant sort of stumbling back, sort of holding its hand up as, you know, more arrows are probably flying at it throughout the air. It simply speaks and just says, "The kills are ours. Now die!"
I think he... Yeah, there's not really any words. He's just
Are we the bad guys?
Yes.
Usually what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, he's just gonna move forward. What happens is he kind of grips the handle a little bit that has these like studs on it, twists his hand so the little bit of blood comes out. But this like spectral figure comes out of the head of the maul, and it kind of like latches onto his neck and pulls back in, and then it sparks with lightning. So I'm going to activate my Rite of Lightning, come up, and I think he's just going to yell something in giant that's just like, "Worthy fight." And it's just going to go to town.
Hell yeah. Again, anything above 20 is an easy hit.
Love it.
Yeah. Plus 8 makes that 19, so only one.
19 hits.
Oh, 19 hits?
Its armor class is lower than you'd expect. It's a very big giant.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to miss.
True.
It's just got a lot of health. Well, not so much anymore.
Not
Help
anymore.
I mean,
A lot.
give it another round.
Had. Past tense.
In before this is the
A
easiest.
total
fight of the night.
over both attacks of 34 damage.
34 damage.
Slow.
Boom, boom. Maybe
God.
not so worthy.
And I only take 1 point of damage from activating my right. Sexy.
Damn, okay. Between, as per usual, all 3 of you are going for different sections of the giant, making sure to hit any weakness, find any weakness you can.
I'm going for the knees.
Yeah, exactly. And it sinks. You hear the crack, the crunch of bone as you do so. You know how thick their bones generally are, and yet you smash through them all the same.
Giants always try to ward the lower parts of themselves from smaller creatures, and have a smaller creature then bust through with raw force. He's like, "I'm breaking this man's spirit."
Sigmund, you are the last one to arrive as you sort of stumble in just behind everybody. Almost tripping, but you managed to catch yourself at the last moment.
Oh, and I'll quickly, because I spoke in giant, will say to the group, "They're killed, but they want to kill us."
Great!
Figures.
Great! Sigmund will try and move up towards the rest of the group that are fighting, and while rummaging through their bag, yell to Stormaxe, "Am I allowed to bless you? Can I?"
You are
Favor?
permitted.
Thank you! And then we'll drop some holy water on all 3 of them from like this little canteen in their bag, and cast bless on Cassia, Dreylli, and Stormaxe.
Lovely.
Ooh. So that's a D4.
Yes.
D4.
you get a D4 on saving attack and attacks. Saving and attacks.
How long does that last?
It's a concentration
for
spell.
a minute.
For a minute. Okay, cool.
There we go. Little chain hearts show that you're blessed.
It's caltrop time.
Mm.
True.
no.
Anything else, Sigmund? I believe that's your...
I think that's it. They're just going to be like ducking
Yeah.
behind them while throwing holy water.
Yeah,
Now
great.
dip
You
down.
can move your token anywhere. There's quite a few spaces you can move to. Like, take cover behind this rock here
Yeah.
Yeah,
and such.
squishy one's going to hide behind the rock.
I think a
Perfect.
quick warning probably from Stormaxe to be like, they like to throw.
Mm. The giant at this point is going to go, and as you have pushed it all the way back, it sort of reels forward, gets down on one knee, and just is going to sweep its axe towards both Cassie and Stormaxe all at the same time, as it does a multi-attack.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Live.
I'll take a photo of this because none of you will believe me.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
Oh no.
Not 20s. Y'all are dead as
I don't
hell.
think this is a spell, is it?
Can this be a spell?
the
It brings the axe forward to try and swing at you. Both of you just take a step back, and he just throws it off the cliff. It just flies right off the cliff. He just lets it go, and it's gone.
I want it.
Yes.
2 nat ones. His axe is gone. He throws it away. 1 in 400
One in
chance.
scared.
His-
Who is the dice
his
telling you
his
something?
turn is over. Shavir,
You're
up.
He just watches as the axe.
yeah, he's
keeps
watching.
off
No,
into
the axe is
distance.
gone. He's just
And he's
looking
like,
at it. His
"Aw."
hope is just
Oh my.
fading as his axe just boom, 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 through the air and then disappears below the clouds. Probably to hit someone down below.
Someone down on the
Just
bottom of the mountain having a bad
and
day.
Stormax sharing a look like,
Huh?
Good job.
Nice.
Shavir, what would you like to do?
I think Shavir will. I think he's going to use a cantrip
Sure.
and
Yeah.
then run away further.
Okay, what cantrip are you using?
mage hand.
No, he's using vicious mockery after.
Now's the time. Now's the time.
Wisdom saving throw for 8 psychic
yeah.
damage. He fails. You'll take 8 psychic damage.
There's no words.
My
Everybody in the
mother
group
could
just
have
goes,
used an axe better than that. Useless.
He can't understand you, but he knows somewhere deep in his soul. He knows. He knows what you're saying.
What kind of terrain is that up here? Like, can I? Like,
That's
try and get up
like
to higher ground?
that's about 20 feet a climb. That's like a straight climb.
I might be able to actually jump that.
If you've got enough of what's your strength
because
score?
I add 1d8 to jump
Satyr
because he's the
stuff.
Satyr. Yeah, so I will just link it quickly.
double check your
Uh,
high
is-
jump because you're a little.
Mirrors for leaps.
Is that
yeah.
for athletics checks to jump?
No, it just says
Just
for a
high
long or
jump.
high jump.
Which
So-
is just movement.
Great.
Even when making a standing jump.
Awesome. In that case, yeah, you jump, you move 20 feet. And you jump
flare?
straight up. Much like a mountain goat does, you find there's little ledges that are impossible for normal people to move up. You just jump straight up
Well-
there.
Yeah.
I have the higher ground, Anakin.
And then
and I'm done, I guess.
Cassia, you're up.
I'm just going to keep punching him. Normally
Yeah.
this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh,
warmth
man.
fades. She shares a look with Stormax, kind of raises an eyebrow.
yeah. Bear kill? Alright.
It must really be their kill, yes, indeed. She'll turn back to the giant and just try to hit him again.
Okay. A 19 and above, you know, for now is a hit.
I got 18?
18 does hit as well, so 18 and above is a
Okay.
hit.
Amazing.
We learn more each day.
Honestly, getting closer and closer.
AC
That
14.
is
What?
10 damage.
10 damage, yep. Giant's looking very badly injured, both in spirit and physically.
Yeah.
And I hit again for 18, and that's another 10 damage.
Ooh, another 10 damage.
Exactly the same roll.
Much like a boxer in the last round, this giant's sweating, it's swaying back and forth, every part of it's bruised and injured, but still standing.
Yeah. And I'll use my bonus action to do a flurry of blows. So I'll
Okay.
deal 2 extra unarmed strikes.
Yeah. 18 and above is a hit.
22
Yep.
to hit,
Yep.
and that's 11 damage.
11 damage.
Yeah. Is he
Still
still
alive.
alive?
Still
Okay, I
alive.
got one more. That's 19 to hit
Yeah, you hit.
and 12 damage.
How do you kill this giant? Because holy shit, that's a lot of damage.
That's like, yeah, that's a lot of damage.
You make a meat patty out of his face.
Yeah, I think should sort of turn back to the giant and sort of take a moment, breathe in, breathe out, get a real feel for the cold. Center herself for just a moment, and then I feel like to the eye that is not nearly as dexterous as hers, it doesn't even seem like she's moving that much, but she sort of just hits, her fists would kind of break into the flesh of this thing, and she'd bring them out, and blood would sort of spray everywhere, all over her clothes and everything. But she'd sort of keep going, as if in trance, and probably push her fist really, really far into his body and bring it back out. Probably, it's extremely visceral. All of these entrails sort of come out as she wakes up from this trance, realizes that she's killed this thing, and kind of takes a step back, a little bit shocked with herself, but at the same time, resolute.
Yeah.
As you
Probably,
do,
he would have done the same, just knowing.
as you
Yes,
do
probably.
so, the giant slumps to one side, falls down with a big boom, and then its body starts to roll down the edge off the cliff and out of sight, very, very far away. At this point, combat is actually over, as by the time you all reach the top where there is this other fight happening, feel free to move your tokens up there if you so wish. This other giant is very swiftly brought down, held down to the ground, and the big Goliath takes her executioner swords, just whooshing, takes their head right off. And then they all start working together to pull and drag this body off to the side.
Still holding his maul, because when I let go of it, the lightning goes away, so it's like crackling, probably giving off like ambient light. He'll speak in giant to the Goliath again and just be like, "Hail, what's going on?"
For those who understand Goliath, which will be Cassia and Stormaxe, the Goliath, a masculine-looking Goliath, sort of looks over at all of you, gives you all that classic, like, raises chin in respect, and just finally puts their boot to the rest of this giant and kicks its body just off of the cliff, disappearing beyond sight.
Yeet.
And
Quickly add, speak common, my friends don't talk like this.
yeah, before they were about, you could see their tongue moved, and it was about to like
Yeah.
hit the top of their
That real
top of their
deep
mouth.
breath
Yeah,
is
yeah,
giant,
yeah.
so
Yeah,
like-
yeah. And then they breathe out. They all sort of walk over together to sort of meet you. So there is a masculine Goliath, and there are 3 feminine figures. One of them is an earth Genasi. One of them is a human, and one of them appears to sort of shift in and out of what their appearance looks like. As they sort of look at each one of you, they sort of actually take on aspects of your appearance. Seems like they're a changeling of some kind. The Goliath sort of holds out their hand for you, Stormaxe, and steps forward. That very, like, Predator-esque, like, big
Yeah.
handshake clasped
There's
together.
a moistness to it because his whole palm is just shredded to hell as he just like.
They grab onto it and they say, "Good hunting, my friends. What brings you here?"
Someone was in need.
We appreciate your assistance with this. It's going to take a lot of us to carry this back, and they gesture towards the 3 freshly dead giant goats. And these things are the size of horses. They're huge. and you can still see the steam coming out of their wounds. They're so freshly hunted. But this is going to feed the village for some time.
These frost giants killed these fair.
Indeed they did. But they shouldn't even be here. This is too far north, where we usually find them. Usually our home is safe, but the fact that they came all the way here is quite disturbing.
Do you have any knowledge of why?
I couldn't tell you. You'd be better off asking some of the people at the village.
Hmm.
We will help.
The Earth Genasi makes their way over to you, Dreylli, and sort of looks you up and down and stands kind of next to you in a very sort of appreciative way. She simply says, "Huh, it's a nice bow you've got." She's got her own sort of bow, but it's more of a hand-carved, very sort of traditional bow.
Thank you. It's new. I like it. Lightning comes out of it if, I don't actually use real arrows. It's really cool.
Shit, really?
Yeah, right?
Where did you get that?
I just found it. Like, it's hard to explain, okay? Like, it was just lying there and I just took it. I mean, after a big fight, but details,
It gave
no worries.
her permission to use it. She's allowed.
Damn, okay. I need to find me one of those. That is pretty.
Your carvings, how long did it take you to do that, though?
Couple of days. If I had the time. Usually use spears, but I thought this would be a bit more efficient. Turns out it is. But,
It works better.
Well, yes. But also, she gestures to, like, the huge spears that the giants had that are, like, almost human-sized in the way that they are. I mean, that works pretty well, too.
Yeah, but you kind of have to be that size, and arrows get the job done. I understand.
That's a good point. As you two are sort of speaking, this other feminine figure, the human, makes their way over to you, Cassia, and simply nods their head at you. They've got this cowl over their head and this sort of cloak and daggers that go across their belt. They also have a more of a short bow over their back as well, with only a few more arrows left, maybe 3. Impressive work.
You too, the giants are formidable and needlessly violent. Are you alright?
I am unharmed.
It's good to hear.
Pavith might be a bit harmed, but you never can really tell. She gestures towards the Goliath.
It's the same with Stormaxe too. For the most part, I think they are extraordinarily capable. It's clear that you and your friends are more than that.
Capable with most things, it seems. She doesn't speak another word. She sort of just, hoists her cowl up a little bit further and shivers a little bit. And for Sigmund and Shavir, this last figure, sort of makes their way between the two of you and looks at both of you. Her feminine form takes on the skin tone of Sigmund, but has the horns of Shavir as she sort of talks to both of you. Says, "Well, hello." And also her voice fluctuates between both of yours at the same time. It's very strange to have. "Hello, you two. You are some of the strangest creatures we've had through here. Lovely to make your acquaintance."
Yes, I am rather exotic, I will give you that. My name is Shavir Shorthorn. You may have heard of me. I am a bard of great renown.
Hang on. She gestures to you, Sigmund. You're Sigmund Soul?
Yes.
Oh my god, you guys are Torchlight. No, that means you're Cassia. I am the biggest fan of you 5. Oh my lord.
Well, it's lovely to meet you. Wow.
And you
Didn't
are?
have people out here.
My name's Hurt. Can I get your autograph? She actually pulls out a little diary and like an ink plot and like dips a pen in, even though it sort of freezes a little bit as she does. So she goes, "Oh, shit.
Yeah,
and
let me.
gestures it. Yeah.
I'll just have like produce flame and just like heat it up slightly.
Perfect. Yeah. And she actually cuddles it and sort of like blows on it, even though it isn't really helping, and holds it out. And she's got actually all these different illustrations, drawings, as well as signatures
fan
from
art.
many adventurers that you might have heard of
Wow.
in a lot of ways. And she hands it over to you to sign.
Quite a collection, and Sigmund will.
I love adventurers so much. They are the most amazing people. Everyone says like theater and everything is where it's at, but no. When has an actor ever killed a dragon? Like, come on.
Only in make believe.
Only in
Yeah.
make believe,
Funny that
only in
you-
plays. Like their make believe magic is not real. It's not real.
Yes, magic is definitely not real. Yes, you are right.
You should not
Yes.
seek it out.
Yes.
That's
And-
the Stormaxe that I hear so much about. Oh my god, can you sign my journal,
Yes.
please?
He'll grab it, and it's a giant rune, so it's like it
Awesome.
takes up half the page, and it's like, yeah.
How does
Shavir's
Actually, the John
standing up on
Hancock of Algorithm.
Shavir's standing up on the rock, so he'll wait until Stormaxe isn't like looking, and he'll like mage hand the pen and like sign
Nice.
the book from up on the rocks, and just be like, "Don't tell him I did that. He gets very angry when I use it."
Can't talk
Like
about
looks
how-
around.
after a
It's
few,
It was nothing. Goes back to his patrol.
after a few moments, Hurt makes her way over to Dreylli. Can you sign my journal, please?
Oh, of course, of course. And Dreylli actually does like a really small autograph, which you
Ooh.
don't expect. But then she kind of gestures over to Panthy and just basically takes some like mud, like she scrapes into the snow, like until she can get to something mud-ish like, and just like puts his paw into it and then
Yeah.
just smacks it on the page. I
Me
I
out
don't
ink
go anywhere
stamp
without him,
things,
so-
Those big ink things, but it's mud. And you're
Yeah.
just like,
yeah. Well, I'm assuming the little inkwell probably, pouring it out on his paw is not gonna go over well.
Probably going to
Why,
be
yeah.
weeks of washing. Hurt gives out a little squeal as she like sort of gestures out towards Panthy. She's going to make an animal handling. Panthy
Oh no!
growls at her and she goes, "Okay, that's all right. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. That's okay." Cassia, oh my god, please. And then turns to a new non-muddy page, hands it over to you.
What's your first language?
I mean, I know a lot, but just in common would be amazing.
She writes, "Lovely to meet you," in common, and then signs. It's a very exaggerated, decadent signature. Yeah.
love.
She looks at it as you're the only. I imagine Sigmund. What's Sigmund's autograph also look like?
It's sharp.
Grunge.
It's very
Mm.
grunge. It's sharp but like thick, and it does take up like I'd say a quarter of the page. It wouldn't be as big as Stormaxe's. but,
Yeah.
Hell yeah. She sort of flips the journal, holds it close, and sort of tucks it up under her leather armor. Oh, this is so good. I mean, I hope I'm not asking too much. And then the Earth Genasi just kind of slaps her on the shoulder and holds her hand there and says, "Listen, Hurt, it's fine. They're going to help us. Right, guys? You going to help us take these things back to town?"
Of course.
Sure.
He's already
Yeah.
trying to pick up one of the giant.
Have
With-
you have whoa, have you prayed for their lives? You've just
Oh.
killed 3 things at the top
Right.
of a mountain.
He drops one of the
True
giant
that.
goats. I forgot.
Yes.
And-
Shall we hold hands and pray to Elmaida?
Dreylli can handle it.
Paveeth,
You can.
the other
Um,
Goliath, sort of nods and says, "I already have." And starts to... But
Yeah.
Just walks off.
he picks up his own,
Yeah.
makes his way across. The
Stormax
others...
helping out immediately.
Yeah.
Just like, yep.
and not of respect.
The human named Ali, the Earth Genasi named Azur, sort of link hands with you, they all start to mutter their prayers as well to all their different gods, goddesses, beings, and such. And after some time, all of you gather these large, some of you have to cut them up into pieces and travel them in that way.
If we have 2 Goliaths, it's just 1 Goliath per giant goat, and then everybody else can work on the other.
Grab a
12
leg.
people on one and a Goliath each.
While y'all are praying, I think Shavir will kind of like have a bit of a look around the area and try and figure out what direction the frost giant came from, because if they shouldn't be here, where did they come from?
Let's make a...
They big as well.
Let's make a...
There should be tracks or something.
Survival?
Yeah, I want to say survival check. Yeah.
I should not be doing this.
Y'all shouldn't have said shit, bro.
Yep.
You'll be fine.
7.
Then that one, I got
Nat
no
one.
idea.
What Hurt
No.
said about the theater kind of really hurt you in a lot of ways. And
I'm just...
you're biting your tongue, being like, I could easily modify
I
the
can
memory
kill
of
a
Vicious.
dragon.
I could put it down really easily, or I could change all this stuff. You know, I've killed a dragon in real life and on the stage. It's not that different. And
it's not that hard either.
You're a bit too distracted about what has been said about the theater. And
I probably walk through some of the tracks as
yeah.
well while I'm like mad.
And you
That's so
probably
bleak, you don't even realize, you're just like...
Yeah.
yeah. And
Stupid freaking changeling.
you're too busy writing your ballad about how you defeated this frost giant tribe and such like that. And after some time, all of you
Single-handed.
arrive. We're going to change back over to a little roleplay section. As all of you arrive in town.
I love town.
So, as you arrive, Hurt sort of gestures out towards all of you. It's a small town that looks like it holds about 40 approximately people and has a few lodges that have steam coming out of it or smoke. There's a graveyard to the south that only has a few different stones around it. Off to the north looks like there's a place where they cure their leathers and make sure everything's working properly. And straight ahead, the first thing you see is this big... I guess the best way to describe it is like a tavern/inn place, but there's a lot of steam coming from this place, which is a bit unusual. And it has this little sign just on the outside of it that says the Lucky Fiddle Inn. And as you're sort of making your way through, Hurt, Ali, Azur, Pavith all sort of make their different ways across, but Hurt and Ali are the two that are like, come on, we'll fetch you a drink within the Lucky Fiddle.
Oh yeah.
This is
Being
super quick
people-
out of character
Yeah,
clarification.
for
Is
sure.
it H-U-R-T or H-E-R-T?
H-U-R-T. So like being hurt.
Fascinating.
The word hurt.
Good to know.
Yes.
Cool.
The Lucky Fiddle.
The vibe.
Is there perhaps a stage that I can perform for you on?
Hurt, ironically, looks the most hurt. As she has to tell you the bad news, she says, no, we don't actually get a lot of bards traveling through here, so there's no stage. But if you were to perform, perhaps then we could convince them to make one.
Think you might be right. Maybe my performance is just what this town needs
Exactly.
to uplift its spirits.
Exactly.
He's
I think
so good.
A fiddle.
Plus warmth would be
Do
great.
you have a fiddle?
Yeah, warmth.
I have better than a fiddle.
But it
I
is
have
the
a
lucky
sitter.
fiddle.
Well, maybe it will
They'll
become
just
the
have to
Lucky
change
Sitter.
their name for a night.
Yes.
The lucky Sittern Inn.
Yes, and you can come and sit at the Sittern.
It has a
Cool,
nice ring.
let's-
I prefer the pun of fiddling.
For warmth. So,
Yeah, let's head in, guys.
you
If
all
it's just walking.
you all
yeah.
I'm screaming.
And Dreylli just go.
you all step inside into this really beautiful, very modern inn, it seems. There's you expect it, since it's so far away from civilization and such, that it doesn't perhaps have so much money, but and yet there's this, as soon as you step in, there's hot steam, there is warmth making its way through here, that it instantly feels like a lot of you back at home by a fireplace. There's a roaring fire, and there is quite a few figures around here. A lot of commoners making their way through, but Hurt and Ali make their way inside. You can see that there is a red tiefling behind the bar who is holding these trays that actually have this magical fire cast underneath them, and they're placing big glasses of milk and other kinds of different drinks on top of them, handing them over to this huge orc who is actually grabbing it. The fire travels with them and actually starts to heat the drinks as they make their way across, and starts putting them down in front of all these commoners. Hurt and Ali
Not on my watch.
Relax, relax.
Yeah, we just turn around and push the Goliath outside. It's too warm in here for you. You don't want to be in here. No.
It's so
nice outside.
lovely.
Think of the warmth. It's giving you warmth, therefore it is good,
We
right? Right.
will
Absolutely.
inquire before making judgment.
Okay.
You can inquire. It's lovely. They're doing a good thing. It's so cold outside.
It is perfectly reasonable outside.
It's not though.
Yes, for the top of a mountain.
Yes.
But it's so cold. It's so fucking cold. Just
You are
Perhaps-
fire.
yeah, why it's cold.
Perhaps
I'm
we
not meant
get
to
you
be
a
in the
drink.
stove.
I will
Stormaxe.
inquire.
No,
Have a
sit down.
drink.
I'll get you a drink. Yes.
Dreylli just whispers over to Shavir. So we're getting him a cold one, right? Like he doesn't like they don't like the heat and the magic, so we're gonna get them the cold drink, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He leans down.
No alcohol. He
I
might touch
still
someone.
want a warm drink.
Then how are you gonna get a warm drink without the magic?
I will find a way to introduce mundane fire.
And just stick the drink in the fire in the middle of
If I see you drinking something that is heated by magical, we'll call you a Stormaxe.
If I give them permission before I take the drink, it will be different.
Very. Let's sit down. It's lovely in here.
Yes, it is.
Who has the highest passive perception out of all of you?
I've got 21.
21?
19.
Anyone? 19? If everyone who has 15
Range is usually a
or
pretty.
over,
13.
I have 19.
God,
I'm winning.
anyone who has 15 or over can notice that this is actually more than an inn as soon as you step inside. There is so much steam in here that it actually clings to the ceiling. There's almost a bit of dew there as well. It's actually sort of, it doubles as a bathhouse and as steam rooms that are in the furthest area. It seems to be connected to a natural geyser that is just letting heat up through into this room. And it's making it very, very lovely. Anyone who has 20 or over notices that there is a sign as soon as you step inside, and also everyone in here is not wearing shoes. There are no shoes. They're all stacked up by the front, actually. You notice that Hurt and Ali take their shoes off, place them to the side, and there is a sign just above them. It is made of a nice dark wood, and it simply says no shoes, but the bottom of it looks like it has a black scar mark going across it as if it was damaged by something.
And only people with high passive perception see that. Right?
It's like immediately on your right, so if you're not very alert and you're sort of looking for
no.
warmth or for a drink.
Got a passive perception of 12 and there's illegal magic going on. So.
Exactly right. So,
So distracted.
Shavir, you notice
He's in his
this.
element. He's like, this is an inn, right? This is his jam. That's why he's like, I
Mm.
see everything.
Yeah,
Um,
Shavir, you notice this as everyone sort of walks in, bringing snow in with their shoes.
I'm gonna keep walking.
He's gonna point to the sign and say, I think we should look at. Do you see the sign? No shoes.
Oh, yes, of course. We don't
The
want to offend
sign
anyone.
was defaced.
Yes, but it also still says no shoes.
So it looks like it says no shoes and then something else underneath was scratched out.
It looks like it's been like broken. Like there's a black scar that's jagged below it.
Sigmund will turn to Hurt and go, do you know what... Was there more to that sign before? Or...
No, it's always been like that. Sigmund, you can make an insight check if you like.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll. Stormaxe is not graceful, so he's just gonna like plop down to get his big motherfucking boots off.
18.
So it's actually got that Japanese, like, it's a lower section, and then you can actually sit and take your shoes off and not go up to the higher section. 18, she fully believes it's always been that way, but on your inspection, it clearly hasn't been. But she fully believes it. That's her truth.
Huh. Stormaxe, can I cast a spell?
Which one?
It's
Mending?
called Ogma's Restoration. It works on parts of text, and it will reveal messages that have been burnt or destroyed. Can I try that?
Do that.
Cool. And I will cast, Ogma's Restoration.
Great. So what does it do? Do you just see what it used to look like, or does it restore it?
Let's see. Something, text that was damaged or destroyed from the surviving piece of the object. Yeah, the spell only works if the original text has been damaged, so that it is illegible or missing. Let's see.
Did you read the spell books, Ethan?
That's this. Yeah, it just says.
Does it say restore or
you understand it or see the big spell?
Reconstitute both the medium and the writing of.
It fixes it.
Yeah.
Okay, it fixes it. In that case, what does it look like as Sigmund's casting the spell?
So Sigmund just starts to just wave his hand under the part that's still there until something kind of just appears, and flickers of flames will like lick at his fingertips as he is doing it. Gets even warmer as you do so. You start to work up a bit of a sweat. It's actually quite steamy in here, quite warm. Completely opposite of what it is outside. And as you do so, little bits of wood start to almost form out of the ground and like make their way from the door and up into this thing. It seems like it was damaged elsewhere, perhaps. And as you're reconstituting it, it creates a full sign as a blinding light for just a moment. And then it simply says, no shoes, no shirt, no service. Interesting.
Just Stormaxe halfway through taking his shirt off, like, no.
No, you're gonna keep the shirt on, apparently.
It's hot.
Wait, so we leave our shoes on? Or do we take our shoes off?
Oh!
It seems as though the context has changed based on the fact that the sign was once different.
I say we take our shoes off.
A checklist as well. You must have both of these met for there to be no service. If we have a shirt on and no shoes, or you can come in with shoes, but no. Everybody else contextually he just walks in without his shoes on.
If you look at everybody else around here to sort of be like, what do we actually do in this scenario? Everybody's still wearing their shirts, but nobody's wearing shoes.
He just walks in with no shoes on.
Great.
Beelining for one of the people holding a tray.
Yeah. As you're making your way through, this tiefling sort of actually looks at all of you, sort of gives you a side glance, nods approvingly, noticing that you're all taking off your shoes and making your way through. Doesn't have to shout at any of you. And sort of gestures over for one of the orc. A feminine orc makes their way across and greets you all at the front, simply saying, table for 5.
If that's all right, if there's one free.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They're holding one of these flaming trays as they do so, and steps just slightly to the side and gestures for the biggest table right at the front for all of you.
How are you doing that?
This,
oh no.
It's amazing.
I am not doing it. It is under the control of our owner, Aasimar.
Hudson, what a name.
A great name.
It is very
The
on brand.
tiefling?
Yes.
I need to go and talk
He's
to
gonna walk over.
to the owner.
He's just gonna be like, "Thank you."
Very well. As the two
Oh,
of you make
no.
your way over, the orc simply lets them go, gestures to the three of you and says, my name's Zorzan Finger Strangler. How do you do?
Very well. You also have an amazing name.
Thank you. I'm quite good at arm wrestling.
I could imagine.
Impressive.
I'm terrible at it.
Can I get any of you something to drink?
That looks
Whatever
great.
you'd recommend,
Whatever.
yeah.
The Bernie, what everyone's having looks amazing.
We specialize in giant goat's milk, but we also have a honeyed mead that we're quite known for.
If you're
Honey
known
mead.
for the mead, I'll go
Yeah.
for that.
3 meads.
3 meads coming right up. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable, and feel free to take some of the towels and go into the sauna.
Oh, so tempting.
They make their way over. Stormaxe and Shavir, you make your way over to this tiefling. If they could wear a suit, they would be, but since this is a bit more medieval, they're sort of just in your normal sort of brown
Waistcoat, kind of.
they're very waistcoat, very I'd say they're wearing white, and it's not like dripping with sweat. There's no patches of anything. Even as they raise up their arms, there's nothing underneath there. And they're sort of leaning down and reigniting these flames underneath these barrels, and you can hear the bubbling and such as they do so. When they make their way across, they lean up against the bar and say, "You two, torchlight, right?"
Yes.
Of
I have
course.
noticed that there is no torchlight being used to light these fires.
No, the only natural fire that we use in this place is the geyser, but a bit too powerful for what we're after.
Are you a... He's smart, so can I figure out the source of this? Is this a, like... Is this a sorcerer thing, or is this a...
Wizard
It
or...
is absolutely a sorcerer thing. You can tell that he leans down and he reignites it. He casts the spell to keep these things at a certain temperature, and it almost like twists his hand to adjust how strong the flame is, much like one does an oven. And as he does so, the orc comes over. He pours out 3. It's strange to see mead like boiling hot, but as they pour them out, put them onto the tray, keeps them warm, and they bring them back over to your companions. And he leans back over to the bar again and says, "Can I get either of you anything?"
I will get the milk.
Of course.
But you are a spellcaster.
Yes. Born and raised.
By what?
Well, my
Oh,
mother
that
was... Sorry, Shavir, go ahead.
Oh, that is such a personal question. I cannot believe you would ask this man. We have just met him. He seems very kind. He's providing us drinks.
And he is very open. Continue.
My mother was, my dad was a warlock, and my mother was just born with this natural ability, so they sort of hit it off straight away. But, it took me a little bit to mature into these powers. They were really hoping that I wasn't going to go, wild on them and such like that, but luckily we went a different way with it all. And he's passing you both the boiling hot giant goat's milk as he does so.
Shavir will be set it to the side.
You use your magic just for this place.
I
Just
use it.
Small fire.
I use it to keep people warm. Yeah. This is the warmest place in the whole town, and a lot of people would freeze without it.
You use it anywhere else.
No, I eat, sleep, breathe, and live here. No, I think that these gifts are to help people. And, as good old Elias used to say, what was it that he used to say? Never mind.
Okay. I will permit your use.
Thank you.
Thank you
Very
very
good of
much.
you.
You'll
Very good of you,
grab the
Tom.
cup. But
Okay.
stay in here for safety. And
Right
he'll
on,
go
Chief.
back over to the table.
All of you
Um,
go back. Let's go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, Shavir wants to have a moment with the bartender
Yeah, of
still with Arson, but on the way he'll like as Stormaxe walks away he'll be like, Stormaxe, how do you feel about me putting on a performance? Would that be okay? I you know how I like to
Explain.
use my tricks and my stagecraft.
Ah, yes. If you can help this place, you may use the spells and
Thank you,
the
Stormaxe.
performance. Of
You are
course.
very kind.
Your use
Um,
of it is reasonable and for the benefit of others.
Indeed. He'll turn back to Arson and say, I think this place, it is lovely, it is wonderful, and I would like to give
Thank you.
something back to you in return. Would you perhaps be okay with me putting on just a brief performance?
Absolutely. No, of course. We actually have a wooden stage that we can actually prep up for you if you'd like. And if you're going to give a performance, meals on the house. I think that's only fair.
Oh, that is wonderful. I don't actually need a stage. I could just use this bar if it's too much
Feel
trouble.
free to get up on the tables. Like we clean them and everything, so it's fine.
Okay, fantastic. One moment, and he'll just like click his fingers and press to digitate two like spotlights onto a
Mhm.
table.
Yeah.
And then he'll and then he'll misty step up onto the table, and start singing "I Need a Hero," like the
Amazing.
version from Shrek.
Yeah. As the Torchlight are known for, this is their theme song. Please make a
Yeah,
performance
exactly.
check.
Yes.
I love it.
Is there any way we can assist him in this since it is like our, team song? And
I'll
like,
give you advantage. Oh, yeah,
amazing.
absolutely. I think
I
all
will-
of you can
Permission.
bang
That's all
your,
that.
bang your cups to the beat and such. 31.
Oh,
yes.
The place gets packed with like all the people of the town as well. You see some interesting figures making their way through, and everyone starts singing along. Everybody buys a drink. Business is booming. It's fantastic, and the performance is out of this world. It hits every. Hurt is having the best day of her entire life at this point. She almost faints. Probably because there's a lot of steam and such around here, but she sort of steps out for a
Dead.
moment to breathe and then comes back in.
And I think at the end of the performance, he would be like, we are Torchlight, and we are heroes here to help you. If there is anything that this town needs, please come and see us. We are at your disposal. We are here to
Everybody,
help."
yeah, you get a standing ovation from everybody here. They all order you another round of drinks. You get this delicious. Any of your characters vegetarian or? Okay, you all get
No.
giant goats, fresh stew with a lot of cabbage, delicious
Yum.
broth, all put in front of you. So a nice, warm, hearty meal to keep you going through this storm, through this snow, I should say. And all of you
warm
are...
milk and a stew.
Yeah, baby.
Stormaxe is in heaven.
All of you sit down with your honeybead, your giant goat's milk and stew, and you have a moment to yourselves amongst everybody who's now in here talking amongst themselves, buying drinks and such.
it's been so long since I've seen you perform like that. That was amazing.
I mean, any excuse, It's a good time.
A perfect moment.
Yeah,
I
the
also
place is
thought-
bustling.
I thought it might also help flush out some of the people who might know about the frost giants.
Yeah.
That seems to be something that they're worried about, I guess, but
Hmm.
Hopefully somebody comes around and asks us.
It
Yeah.
seems like there's something like underlying, like everyone's really happy and content to be here, but there's just like that they don't leave this place,
Yeah.
Yeah.
tension
You saw
about
their
the
world cold.
Mm.
Why
Yeah,
leave?
you wanted us to stay out there.
I did.
Why?
It's so much warmer.
It's very warm.
You don't like
He's
it?
coming around.
No, I never said that.
No, you
But-
didn't.
That is why people stay. Cold.
Of course.
Hmm.
It is a bit of a respite from reality, maybe.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Most
Did they-
regular folk would die. Hypothermia only takes a few minutes to set in. Death shortly after.
Yes.
I suppose you're right.
Yes.
On
I am.
our kind of above game. On our way up here, did we
Mhm.
see like any groups that were like camping or like remains of anything, like any other groups of people that would come up this way? Or is it kind of like this is the only like town we've really come in contact with?
This is the only town. You came from 10 towns, which are towns way below, down underneath the spine of the world, but it's a long climb up here. Hence why it's very strange that there is even a town, that there are even people here. And it makes sense that bards wouldn't travel here as often as well. Barely anyone comes up here.
Okay.
As you're all sitting there having some time with each other, that feels like a while. You've been traveling for many days to get up through here. Much exhaustion is set in. I would have given you guys a short rest, but you guys are perfectly fine throughout this entire time. As you're sitting around, Azur, the Earth Genasi, makes her way over and sits with all of you and simply raises a mead, clinks all your glasses, and says, "Thank you so much for all the help earlier. Someone could have died there, but
Someone did.
well, that is true, I suppose.
I'm glad we're all okay.
I'm glad you all are too."
Do you all live around here, or are you traveling as well?
Well, I'm part of the House of Hunters. We are... It's a bit archaic, I know, but there are hunters and gatherers in this town, and we take on our roles that we prefer. Arson is very much a gatherer, and the ones that you've already met are hunters.
Must have the strong to go out, gather the food for the week.
Yes, we do our best to hunt down larger animals so that we don't have to hunt as often and keep the natural balance around here. We rely very heavily on everything not going out of balance, and yet there's been a lot of strange things happening.
Frost giants, for example.
Exactly, they don't often come this far north.
They're very good hunters. If you had negotiated with them, there was a chance that they could have supplied the town with food, but they are very hard to negotiate with.
Exactly. We had a big discussion beforehand of whether we were going to get them out of here or make them move on, but we thought it was best to just get rid of them so they didn't even have any idea that the town was here. Welcome to Eldom, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Anything else weird? You
Yes.
sound like you've been going on for having issues for a while now, and not just frost giants.
There's just this strange... I don't know how quite to describe it, but there's this strange sound that happens through town at night time that none of us really... We all recall, but none of us have ever seen exactly what it is.
What does it sound like?
Are any of you wearing leather armor?
I believe I
Yeah.
have leather armor, yeah.
She-
Studded, yeah.
Yeah, great. She reaches over to Sigmund and sort of takes the leather and almost like twists it in a strange way, and it makes that like creaking sound of leather. She goes, "Yeah, that."
Ah,
Can I identify something that might make that sound? If it happens to be Fey Fiend or Undead, I have a little extra.
I will let you make a history check. Not with advantage, though, because this is unlike anything you've heard of before.
Could
History
Dreylli... Could Dreylli also do a check, but more maybe in nature or animal handling, to see if it matches any of the animals?
Straight away, I'll let you know it's none of your favorite enemies makes
Okay.
this sound, whatever it is. But I'll let you make a... It's going to be history because nature doesn't make that sound. That's very, like... That sound in particular is very, like, of something made.
Unnatural?
Gonna give me
Unnatural,
advantage instead.
Yeah, I guess unnatural, yeah. Can I
You
just,
can-
I was gonna say, can I just give advantage
Absolutely.
to... Yeah,
Thank
Absolutely.
yeah, of course.
Will
Oh,
I be-
incredible. I got a 27.
Oh,
With advantage.
27.
Yes!
He's very intelligent.
So,
I
pouring
know, King.
through your history of things and such, that particular sound should only come from leather making that sound.
Leather.
Whatever it is likely some kind of leather. But you're not
Got it.
but no monster or anything you've encountered out of any of your adventures, all of you should make that sound.
Yeah.
The only time
If
you've
it-
heard it is probably a bandit moving in certain directions to block your
Yeah.
blows, etc.
Or
Their
each
leather
other.
armor. Yeah, exactly, moving around.
The only thing that makes sound like that is that it is people or something wearing armor, leather armor, moving strangely. Does it sound large?
She sort of scratches her head a little bit. And as she sort of leans over, you can see that she has these sort of dried scratches. It looks like desert earth almost, just across her shoulders. It's a sort of an earth genasi thing. It's nothing unusual.
Yeah, it's like-
just yeah. And she sort of scratches her head and says, "No, nobody goes out at nighttime. It's too cold to even consider doing such a thing."
Hmm.
Interesting.
I'm very good at finding and killing things that are strange. We all are.
So I've heard. What I might ask you then, there is... The Eldams founded this town, and Elisa's been a little bit worried about her son, Eddard, who seems to be the only one going out at nighttime with whatever this thing is.
Right.
And Eddard usually comes back after a day or two, but it has been 3 days. So we're starting to get a little bit worried.
Very interesting. Coincidental.
Yes, we think so. The sound hasn't stopped. It never stops, so we're not sure if Eddard is trying to find out what it is or looking at something completely, going off with a girl or a boy or hurt or anyone. We're not quite sure. We don't really ask those questions of them. Their family has done so much for us, you see.
Does Eddard have any skills or things that he is known for?
He's very smart. Eddard's very intelligent. Very book smart.
Mhm.
That's good.
Usually the first to die.
Yeah.
Stormaxe.
Oh, Stormaxe, you're so funny. You should not say things like that in jest.
It was
He
not
slapped
in
him.
jest.
Hush!
Where might
But-
we find his mother?
Yes.
Elisa's home, it's sort of southeast on the edge of town. It's the larger one. You can't miss it.
We'll head there and ask her where he supposedly might have gone. Might be a good place to start.
There's a
Absolutely no one goes out at night. No one at all.
There's no guards that, I don't know, make rounds or anything.
No, our hunting usually keeps most of the animals and such at bay from a distance, and even then, if something, that could survive the night comes at the town, there wouldn't be much we could really do about it. Those things would be, dragons and the like, but they generally keep far away.
You just
This
hear
is well
Dreylli
hidden.
murmur, "Dragons are kind of fun."
I
a
would
lot of fun.
I would also say that there's the medicine house if you need any potions or a checkup of any kind. You can also visit the House of Hunters if you need ammunition for any of your bows or anything. And if you're okay dealing with interesting characters and you need to buy anything, the Odeep store is always worthwhile.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Happy to help. If you need anything, any of the hunters and myself are happy to help you.
What was the name of the other Goliath?
It was Pavith.
Has Pavith been here his whole life?
I believe Pavith was... Their tribe has actually been part of Eldam their entire lives. And they sort of come and they go every year. And Pavith almost adopted us rather than we adopted him.
That's how it usually goes.
Indeed. And Pavith has been helping us so much. We've received so many less people die when we go hunting, and he's also so nurturing and caring to everyone around here.
Do you know what his tribe's name is?
The Goat Leaper tribe.
Yes. I'm glad to know that my people are still helping, as they always do.
Goliaths are always welcome in Eldom. You have no idea what they've done for this community.
We quite thrive in these places.
Do you all need another round? I'm getting another.
I went.
Oh, I am.
I'll
I
do
am-
another, I think.
I'll
Sure.
try the honey mead this time.
Absolutely. She gets all the drinks, comes back, gives them to all of you, and then excuses herself to go talk to Herd. You are left alone for a moment.
I knew it. I knew something was weird.
It's very strange.
Yes, I mean, any town that doesn't have a stage is rather strange to begin with. It must be, one of those things, they've got things that are occupying their minds. They do not have time for enjoyment of the arts.
Mm-hmm.
I
If-
hope that young man is all right.
The thing that is coming at night is wearing leather armor, whether it is a person or it is some strange creature donning leather armor.
Must be a lot of leather as well if everyone can hear the sounds.
Yes.
And how close
It's-
to the town. It could be
Indeed.
walking through it. It could, depending on how big it is, it could be
It could
lying
be
overhead or
multiple
walking
people.
around.
God.
Yes,
Oh,
I.
God.
Oh god,
It's-
Ilmaida, help me. My goodness.
It may be many things, like you say. It could be a swarm of things wearing this leather armor. If everyone can hear it everywhere, that's
And
Yeah.
if this... What's his name? Eddard.
Edda.
Eddard.
Eddard. If Eddard is as clever as people are saying,
he may
then
yet
if
be
it is a
alive.
group of people, perhaps they are swaying him into an ideology separate from this town.
Or maybe he has
entirely possible.
infiltrated. Hmm.
Or maybe he's just being kidnapped.
A lot
any
of
rate-
if.
He comes back, but we need to form ideas, hypotheses that can be disproven.
There. Because y'all like magic, and magic is fun. Dreylli just gives a look to Stormaxe.
Y'all,
Is there...
I think you just mean me.
I don't know magic. There is no magic here.
Yeah, apparently.
No.
He leans forward very intently. What do you mean?
Okay. So, Stormaxe, a master of all things magic in our little group.
I don't like your tone. Go on.
Nobody ever does. Anyway.
I do.
It's
Yeah.
keeping direct eye contact with Stormaxe, Dreylli
It's
just
just
puts a hand out.
completely
Just puts a hand out to Cassia, just like
Yeah.
holds it. It's like, I love you. Is there something in the magical realm that could project that sound? That
Yes.
maybe it's not even something happening in the town, it's happening somewhere else and projecting it into their minds?
Yes.
That's
That
always an
definitely sounds like something of the work of the College of Whispers, perhaps.
Also, much like Aasimar, some beings are able to amplify the sound they make. So it could be a single individual enhanced by a spell, an unauthorized spell.
And they would be quite intentionally threatening people, or at least
They have not killed
looming
anyone.
over them. No,
Yes,
indeed.
fear.
It's very odd. Fear.
Corrupting
exactly.
them.
Yes, magic is corrupting.
I think
That
I
is not
need.
science.
I think I would like to have a crossbow handy. Would any of you mind coming with me to the Hunter's Hall? I think I may need some assistance picking one out.
I don't know much about weapons, but
No.
I'm certainly happy to
Look.
accompany.
Yeah.
Dreylli, you are our ranged specialist.
Superstar.
You just see her cringe a little bit. I guess we can get you a crossbow. As she, just very
She's a
delicately,
snob.
yeah.
She's a
As she just
snob.
caresses.
Look, I'm
It
sure
is-
Longbows are where it's at. Is all I'm saying.
whatever you
I do not
choose-
think I could compare with your ability. I think I need something more simple. I am not as skilled as you.
Fair. I will accompany you.
Shall we?
Do we want to go all together? I think it would probably just be easier if we all went if we need stuff, and then even just
Perhaps
little
there are
things of-
other things there that you will all need.
Yeah.
Usually I just rely on Ilmater, my man, but
Mm.
we'll I think I'll be good, but I'm happy to tag along and see what you guys.
Yes, we can find you a
Absolutely.
shield or something. Most clerics bear a shield.
Right, yes. Very much a shield, of course. That's
Yes,
Cleric
of
101.
course.
Of course.
I'm sure they'll have many.
About
We'll
about
head
what
to-
time is it?
Yeah.
It
Above
would
game.
be approaching, I would say, 5:30 p.m. in sort of our terms. Sort of everybody's winding down. They've just
Yeah.
ended their days of work, and that's why they've started to filter in a lot more into the evening.
True.
And maybe the House of Hunters is a thing for tomorrow then.
And we can
Could-
spend tonight
We
listening
can
for
scope
the
out the town.
sound.
God, we're
Or we
gonna be
can
out in the cold,
speak
aren't we?
to the
Well, we can
Adam
go and
woman.
visit Elise.
Yes.
We should do that first, yes. I think we need
Yeah.
to know more.
Hmm.
Yes.
More info is always good, and then we can. Though it pains me, watch in the cold.
Oh no, we will be fine tonight, so long as Stormaxe has no problem with me bringing my house into, into
I
the
do
town.
not think that will be helpful.
I
as
wish we
mean,
could do that. It's so impressive, though.
It
Let him do
places
it.
us in a place outside of this town.
the
we would
windows,
not-
they overlook the town. We can see into it.
Mm.
Mm.
Actually, the spell is like you go to a different dimension. It's not like a place.
It's
It's like a door.
Yeah,
that just
it's-
fills.
it's like a little bubble. So
Yeah,
like,
it's a different dimension.
It's a
Nothing can
completely
get
different-
in, and you can't. You can only step through that doorway. I'm afraid.
oh,
No,
that's a shame.
You could-
I do not
I wouldn't
authorize
look
you
through the
to
window.
use this spell.
Well, some of
Fine.
us need to sleep, Stormaxe.
We will be sleeping in shifts in town.
Where our group stands up, their bellies full of warm, hot meat and hot broth soup, ready to tackle the cold again as you step outside. It hits you, but not as
I
hard.
tap Arson on the shoulder and I point to the no shoes sign and leave. No shoes, no shirt.
Very interesting. Make an insight check, Stormaxe, actually.
Oh,
Okay.
he did
He's
it.
the one. Yeah, he snapped.
That is a 24.
24. His eyes remain at the top of the sign where it says no shoes. He doesn't actually see that the rest of the
Oh.
sign has been recovered. It's like it's
Can I
never changed.
Can I figure out why? Is this magic? Is this magic?
Without a detect magic spell, it would be difficult to tell.
I have detect magic.
Yes.
Is there anything I do too?
Okay.
Would
I
someone
think
like
I'll
to
be
cast
like,
detect magic?
I see that because I did it as we were leaving. We'll talk to Elise first, and then for Melissa. And I need to start writing names down. Then we'll come back and do that
Okay.
because it's getting late. We don't want to be rude. We'll put our shoes on. He'll be like, when we come back, I need. Who has more spell slots? I don't think Sigmund's used many spells, so he'll be
Use
like,
2 spells.
yeah,
Sure.
Sigmund, when we get back, I will get you to cast Detect Magic.
Oh,
Something is afoot, especially with that sign.
well,
Kurt did
yeah.
not recognize it, nor did Arson even see the mended sign.
Interesting.
Yes.
Huh.
Minor, but if there is magic going on, I will have it.
Right.
I will have it. And he is. We will try to find Alyssa's house. Is it Alyssa or Elise? I'm so sorry.
Elisa. It's always with an E.
Elise.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Elisa and
Elisa.
Eddard of the Eldom family.
Eltham.
Eldom.
Eldom.
ELDHAM.
Triggered.
The end of my train line, Eltham?
You all trudge out into the snow and make your way across town. You find this slightly larger home that sort of has, you'd assume, 3 bedrooms and a simple lounge room. Seems to be lit up with another natural geyser nearby that seems to keep most of these houses warm. It seems they've been connected by some sort of either a magic or a pipe system underneath the ground that you can't quite tell. And
Pipes.
probably pipes. And
Yeah, no magic
Reset
here.
of the way.
Totally fine.
Spell the ground
People-
underneath.
as you make your way partway through, you see that people start to flick on their lights in their home. There seem to be like lighting all the candles and such inside and outside, so that the town starts to come to life. It almost like a bunch of fairies have woken up and made their way out into the town. It starts to get a deeper shade of blue as the sun begins to set. And you find yourself outside this quite fancy but old home. It looks like it has been fairly taken care of, but there's a few cobwebs and spiders around nearby, sort of those winter spider babies that can live in this conditions. What would you like to do?
Sigmund,
Yeah.
it is important that she see a cleric to ensure that she trusts us.
Oh, right, yes. Starts getting out holy symbols and stuff. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I will be not talking to her.
Cool. Can I knock on the door? We're all good?
Yeah, I think he's just shifting people. Like, he just gets Cassia a little closer. He just, like, shoves you all near the door and then steps back. And will probably... Has Panthy's been outside the whole time?
Interesting you mentioned that. I was just about to say, Dreylli, can you make an insight check on Panthy as well?
Sure.
So if I can scoop him up and keep him warm.
Absolutely. Highly recommended. So cold.
Yeah.
Oh, Panthy.
Sorry, you will have advantage on this roll because they are your animal companion as well.
Yeah.
You have a natural understanding of how they feel.
You know they mad as hell for being
Inside.
left out in the wet and cold.
No, they came inside. They're allowed inside.
Oh.
They have no
Ooh.
shoes.
Love it.
They have no shoes. I was gonna ask that earlier, but I was
They
like,
also have no shirt.
Good shot.
Exactly.
No
How
service,
many?
baby.
How many?
dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Ooh.
Panthy has been very relaxed up until you stepped into town, when Panthy has sort of had that hackle slightly up and sort of looking around. And as you approach this house, Panthy sort of has a low sort of the cat growl. Very
Scoot.
on edge. Yeah. Mm.
Wrap him in
Actually-
the cloak.
I was gonna, as Stormaxe goes to do that, I'm actually going to put a hand on his arm and just be like, don't touch. Because as she sees Panthy go that way, she also her shoulders start to come up near her ears. She kind of just, you get a sense of her grounding herself, because if Panthy's on edge, something's up. Even in maybe her like slightly drunk state, it's like that's been the grounding now. And on that, she's going to look at Stormaxe and she's going to say, can I use magic? I want to conjure animals.
I think that would be bad right now. I think we want to learn, inquire. He would kind of know everyone's abilities.
You've been traveling together for some time.
Yeah. I
about-
believe that your primeval awareness would be more helpful in this scenario.
I just want to create. I want to have some eyes in the sky, and just going around the town as we're doing this talk. So I'm gonna stay here. Panthy will stay here, but I just want to send some hawks into the sky and get a bird's eye view, literally.
Mm.
He will describe a very particular kind of wintry themed bird to be like, so that we do not startle the wildlife, make it this kind of bird. You can do it.
Great. You cast Conjure Animals. Actually, as you do so, Cassia, you are the one who sees this. There is this, by the graveyard that's just in between the buildings, southwest from you, you can see this beautiful white owlin. For those who don't know, an owlin is like an aarakocra. It's a bird person, but they are owls instead. It's a white with black speckles who seems to be raking the snow into certain formations and such, and humming a tune amongst themselves. And as they do so, you notice that they actually perk up and hold out their hands, and there's two snow owls that appear that conjure in front of it, and it speaks to them in an animal tongue that you can understand because you can understand all these languages. Simply saying, "What are you two doing here?" Well, go and have some fun, and then lets them go, and they actually sort of disappear and reconjure in front of Dreylli as these two snow owls start to land on both of your shoulders. They're quite big owls as well, and they sort of twist their heads all the way around to look at each one of you, ruffle their feathers, and then float almost up elegantly into the sky. Starts a circle.
Stormaxe didn't see that.
Good thing you didn't. He counterspells the wrong person. Not on my watch.
Sigmund, I believe you knock on the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna check everyone. We're all good? I'm gonna knock on the door.
About a minute passes before this old woman opens the door. She's so hunched over and has a cane in her right hand, constantly shaking, clearly not shivering as steam escapes out of her home. It's so warm. She opens it up and sort of looks at you, Sigmund, looks up with her sort of big glasses that make her eyes look so large, puts her hand up to your cheek and says, "Ah, Eddard, my boy," pinches your cheek.
Hello. No, we are here to help you find Eddard. I am Sigmund. We are Torchlight. We are bandit adventurers that are here to help you. I am here as a messenger of Ilmater, and we're here to discuss things. Are you okay to discuss things at the moment?
What? Oh, she reaches up and clicks a little thing on her glasses, and all these lenses start to just flick in front of each other. And they almost turn into binoculars. Her eyes get smaller and smaller and smaller until she looks straight at your face, and they're very close to you. She goes, "Oh, you're not Eddard, you Torchlight. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly who you are, but please come in, it's freezing outside." She steps slowly out of the way.
That's cool. We're kind of
Thank you.
underground. It's all cool. But thank you.
You're very kind.
Very extremely kind.
Amazing. I rolled for a random chance. As you guys are stepping inside, you hear someone behind you running up and saying, "Wait, hang on, hold the door open." This young boy actually runs up to the front of the door, kicks snow off with their shoes and puts it to the side and closes the door behind you. Quick question. None of you have any spells active, do you? Actually, Dreylli, you have Conjure Animals
Dreylli
active.
does.
I have mine.
That's conjure animals.
You feel as soon as you step in, it fade. The magic stops. It instantly dissipates from you. The owls disappear. You lose that connection. And the boy sort of
Really?
kicks their shoes
didn't like
off
that.
and steps next to you. It looks about 16, very young, bit of stubble coming through.
If it's kind of like an anti-magic thing, I think Shavir should feel that because he is actually
It's
a fake
not
creature.
an anti-magic
It's not.
field.
Okay.
No, you would not feel this.
Okay.
Sure.
Only Dreylli feels this.
Were we already in the house when this happened?
It's as
or
soon
was
as
it when the
you
boy...
stepped in. Nobody else felt this. You stepped in, and then suddenly the magic stopped.
Oh, hi, young man.
Edard.
Hello,
Eddard?
have we met
Is that
before?
Eddard?
He
No.
holds out a hand to
No.
shake each of your hands.
But we were looking for you.
Oh, that's strange. I haven't gone anywhere. I've been here.
I would
Every
like to use detect thought.
Detect thoughts. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a third
Feels
level
like-
spell, right?
Second.
Second level spell. Okay. You cast detect thoughts. You try to get a feel, and as soon as you start to cast it, poof, it vanishes from you. The magic disappears.
I figure out the source of this. Or, like-
You can make.
Yeah.
Arcana.
I believe detect thoughts a obvious spell, because otherwise you won't be able to tell.
It's,
Okay, you can't tell unless someone says so that magic is disappearing around you.
This is why we authorize spells throughout Goliath.
Absolutely not.
Oh my god. Okay.
And
Authorized
he
spell.
just you try to detect thoughts, and as you're doing so,
I think because the spell hasn't worked and he would be very confused by that. I think Shavir would probably try and do something little, like use prestidigitation and like make a light appear or something, just to be like, is it working on everything? Like what? Like that doesn't happen to him. You know, he's like, I can't use magic. What?
What components does
Prestidigitate. It's a
prestidigitation have?
cantrip.
No, what are
Doesn't
the
have any.
components? Is it verbal and somatic?
Yeah.
so you would actively bring it out and
Yeah,
say,
and can't and like move his
Yeah,
hands.
and be like-
I want to grab your fucking wrist for stop casting magic
It's not working anyway. It's most
because
strange.
you are not allowed to use it.
Well, may I use it to test it?
Eddard simply looks at the two of you and gestures over to Cassia and says, pleasure to meet you. You're Torchlight, right?
We are, yes. We're
Yes.
just passing through the area, but we heard some disturbing but clearly untrue news at the tavern that you apparently have been missing for 3 days from the town. No, you're clearly not.
He sort of gives a big smile and grabs Elisa, the older woman, around, gives her a hug and ruffles up her shoulders, says, what lies have you been telling, Elisa? No, I've been around here the whole time. She just worries. She worries a lot. I'm her only son and, well, it's understandable. I'm sorry that you were worried about this.
Can I see if he's
Okay.
gaslighting her?
You can make an insight check, absolutely.
Can I help?
She would not be aware of
You can make
any
your own.
gaslighting at
Yeah,
all.
absolutely. You can't give advantage, but you can make your
I
own.
won't. I won't
Yeah.
make my own.
One.
Nat
I got
1.
8.
This is the
18.
most with a nat 1, you are just happy to be inside, honestly. It's so fucking cold
Cold as hell.
outside. It's so good in here. And actually he offers to give all of you a warm, like, hot cocoa as well. And
Yes, please.
yeah, instantly he's
Oh.
in the back making these things. Anybody else with insight?
I am
got an
alright, thank you.
8.
I'm quite warm
An
from the
8?
mead still.
18.
18. Yeah, just a young boy who seems to be telling the truth. That's what he
Making fun of
believes.
his grandma? Hate this.
As
Right.
Eddard moves, Dreylli's gonna kind of put a hand to Cassia and be like, just whisper,
Yeah.
"My birds are gone.
Oh,
They're gone.
that's odd. When did
When I walked into the house, they're gone. They were just here and they're gone."
perhaps there's some kind of magical shield over the place? I don't know how those things work.
I don't either,
That-
but
Let me help you with the cocoa, dear boy. He's gonna go out the back while you're having this discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Eddard says, "Oh, thank you. Please,
thank
if you could
you.
pass me from the top of the shelf," and he gestures for you to take all of the cocoa out that seems to be imported from, Waterdeep or somewhere.
You guys,
Yeah, go ahead.
Be wary. I fear it's rude to ask too many questions, but perhaps there's more going on here than we originally thought.
Perfect split screen. It's rude to ask questions. As he's grabbing hot cocoa, helping Shavir, he's like, "Where were you, Eddard?"
legit, he's gonna be like, you can tell me. It's quite alright.
He
I won't tell your grandmother.
Turns to the two of you, gives a smile, and says, "I've been here this whole time. My grandma just worries about me."
I get the same look that not like. Is he expressing himself in the same way that Arson did with the sign?
No, with an 18
Oh.
insight, no.
As in, he is
He doesn't have that sort of
glazed over.
Yeah, a glazed over look, actually.
Um,
He starts to heat up some water as well. Sigmund, what are you doing in this moment?
Sigmund is just kind of, I think, standing in between both groups, like hovering by the door, but not wanting to actually enter to the kitchen area because they don't want to help out. And just chilling. Just we'll go over to the grandmother and go to hold her hands if that's okay with her.
So she's in this little side living room where there's a roaring fire. She sort of sat down and is waiting for Eddard to make her some tea. You sit down, she sort of takes your hands and flicks again, all the little lenses come down so that she can see you properly. Says, "What is your name, dear?"
I'm Sigmund. And you're Elisa, right?
Yes, Elisa.
We've heard great things about you from the people in town.
Oh yes, my great grandson actually founded the town.
Wow. That's you've been here for a while then, clearly.
Well, I haven't, but our family has been.
So, has anything strange happened recently? Because we heard that you were telling people that Eddard was missing.
Yes, my boy's always disappearing for several days on end and always coming back at the strangest times. Eddard simply... She says these things all the time, it's fine. And he hands her a beautiful herbal tea with these large leaves in it that smells very aromatic. She starts to sip on it. Seems like heat is not an issue for her either. And
Quick plant girl, check the tea.
Yeah.
We
We were watching him make that, right?
yeah, he simply boiled water and put these leaves into it. That's all.
If he is still in the kitchen, he's going to sniff the leaves and see if there's anything funky about
He gets an immediate contact hug.
Make a nature check, please.
It's not going to be good, but
It's all right.
is it a weed? Is she being fed a weed?
It
might be. I don't know.
It might be with a 6. It might as well You probably want some tea as well, honestly, with whatever this is.
True.
Smell good.
Would you like tea instead?
Actually, yes. That
Sure,
would be
no
very
worries.
nice, thank you.
He quickly pours some in, puts the leaves in, and hands it to you.
I think as he's making that tea, the second question.
Yeah.
What is the sound in town every night?
He sort of looks at you cautiously and says, "It's very dark at nighttime, but I'm trying to investigate it. I'm interested to hear what you think it is."
I think it might be either a group of people or an entity wearing leather. You are very interested in it and go missing for days.
I'm here every day. I'm simply interested in what these things are.
And why would they say you go missing?
I wouldn't know. Strangeness around town, perhaps? You can make an insight check on that one, Stormaxe. Another insight check.
Oh, please,
Shavir,
guys.
you're there as well. You can also make an insight check. Dreylli and
Oh,
Cassia,
man.
what are you two doing? You going to take a seat by the fire as well?
I think so. Once we've discussed, this is strange. I don't like being in here. There's something going on. I think as we make it, well, as Cassia makes her way into the living room, she's probably just gonna look around the house and see if there's any strange architectural quips or something like that. If she's
Ooh.
like
A lovely house you've got.
carvings
Look for
or-
family photos too, because
Yeah,
she just said great,
photographs,
great, great,
stuff
great,
like
great,
this.
great grandson, but then said that she
Yeah.
had not been in town very long.
Yeah, it's because just to see if there's anything that resembles something out of the ordinary.
Investigation check, please. And Dreylli?
Dreylli's gonna follow Cassia and kind of stand behind her and Sigmund, but like again, if she was like really stressed before just outside with what Panthy was feeling, she is on like high alert. Hand is just almost hovering above her bow. Can I do another check on Panthy to see if he's gotten worse?
Yeah.
You should use primeval awareness, just in case.
What does primeval awareness do?
It's a ranger ability that lets you sense within a mile of yourself any celestial, fae, fiend, or undead, and gives you a general spot of like
Didn't
where they are,
you-
who they are.
Would you like to
was that
use?
in the tavern?
I don't believe you ever used it there.
You've not used primeval awareness.
Oh, you're
'Cause
right.
it's a
you were just
ranger
telling me
ability,
you were telling
it's
me my
not a
favorite
spell.
enemies earlier. It wasn't primeval
Yeah.
awareness. Let's
As
do
an
that.
action.
Yes.
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. You sort of sit there, take your hand down, fold your hands together as Eddard hands you a cup of hot cocoa to you, Sigmund, to you, Cassia, and to you, Stormaxe, and you close your eyes and breathe out this long, cool breath. And as you do so, you sort of open up your awareness, both through you sort of connect with Panthy in this primeval sense that Panthy is having, and use that. There is, this allows you to sense whether any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of you, within up to
Mile.
6 miles of your favorite terrain.
Hello.
Fae in
Um,
the kitchen.
Hello.
Rain.
There is
Random.
It's
so-
tundra.
Yeah, I imagine we would have swapped that to Tundra for this one shot anyway. Within 6 miles, there is undead. And that's it. Just undead.
Doesn't reveal the location or number.
Yeah. You know there's undead
Okay.
within 6 miles of here.
And pay.
The fae.
And technically there is a fae within 6 miles as well.
Mhm.
Though that is
You never
unsurprising.
move closer to you with the cup of tea.
Like, oh no! You just see us like elbowing each other, like there's something going on.
It's you. It's me. Oh, it's everyone. I got an unnatural 20.
With your investigation,
Yeah.
there is a bare rug in the other room that you sort of see through the crack of the door that is slightly sunken into the floor. It's not completely even, but you can also see that there's a ladder that leads upstairs. It seems to be another spare bedroom. But from what you can see, that bedroom that you're looking into where the bear rug is, there are books everywhere. It looks like this will be Eddard's room. And there's a bear rug that is slightly sunken in. That sunken in implies that it's covering something.
Mm.
Don't
I
you
see.
open that trap door.
I think to Eddard's question, I would respond with, what do you think it is, if you've been researching it so long?
Before I answer, insight
Yes.
for both of you.
Oh,
I
I got
got
a
an 18.
13.
13 and 18. He has the same look he had earlier. He seems to be just a kid, doesn't really know what he's doing, but he seems quite smart. He answers by saying, I'm not really sure. It's not anything I've really seen before. It It looks like a horse, but it's not quite one, whatever it is.
Made of leather.
Maybe. It makes that sound that it, as if it were. I don't really get too close. I don't like... It unnerves me, the sound.
Will it come tonight?
It's likely. It's come every night.
Good. Well, my friend loves horses, and he's going to find Dreylli.
Dreylli's just a couple of steps around in
Yeah.
the living room.
Turns around, he crouches down. He has his cup of hot cocoa, will sip it.
We've dropped something. Oops.
No, he just comes over, just crouches down in front of you, and he says, "It is some kind of horse. A horse that makes the sound of bent leather. Comes every night. What kind of animal is that?
Tried to trap this horse or anything? No one's tried to stop it?
No one goes outside at night.
Yeah, maybe because there might be a crap ton of undead out there.
Where?
What?
I don't know, within 6 miles.
I
Within our
can find
vicinity.
them.
Oh my.
I'm very good at finding them.
Well, keep it on your radar.
It is.
And-
Thank you.
Can I do a nature check to just, I don't know, see if there's any horse-like thing that can make that noise? I don't know.
Not in your knowledge. The closest thing that you guys
Yeah.
would have encountered that is sort of similar is like a nightmare, which is like a flaming horse,
Yeah.
but then it doesn't
Yeah.
really make that sound. It's more like chains or
Yeah.
flames, and that would be very obvious as
Burning.
well.
Very
Yeah.
obvious.
Without a check, this is nothing you've ever encountered before.
yeah,
Love that.
And it's not
So
one of your
to-
favorite enemies, which helps as well.
yeah.
That's
So
out
to
a lot of things.
Stormaxe, she's gonna go. They're sure it's a horse, or at the very least something animalistic.
That is what the boy said.
Edda, does it leave any tracks or anything like that?
I wish I could tell you that snows constantly here, so even if it did, it would be covered in a matter of moments. I dare not
We're
get too
going
close
to
to it.
find out in about an hour or two.
Yeah, where do you usually see it?
It marches straight through town, right through the middle, whatever it is. Cassia?
How architecturally, where we are now, where we're
Yeah.
situated, how feasible is it for me to?
To what? Sorry, I missed that last bit.
Oh, how feasible is it for me to sneak into that bedroom?
If you want to
from
make a
where we
stealth
are?
check, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll make a
Considering
stealth
that
check.
they are all talking
Yeah.
around in sort of a circle by the fire.
I'll just be like, I need to go to the bathroom. Whereabouts?
Just
Is
past.
that the...
And then
You look at us and you say, I'm just going
No,
to the
I'm
bathroom. We're
asking-
like, got it. And then we
I'm
just start
asking Elisa.
banging on stuff like, yes, I have
that's
a
exactly what I was gonna say.
No, I'm just. I'm
No, I'm
asking.
kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Elisa, with a shaky hand, sort of gesture, says, "You go out the back, and there's a little side shack just there."
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll try to, plump down and then
Absolutely,
sneak
make a stealth
around.
check. Yeah,
And to
And-
help
Blood.
stealth check, I
and
am
we-
going to
Sigmund.
just go. I'm sensing Ilmaida is talking through me. I am getting that something other strange things have been going. I'm going to walk around and make a whole show and dance to try and distract
Mm.
everyone. Well,
You-
Cassia
Yes.
goes to the
Deception check, please.
top. Oh
Sigmund.
hell yeah!
Oh, that's 24.
24.
Yeah.
22 distraction.
Damn!
Yeah.
Hey, you guys!
So I imagine you all have a little tell that Cassia's I'm actually gonna go
I
elsewhere.
was gonna say, we've done this before. We've
Yeah.
been at this already.
Um,
I will pray with you. Yes, let us pray to
Yes.
Dreylli, can you make a perception check for me? As from where you're seating, you can see a bit more.
High intelligence, mid-level wisdom. He's like, I hope it's not magic effects that you're feeling.
Well, I smell it.
25. Amazing.
Everyone's coming through.
So well. Sigmund, you start to put on this immediately this glow, and perhaps it's natural to you, being from the plane of fire and such. Exactly, all those symbols start to glow, and this warmth starts to radiate that Elisa starts to smile and lean forward and listen to you, as does everyone else around here, except Dreylli. Eddard is side-eyeing Cassia, where Cassia is going, and sees Cassia slip into their room.
What?
Now we have to communicate wordlessly.
But then looks back and actually Dreylli side eyes that and then meets your eyes and gives you a smile.
Oh.
That's creepy. I don't like the creepy boy.
Nice warm smile.
Dreylli's not gonna smile. She's been very like, what the fuck is going on? It's just going to kind of stare him down. And with
This
her
performance is going on. That's so funny.
with like her hands being like, you know, kind of putting them behind her back, just like staring him down, whether just not necessarily menacingly, but just like, I see you. I see what you did. I see you. And with her hand behind her back, she's going to kind of gesture for Panthy to kind of just move to the other side. Just like, you know, have him, you know, just like not prowl. What's the word I'm looking for?
Blink.
Make?
No, just kind of just
walk
calmly, I guess.
Pad over your pad.
It's that fancy cat walk that's, you know, like, I'm just here. Like, yeah, you see me kind of thing.
20, what was it, 24, 27 with perception?
24.
Yeah. Make an insight check.
Okay.
Ooh,
I just want Panthy kind of in between him and Cassia.
I know, but you need to make an insight check because you're making eyes with Eddard.
This is a random
Who is
question,
this guy?
But as Sigmund's going around being like, I feel it, Ilmaida's in the house. Is it possible for me to spot any like runes in the corners or anything like that?
Ooh, make an Arcana check.
Yeah.
What is this social combat thing?
21.
21. Now, Dreylli, what you find really interesting is as soon as you think, okay, Panthy, his eyes go straight to Panthy and straight back to you. He can clearly read your mind and is doing so right now.
I hate this
16.
so much.
So everything
I think-
you are thinking, and he looks at Stormaxe and he looks over at Cassia, he's very aware because you're thinking all these things and he's clearly reading all of your minds at once.
Awesome.
I think Shavir would like grab his hand and be like, "Pray with us. You aren't getting into this. We all need to pray together."
He says, "Not my sort of thing, thank you very much." And his eyes return to you, Dreylli.
Ilmaida will find you someday, child.
Mater is for all.
How many on the Arcana check?
16.
16. By the door is a glyph of warding. It's on the floor. It's like underneath the doormat, and it's very easy to miss because it almost looks like snow has been covered across it, and it clearly has some sort of rejection of magic on it. Yeah. But now that you've moved over here, you don't have that effect on you anymore.
Yep.
Now, Cassia, you actually slip in and close the door behind you. You are now in this room by yourself.
I want to look under the rug.
Okay,
See what's
you
under there.
instantly grab and move this rug out of the way. It is just a carved hole with a ladder that goes down. It's just an ice tunnel that just goes down and curves off.
Oh my.
And we never saw her again.
Splitting the party so soon.
Honestly, girl, you could, because with your movement, could get
You
back
just
to us
yeet.
in no
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Fly.
that's what I'm
I
thinking.
think it's great.
Pull that rug back over, and we'll see you
she
later.
She thinks she's been so stealthy. She has no idea that
That he's reading everyone's
seen
goddamn
or
mind.
perceived anything, and so I think she's gonna check it out at least tentatively.
Yeah.
Not go too far. If it goes on too far, she's not gonna.
Mhm.
But
It
just see what's going on.
Yeah, it make an investigation check. And while you're sort of poking your head down, you can already see that it's actually a very small tunnel that leads into a large dome that has so many more books than you originally saw. There's so many here. There's jars full of random things, a lot of them frozen. There's a variety of just strange things that you probably have seen before, but not in this context. In this icy sort of almost like laboratory in a way. It's got a desk. It's got all this like chemistry stuff. It's very strange.
This piece of shit is a
18.
lich.
18.
I hate it here.
Yeah.
This it's clearly got a lot of magic to do with it. There is a lot of magical books. You can just feel it around here. And
Authorized.
there's
Unauthorized.
yeah, there's magic happening here underneath the floorboards of this home.
Right. Incredible. I think, is there anything of particular sort of interest or anything that will...
You got an 18 with investigation.
Yes.
There is a sort of thick bound black leather journal that sits closed just off to the side of the desk that has a inkwell and such that is frozen over the top.
Huh. Is it small enough to fit in one of my pockets, or is it...
It's like a fairly normal sized journal, so it wouldn't fit in your pockets. It would fit in a bag,
Okay.
maybe.
Very well. I don't have a bag, I just have pockets. So, she'll flick through it a little bit and then return to make it seem like she's not being sus. And...
Make an
In the box.
Arcana check.
Okay.
You immediately inherit a curse.
Unnatural 20, actually.
You are just about to touch it, and then it glows red for a moment. You retract your hand. There's a glyph across this journal that that has sort of warned you almost. Your monk senses have preternaturally told you that this will hurt if you touch this or move it in any particular way.
Cool. I'll go back to the living room.
Great.
From the direction of the bathroom.
Yeah,
and do a
you
long
wait
way
a
around
reasonable
it.
amount of time, and then by the time Sigmund's sort of prayers have ended, is when you return back. Dreylli, you're still here, and you see Eddard sort of checks in, and as the door instantly opens, is when he checks it, and then he looks back at you, gives you that smile again.
You are such a smiling young boy. What in this godforsaken place makes you so happy?
I'm just happy to be here with my grandmother. Would you like some more tea, perhaps?
It was delicious.
It
I am
is very
tempted.
delicious, like a peppermint sort of tea. Very, very nice.
Where do you get this tea from all the way up here?
I import it from Waterdeep. It's quite a bit of money, but my family has a lot of money left over from... We have deep roots in this town, you see.
I see.
So
Wow,
I might
this
as well spend it
conversation
on
is
something
going
so
on.
lovely.
Exactly.
I'm just like, Dreylli's gesturing to Cassia, like, yep, come over here now.
I'll shimmy over to the end of the couch, so I'm now very not... Well, she's trying to be subtle, but... yeah.
Eddard makes his way back into the kitchen just around the corner for a brief moment.
Great.
Elisa sort of gives you a shaky smile and takes your hand, Sigmund, again. Even if you take your hand away, she sort of grabs it back again.
Oh my
You're
God.
so warm and lovely to the touch as she holds your hands close.
Are you cold? Terribly cold, Elise.
No, it's just... You are just very warm, and it's... I can feel it radiating off of you. It is good to have you here.
House is
Portal
warm. Why do you
spacing
need us to be
right now.
warm?
It is
Crazy.
just so cold outside. I could feel it when the door opened.
Oh yes, very chilly. Dreylli, you okay? You okay?
The horse should be here soon. We should go. Leave them for their evening.
Really?
Yes, we shouldn't hold them up any longer.
Yes. Oh, you
Yeah,
have been
that's-
so kind. Such gracious hosts you
Yes.
both have been. I wish you good luck, and I'll do control flames to just make the fireplace a bit
Nice.
brighter. Just to...
The
Blessings.
symbol of Ilmater in the fire.
In the back of the fireplace, it's just like
Oh,
burnt
thank you,
into it
thank
now.
you.
Honor stuff.
Eddard comes back
Sirius Black.
and hands and fills up his grandmother's tea with hot water, but doesn't offer to fill up any of yours, takes the water back and simply says, "Thank you so much for stopping by and for checking in. You know, it's really lovely to know that we have such heroic people around helping us. It's fantastic. Thank you."
If you ever
Glad
need
we
anything,
found you.
yes, we're very glad that you're all good and all safe. And if you ever need anything, we'll probably be in the inn.
Yes.
Well, thank you
Yeah.
again. Like I said, I'm perfectly fine, and best of luck on your hunt.
Thank you.
Can't. As we're leaving, can I drop Hunter's Mark on him?
Ooh, interesting.
Will that work?
I will coordinate with you this moment where we get outside the door and there's like a look at that glyph on the floor as we get out.
Got that
There's
on the
like
way out.
a deliberate turn to be like, okay, Dreylli, you can say goodbye now. And as you do that, I am going to cast Dispel Magic on the glyph of warding.
Interesting.
Nice! Teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolute. Queen bitch energy. I love it.
Let's go.
Okay, as you're doing it at the same time, a few things happen. So you both burn those spell slots. Since Glyph of Warding, I believe, is a 3rd level spell,
Yep,
it's a 3rd
and
level.
I cast Dispel Magic
which
at
instantly
3rd level.
which instantly gets rid of 3rd level and lower spells
Correct.
without a check. So it instantly you cast it and it dissipates. You see the glyph sort of shine once just for you, and then sort of dissipates into snow and melts into water. However, 2 seconds.
Oh no.
It's like a say goodbye, a
Um,
wave, and then just like that's the
There's this
somatic component.
incredible moment between Dreylli and Edda. Dreylli, as you begin to cast Hunter's Mark, which is just verbal. I imagine it's you saying goodbye or something like that as part of the
Yeah.
spell.
Bye. See you later.
Vidania.
See
He
you later.
he brings up his hand and he says goodbye, and your Hunter's Mark fails.
And okay, I counterspell that.
You can counterspell his counterspell. You will need to make a check though, because he's casting it at a higher level.
I'm casting it at 3rd level.
Yeah, okay. You'll need to make a check.
Una
Okay.
reverse. His
Oh,
Una
dude,
10
he's a
plus
fucking
spells
lich.
level, so you need to beat 15.
I need to beat a 15, and it is a using your spell casting ability,
Modifier, yep.
of which it is my intelligence. I'm at 15.
You what? Got a 15?
I got a
Yep.
15.
You counterspell his counterspell, and as you do so, his eyes flick between each of you. That's the first time that his smile actually drops, and he looks at you, Stormaxe, with these eyes that have this
they-
sort of dark hollowness sort of behind them as he does so. Almost like he ages a few years as he
Yeah.
looks at you, and then instantly pulls the smile back
Yeah.
as the Hunter's
Have a
Mark.
good night, Edda.
Dreylli, you can see this invisible sort of red mark, perhaps on the forehead or above, floating above the head, that sort of marks them as they do so. And to you as well, Torchlight.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you.
Slams the door in
Yeah.
front of each
Yep.
of you. Bang!
Okay, what the hell was that all about?
That's
He
what
reads
I'm
minds.
supposed
He
to
reads
do.
minds and he's scary.
He
Hey,
has a
we're
secret.
walking away first.
Yeah.
Just
No, I
Yeah.
was imagining that's just running like go.
He has a secret library under his bedroom
A
that is
secret.
full of books and odd objects and things, and he has a journal I tried to ordered and I didn't because I thought it would hurt.
more unauthorized
Are
magic.
you okay?
Kind of respect that, but okay.
It was a lot. He's clearly not a very nice person.
Yeah. The,
You seemed nice.
Mm,
He
Nice
made
Yeah.
people can
delicious
misuse magic. That's the
indeed.
point.
that's why you must be the magic overlord.
That's
yeah, we
why I
get it.
dispelled the magic he had there and stopped the other spell he was doing.
We were while doing spells?
He was
Yes.
doing magic?
Yes, you tried to intercept Dreylli's mark.
Oh, you marked.
Yeah.
Did you mark?
I marked him because when Cassia left, he's reading minds.
He
I
noticed.
sent he noticed you. Well,
Hmm.
either he noticed or he read your mind, knowing where you were gonna go. I moved Panthy so that, if we needed intercept, we could have it. He looked at me, looked at Panthy, looked back at me with the, the whole creepy knowing eyes thing, like, haha, you think you're being sneaky, but you're not, because I know what you're thinking.
I don't
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Damn.
Gosh.
Good
It's so much cooler
people
when we're doing that.
misusing magic.
Yeah. Well, we don't know if any of them are good people in a sense, but I don't like how he dismissed his grandmother. I don't.
There
No.
was something off about him, definitely.
There's
So that-
also
that-
undead in me.
There's undead? Wait, what? Whoa. Let's get back a second. There's undead where?
Somewhere
So-
within
somewhere in
a
the general
mile to
vicinity.
6 miles.
Within 6 months,
Within 6
Oh.
miles.
there's a
so that's
not
graveyard
much.
in town.
There's
That's
not much
true.
else outside of
Thing.
this town. That doesn't
mean-
bode well.
That's
Do you
kind of
have-
cool, but upsetting.
Cool. Have you
It
dealt
is
with
pretty
these
cool,
monsters
actually.
before? Ugh.
I mean, it sounds
It will
pretty
make
metal,
for a fantastic
okay?
ballad, but other than
Okay.
that, no. I will not have that.
Fine. Like, I'm not saying deal with it. I'm just saying the Yeah. Okay.
Thank goodness we have a cleric of Hilmeta. That will
Yes.
be very
100%.
valuable.
Their horse will be arriving soon.
As
Oh, true.
the sun begins to set and our characters begin their stakeout, we are going to take a short 5-minute break,
Okay, cool.
quick little bathroom break, and we'll be back to unravel more of the mystery
Oh my
soon.
god.
So,
Hell
listen to the music, and we'll see you in just a moment. See you in a second.
Yes.
And welcome back. A little short rest in and out of game. So, we're going to directly continue. As time flies by, our characters get a short rest to recover any spell slots or anything that they have with a short rest. And the sun sets. Now, during this time, after a while, the lights are eventually not kept. They're not taken care of anymore. And they eventually go out. Now, who has dark vision?
Cool.
I do
think
not
I do.
believe I do.
I do not. Which is why we're called Torchlight, as I will light a torch.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Where's
yes, you're
that-
fine.
where
Oh,
is that
you have-
said?
It will be on the left-hand side of your own
Sure.
computer in senses. So passive perception, investigation, insight, and then
Oh,
should
yes,
say
I
dark
do.
vision 60.
Mhm. Yes, dark vision 60. Mhm.
Right.
What I will do is, so his maul is like the huge head, and then on the end is this really gnarly spike. And probably what they usually do is you cast light on the end of his maul, Cassia.
Yeah, I have light. I think it's a
It's an
cantrip
Aasimar
Yeah.
the
thing.
Yeah, light's a
Yeah.
cantrip that you can place on an object.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, place it on the hammer. You are allowed.
The one spell I have.
Yeah, well, technically it's like not actually a spell, so it's probably the one thing you can do without needing permission.
Yeah, it's just a sort of something that
racial
emanates from her.
trait,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, she puts it on top.
Do
Lovely.
we all want to be together for this stakeout? Since
Yes.
We've already.
So, yeah,
Yes.
that's a great point, is that you can place yourself around town.
Mm-hmm.
Just swap us over this as well.
I'm not saying so. Talking as Dreylli, I'm not saying we necessarily need to be on the four corners, but maybe being in one group might not be the best or best situation. If
Yeah.
people with dark vision can be spread out, we can still see without the light, and the others can be with the light and kind of maybe throw people off if we
I will
jump into
do
things?
rounds of the town to cast light that you can use to see better, because I know
Oh.
that you cannot fully see in the dark. But if I am moving around with the light,
That works.
Mhm.
It'll help us to see where you are,
yes.
Yeah, and
which
if
is
there's an
helpful.
Yeah.
issue for us, we can create flames and stuff. Just do a quick little produce flame, get rid of it. We can
I think I will
signal.
put myself on top of the meeting house. I will camp out on top, and they said it goes straight through the town, right? So it should pass right by me when it
Mhm.
walks through the
Hopefully.
town. And then I don't know where anyone else wants to be, but that's where I will be on top of the roof.
Sigmund, do you have the light cantrip?
I've got produce flame.
Okay, cool. Which you can only do in your own hand, I believe. Is that right?
I think.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
touch-based one.
Got
Mhm.
it.
But you can set things on fire with
Yeah.
it, right?
It was more
Yeah.
my idea would be if you had light, I could have one light on the end, one light on the other, and you can change the color of it as a cantrip, and that's how you would signal to him what's going on. But because you don't have light, that is totally fine. We will find a different way.
Yeah, I'll just walk
We
around in the
we
dark
can use-
until, and then if I ignite it, that means
Yeah.
something's happened.
I think you can also take produce flame and you can actually project it
different
somewhere. So like if
colours?
you have it, you
Yeah.
could toss it up if it's
Yeah, so
Yeah.
more of a flare for
yeah, exactly.
and for you, Dreylli.
Sure,
I
I kind of
think-
want to
Oh, what do you have in mind?
I kind of want to be on top of one of the higher buildings.
Got
That
it.
way I can have an aerial view, and it would also, if anything kind of came up on you guys, I would be able to just notch one and let it fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine you have like feathers and accoutrement and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So if
Yeah.
you need to signal him, tie a feather to an arrow and shoot it
Also,
near him.
Yeah,
Yeah. Perfect.
Into the ground. It's
right before
Totally.
you step.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And oh my god, I just forgot your
Cassia,
name.
we were going to say
Cassia.
something?
I can fly and my wings glow. So that
Yeah,
might be
we
a good
don't
thing.
want it to be a very obvious scene, because
Well-
you just need to let me know so that he can be like, woo, and you'll all...
Would you want us to go together in that case?
No,
then...
because you have light on the end of my thing that you can change
Yes.
the color of.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
If I
so
can
that
change the
keeps
color
you-
of it,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
yeah.
You can be like red, and I'll be like, it's go time.
yeah, I'm here. That makes sense.
Shavir, do you have message?
I do.
Cool.
But also I
and you can
totally
use
just
message.
want to use my guitar though.
Do
You
it.
cast it through your guitar.
Yeah.
Hard.
Yeah. Yeah, the message is the song.
Perfect.
Place-
Signals are set up.
Place yourselves amongst town
Oh, that's
where you would
right.
like to be. I have a map here
Oh.
and the
I'm
locations
on
of
this
everything.
roof.
So
I'm
The roof
there.
of the inn.
I'll probably
You're gonna be.
go like here, maybe in the north. Yeah, that
I'll
makes the
take.
most sense.
I'll take the top of this.
Nice.
What is this number 2
Who's-
building? The medicine
who's-
house.
I was gonna say, who's taking Creepy McCreepface's entrance?
To be clear, each space here is actually would actually be more
10
like
times that?
30 feet actually.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Is
but that is
creepy
my
McCreepface
general
4?
route.
Sorry.
Which
Yeah.
house is Elisa's house?
It's
Five.
number 5.
5.
There's
Oh, okay.
there's a thing at the top left actually of the map that tells you
little
what everything
legend.
is.
Well, then Dreylli would probably be able to see it pretty well.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes.
thinking.
Yeah.
Posting
Creepy
there.
house, creepy house.
Creepy house.
But that's my route that I'm gonna follow, unless people
Awesome.
want me to take a different
Right.
route.
Everybody make a perception check. As time passes by, you all sort of rug down on top of these snow-covered. The snow starts to actually, the clouds sort of pick themselves up and go above your head now. And as it starts to get darker, you saw the moon brilliant and full for a moment, but now snow starts to fall, and it's much darker and much colder now. Staying out here very long might be a bad idea, but let's see. Starting with
Drop below 50.
starting with Sigmund, how was your
10.
perception? 10. Do you have dark vision?
Yes.
It's really fucking cold here. The snow is beautiful, though. There's a few like white rabbits that actually make their way pretty close to you to sort of bathe in your natural warmth and sort of just snuggle into the snow next to you. Otherwise, you don't see anything from this direction. Cassia.
I got 15.
15.
Yes.
Very similar, except you sort of see people getting up and stretching inside the nearby homes and eventually making their way to sleep and slowly winding their way down. You see some people make their way past you and get back into their house. Some of them a bit more hurriedly than others, which is a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Dreylli.
26.
26.
Amazing.
As soon as it hits its darkest point, a cloaked figure emerges from Elisa's house. I'm just using this token to show them. This is not what they look like, but they are tall, about 6 foot, full black cloak that completely makes them stand out, except it's quite dark. And they start trudging through the snow and making their way, looks like towards the inn, from what you can tell from this
And
distance.
it doesn't have my hunter's mark on him.
It does have your hunter's mark on them, yes. You can tell that this is your quarry.
Okay.
Shavir and Stormaxe.
19.
19?
20.
20? The two of you start to see it before you hear it. There's these large figures coming out of the darkness, almost in like a formation, riding side by side. It looks like figures on top of a horse that are making their way towards you. But it's only when they get sort of just towards the edge of town you actually see what they are. They are the same being. It is a horse with a human's torso in the middle of it that is attached to it. But what is more interesting is that this is not a fleshy construct. This thing appears to be made of leather that is stitched around itself in this horrid formation. Little patches of leather all across them into the horse as well.
Zombie centaur.
You would have... Dreylli would be able to tell you if it was undead. This thing is not undead.
Mm.
Sounds
It
gross.
looks more like a someone riding a
Monster?
horse, but they're connected to it. They have no lower torso. They're just
Ew.
connected to the horse. And you hear that strange stretching of leather as their bodies start to move, and they ride this horse slowly up towards where you guys are. They don't seem to go faster. They don't seem to, make any acknowledgements of you whatsoever. They seem to just slowly make their way up towards town.
So what direction are they coming? Oh, they're down there. Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Straight towards town. So we'd be east.
In that
Oh.
case, I just want to get near them. If
Yeah.
they're not looking at me, if they don't seem aggressive towards me, he's going to get as close as possible without spooking them, just to
Yeah.
be like, what is this?
Dreylli, you can see that the figure is slowly making their way towards the center of town. Just trudging their way through the snow, making their way through. You approach, they sort of sidle off into these like formation, almost like they're making their way through town in a strange way, like they've might have done so before.
Kind of stretch the sound out.
It seems like it, yes. And as they make their way close towards you, there's no eyes. It's just completely made of leather. It looks like, humanoid stitched together, airtight in a weird way.
Yeah.
And it sort of flops back and forth as the horse, it doesn't have like horseshoes. It has hardened leather that is part of it as it clomps through. That's why it's so quiet through the snow.
Is it some kind of is it like a construct? What kind of being is this? Is it magic? Can I dispel it?
Oh.
I will let you make an Arcana check to see if it's magic. To see what kind of creature type it is a bit more difficult.
Yeah, if it is Fey Fiend or undead, it things.
It's none of those things.
Got it. And I'm making an Arcana check.
Dreylli, at this point, you can actually also see these things making their way through. You don't get a clear sense from the distance of what they are, but you can see the figures. And Shavir, you can see it very clearly.
I am on top of the roof.
So I would have told the group about the hunter's mark and I don't know if it's Eddard or what it is, but I have a mark on him, so I would have told you guys that during the short rest. So I'm gonna actually just send a little note that says HMT, so hunter's mark target, and I'm gonna send it across to Shavir, and just send it with an arrow to be on the move kind of thing.
Yep.
It's very elegant, just stretched up into the sky. Just disappears into the darkness. Shavir, you're sort of sitting there and just right between your legs as you're sort of getting your instrument out and tuning it. Arrow straight there.
You almost hit my Satyr. I cannot believe the irresponsibility of this. Unwraps the note, reads it, and then sends message to each of the other four, relaying that, and also there are creepy monstrosity things coming in from town. So y'all know now.
Yeah.
Nice.
So my 16, I believe 16 Arcana.
Yep. This thing, the only thing that's magical about it is the stitching that keeps it together. If you were to dispel it, it might just fall apart at the seams, literally. The rest of it is not. It's just normal leather. But it seems something has grafted the leather together to sort of give it life. You sense necromancy in a way, but they're not undead.
When the message comes through saying the hunter's marked target is on the move, it responds with these things are made of leather. It is the thread that necromantically binds them to movement.
I think you're thinking of sending. You don't get a reply with message. Sorry.
In message you do. It's just one though. It's a whispered reply.
I'm reading it and it doesn't say that you get one. You're thinking of sending. Yeah, it's the cantrip. I don't have the good one. You're thinking of sending.
X to doubt, but okay.
As you're communicating with each other, Dreylli,
you can reply in a whisper.
Yeah.
Your mark makes their way to the center of town. As Sigmund, you see a cloaked figure behind the corner of your eyes. You shiver and turn around. You see a cloaked figure wisping their way through to the center of town from behind you. It seems like they're turning away from you, though, towards the inn.
Whereabouts are they?
You see them, Shavir. They're pretty much almost directly below you as they're about to pass by.
Can I read this asshole's mind now?
You can certainly try.
What's the range on that, though?
Detect thoughts is...
It's like 30 feet.
You'd be too
And
far.
you're at the top of this
It
building.
doesn't... Yeah, within 30 feet. That's
Yeah,
why
you're
I'm
too far.
You'd have to joyously or whatever jump down and be like, "Hey, mate."
Hello.
Hi, mate. Or actually, you could play Misty
he gets
Step
close
to a
enough-
closer building.
Yeah, if he gets close enough to the thing, I might.
Make a stealth check.
Oh no.
So you're going to be
I'm not
stepping
up
into
here.
this thing as soon as they get here, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to start darting in these little alleyways and make my way around to
Very quickly.
here. Yes.
I will use my loot to cast invisibility because I can do that.
Okay.
And also, I've rolled a 19.
You step up. Now, I believe... Actually, no, it doesn't even matter. You step up and you start to try to read this thing's thoughts. It looks straight at you and just keeps walking. Even while you're invisible, looks straight at you. quick glance, keeps moving.
He waves. It's creepy as shit. And then like backs away into the shadows.
Sigmund, what would you like to do?
Yeah, we'll start making his way up towards where he saw the dark, shadowy person go. So he'll end up around there.
Yeah, certainly. Cassia, you sort of see this figure now as well. Dreylli, would you like to move across any of these rooftops and make your way through?
Yes, I would. If possible, I'd like to stick to the rooftops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just see if I can hop, skip, and a jump over
You have
to here.
you have such a high dexterity that's not even a problem. You don't even need to make a check. You and Cassia can easily do this. And by the time you all reach that point, the cloaked figure is sort of just 60 feet behind you, Stormaxe, and that's when you sort of become alert to their presence behind you, making their way through their cloak, billowing in the wind that's picked up as they head towards these figures.
I guess if I see this person, I would just be like, "Hail! I was not told anyone would be out tonight."
You get no response. The only response you get is they lift their finger. It's like a leather gloved finger, and this little tip, this little tiny bright ball begins to glow in front of their finger on top of it.
Can I tell what that is?
Without
It's unauthorized magic, but what is it?
Without an Arcana check,
fine.
it is a fireball. Because it begins as a small glow and then it explodes when it hits
Hello?
the spot.
We run?
So he hasn't sent it.
Hasn't sent it, is gliding
yeah.
towards you through the snow, crunching through, holding this little fireball for a moment.
And he doesn't respond, which is annoying.
Yeah, you can't see any of their body. It's mostly covered in dark leathers.
Yeah.
And, well, it appears like leather, I should say.
Yeah. I would like to understand what is going on.
They step closer within 30 feet. They still have this fireball.
Yeah. He's making no aggressive motions. He's just standing there.
Yeah. They approach right up next to you and just step around you, making their way
Can
a
I
bit
see
further.
them now that they're like up at me?
No, it's completely dark behind the cloak.
As in, like, they are a being of shadow?
No,
Because
but
I
it's
have
just-
light emanating from
You
my
have
hand,
okay.
which
Actually,
would
yes.
go
Sorry, if you
Yeah.
if
into
you
them.
have light, absolutely. It is the first thing you see is a golden helmet underneath that
Oh.
seems to have sort of a vertical, very conquistador look, and a
Okay.
thick, huge mustache on just a skeleton's face that just makes its way past you. And as it steps next to you, it just shoots this fireball that detonates, explodes, and as it hits all of these creatures all at once, catches them close together, they actually start to bubble and build up with this pressure, and then they explode into fire and disappear, disintegrate, and burn into nothingness.
Is he looking at me or whoever this figure is?
He is standing directly next to you. His hand is outstretched, and then they are bringing it back.
This expression has not quite been seen by anyone. People can kind of see him with the light and stuff. It's like raw, agonizing fury. Like his eyebrows are so furrowed and he's just like furious, like teeth at bared at this display of magic that just occurred in front of him, beside him, without any authorization at all. But he like holds it because this is important, but he's like shaking with rage at this. And he just says, "Why?"
Simply sort of turns and cocks their head towards you.
He's like pure white eyes, just tension in his face.
And basically no expression. It's a skeleton, from what you can tell. There's nothing that it could say or express.
Is it actually undead?
Oh, it's a living skeleton, clearly. There's no flesh anywhere on its bone. But there is that mustache, which is quite strange, actually.
Yeah.
And as it looks towards you, it simply says, My word. Never would have expected this group, to appear in my town. Good lord. The trouble you've caused already.
Who are you?
Forgive me, my manners escape me as I do not know who is an agent and who is not. Elias Eldon, at your service. He gives this big bow. I imagine all of you sort of group up at this point.
Shavir's kind of creeped out by this and is still lurking in the shadows. He's not making friends with this guy. He's like, I'm a
agent of what?
Dastardly creature. This Sniiblee character. These things are their creation.
And you are not?
No. As a matter of fact, I oppose them quite every night. Make sure these things don't get further into town.
Who is Sniiblee?
You are Eddard.
No.
Not Elias.
I take on the visage of Eddard. My name is Elias. I am the founder of this town. Pleasure is mine.
Oh, nice to meet you. I guess.
Hearing that, Shavir moves up and is like, how have you survived this long?
He hasn't.
I mean, does that look like a... No offense, of course.
None taken, of course. It was my own decision. He takes off his hood to reveal just a skeleton's head with the spine connected. And he has this conquistador-like helmet and this thick mustache still attached to his skeletal frame.
The mustache is impressive, though.
Thank you. It takes a lot of magic to keep it up. I rather liked it, so I thought I would keep it.
A good choice.
Yeah. Stormaxe, it's fine.
Stormaxe, you say the magic is there to help people. This is obviously helping the town.
So you lied to us.
You must understand, I cannot give my poor great-great-great-great-grandmother a heart attack.
Of course. That would be terrible. Who is Sniiblee?
Yeah.
I haven't answered the question.
A small little creature that has been given far too much power than they should have. He gestures off towards this large stone mountain that is just off towards the north. He says, I was once an archaeologist, and I built my hometown, my base here, which eventually turned into Eldon, to explore the ruins up there in the mountains.
See.
Did you know that this entire place, thousands of years ago, was actually underwater?
Really?
Incredible, isn't it?
And now it's frozen over, I imagine.
You would be surprised what stayed up here those thousands of years.
It's very beautiful. I was admiring it on our way in.
Yes. It is quite gorgeous, isn't it? They've done such wonders to the town. And
You're trying to find in the mountain.
Tried to find. I do a lot of studies on immortality, if you couldn't tell already. There's a link between different creatures and their types of immortality, and I did the experiment for lichdom, and here I am.
See.
From what I understand, that comes at quite the cost, however.
Oh yes, but nothing should get in the way of science, if you ask me. Discovery is what it is all about, and besides, if I can help people by somehow finding this secret without this great cost, it is worth the exploration. Archaeology doesn't stop with the ruins.
No, it doesn't.
So
Is Alyssa a lich too?
Oh no, she is my great-great-great-great-grandma.
How is she still alive?
Well, that is a good question. I wish I could tell you.
It's the tea, isn't it? I knew it.
It might be the tea. It could be the tea.
You know,
Antioxidants, they do wonderful things.
There
She's
are-
really lovely.
She is lovely. This is why I have explored these links, is why she is still alive, why a lot of the people extend their lifespan here in town. And yet I am disconnected with my immortality right now, and I still live, somehow. This is the studies that I'm interested in. What makes a god immortal? What makes a celestial immortal? What makes a devil always come back to life when they die here? These little links. And as fault of my own, Sniiblee has stumbled across some of these studies.
You studied the hot spring?
The hot spring is a normal, natural geyser. No, what the secret is lies in there.
It seems as though this Sniiblee is causing much havoc for the town. What do you propose we do about it? Since we're here, and since, as you say, we've a little bit of trouble, the least we can do is at least leave and do some good while we're here.
Well, if you would like to do so, Sniiblee has been amassing these creatures for a long time, and is in these horses, things, whatever they are, go around and take shoes, leather armor, these things, and take them back to Sniiblee's home to create more of these things. It is, yes, quite strange, quite disturbing. If I might make a request of you, is that you truly get to the bottom of this, because I do not believe for a second that such a small creature could be behind all of this.
It has very little to do with power. He holds up a ring.
Small creatures can do quite amazing things.
Yes. Archaeology lives on. Don't you worry.
Always.
I would recommend you stop using magic in this town.
Oh my boy, if I were to stop using magic, I would lose this glorious mustache, you must understand.
It would be a shame
do.
to lose it.
Well, perhaps we could cut down on it by not needing to blow up
There
all
are
these
more
horses if we take care of
mundane
Sniiblee.
ways to maintain it.
Allow me to put it this way. Stormaxe, I believe it is. I would need to use less magic if these creatures stopped harassing my town.
It is why we are going to solve the problem. Stop using magic and we will remove Sniiblee.
I will severely limit my use of magic.
If it is merely the mustache, it can continue.
Done deal, then it is. He takes off this glove, and just the skeletal hand reaches out for a handshake.
He looks at it, he tenses his hand up, and he just says, a verbal confirmation will be enough.
Yes.
I will take the hand.
It is cold, dead, and almost gives you a spark as you sort of touch it with the magic that pulses through it. Almost infectious.
Interesting.
Quite something, is it not? Fascinating stuff. I've been writing about it for many years.
You'll have to let me write a ballad about your story once we are done with this Sniiblee. It sounds like a most enrapturing tale. I collect stories.
It is quite a story, but I think this town has enough stories in itself, in its people. My time is past.
I would obviously not make your town obvious in my story, because I would not want to damage it or anything.
Oh, how kind of you. If that is all, if I can be of any assistance, please let me know. But my magical prowess is not what it used to be.
Good.
I see.
Whoa.
And he's
Well-
going to turn and walk away.
Dreylli has been perched up on on this building over here, and she's had an arrow notched this entire time as everyone's talking down below, and she just shoots it at his foot, like like right in front, kind of like how she did with Shavir with the message, and just kind of shoots an arrow like right in front of him before he moves, and just kind of shouts, "You know, if you want to make friends, don't fucking read minds next time. Creep."
He
Good
doesn't
point.
move. Even as the arrow pierces down, it's like he was expecting it the whole time. Or he's so confident that it doesn't even faze him. He just gives a
He's a
laugh
lich.
and just says, "My apologies, but I thought you were from Sniiblee. It is a fault of mine. I will make all well when this is all over."
Well, point us in the direction, good sir, and we'll be on our way.
Mountain. And he's like walking up the
See,
hill out of
it's just
town.
like yeeting.
The little bit of light just...
Amazing. Okay. You guys make your way through the darkness of the night and head your way towards the mountain. Is there any preparation or discussion as you make your way through?
It was lovely.
Yeah. Sigmund's like opened up their bag and like got a book like Clerics for Dummies or something and trying to figure out like whether this is okay with the gods or not. This entire interaction, I'm like, am I allowed to just be
Oh,
chill
now
with
you're a
lich?
cleric.
What
Stormax
next?
comes over and closes the book.
Oh, no, you didn't see
Undead
the book,
is
it's fine.
always bad.
And Dead's bad. Yeah, well, I know that
Always.
because Elnada was telling me that, of course.
Yes.
We've got to
Undead bad.
work on y'all's trustability here.
Yes,
What do you mean?
I
He
think that's a
was
conversation for
nice.
the morning, perhaps.
He was
Yeah.
misusing
And I might need to
magic.
be drunk.
Yes.
But that can be arranged. Okay, let's let's get up this mountain. Are we getting up this mountain?
I think,
Yes.
like, as much as Stormax was leaving town, I think a few, like, minutes after he has time to, like, really cool down, he would come back into town because we need to buy, like, potions and equipment before going. He's
True
just,
that.
like, he
He, like,
needed
stormed
to
out.
literally walk away and
He's
calm down.
Stormaxed out.
Yes, he did.
I will say that earlier in the day you happened to
Just
buy
for-
these
yeah,
things.
the next
from this...
morning we grab everything and head
Yeah,
out.
awesome. Next morning, great. It's a lot safer to go at daytime because it's a lot warmer as well.
Yes.
You go into
Yep.
Odeep's general store, which has this strange, like, shelves full of all these random things that you could... It has a crossbow for what you need, Shavir, some bolts for you. What's especially weird is there's a tree stump in the middle of the shop that has this big iron bar that's been wrapped around it, and it still has like a lot of extra parts in it. And would any of you haggle at all with Odeep? Now,
Absolutely.
Odeep is a tiny, like,
Boy.
3-foot grung, like red with black dots all over
Dude.
them. Grung is like a frog person. They're very small.
Oh, yeah.
And whenever you guys haggle with him, he sort of grumbles in himself, brings out his big, like, frog throat thing, and actually goes over the bar, grabs it, and, like, wrenches it out of anger and bends it more around. Comes back all calm and goes, "Yeah, all right, I'll give you that price," and stuff like that. And after buying all the necessary things that you need, you head out.
Probably just get, like, a potion of greater heal.
You can afford it, absolutely. Everyone can have a potion of greater healing.
Lovely.
Okay.
You can afford anything that you need. You've been adventuring for so long.
Expensive.
I feel like the only other thing that I would recommend for everybody that is not myself and Shavir is a potion of cold resistance. Because it's cold.
Absolutely. The Owlin comes in, like, delivers them as like an order, gives them to all of you,
Nice.
and the Grung hands them out to you, gives them to you,
Thank you.
Incredible.
talks briefly, huffs up, bends the bar around the stump a little bit more, comes back nice and calm. Seems to do it every
Yeah.
couple of minutes or so.
Yeah, I
Right.
think
Awesome.
Stormax really likes it. It's like, yeah, no magic, raw strength.
You guys purchase everything you require. Now, as you're making your way there, I'll get Dreylli to make a nature check with... no, it's just a normal.
It is with disadvantage if we're in the tundra.
Yes, you're right. No, yes. So it is advantage. Do it with advantage,
Just quickly,
please.
that was a long rest, right? I can have some spells back because I was using
Yes,
them.
I'll
yeah,
say it's a
sure.
long rest. You can all have a long rest. So click the long rest button, get all your
Lovely.
spells back.
18.
Woohoo! Because I was just like, spells, they're fun, right? No one tells Stormaxe.
No, you're allowed to use spells. You just have to run
Up
it
to
by
us.
me first.
Absolutely not. I'm not
No.
casting spells, I'm playing my Citan.
I
outta
caught you
here.
casting prestidigitation, though.
Literally.
How
literally
was-
caught.
How is the
Completely.
nature check?
24.
24. There are every sign that there should be a dragon nearby, but you have seen no sign. Recently, you
Huh.
should have seen it within the time that you've been walking. There's scratch marks. There is, certain parts of the snow that have been so pressed down that they're permanently down. Ice areas that have been scratched by large claws. Trees have been knocked over. Big branches have been gnawed on.
It's big, like, icy pillars where, like, the breath has come down and, like, hardened up into, like, a...
Yes, but there's no dragon nearby that you can see. And as you're making your way through, you immediately, as you're going around to a sort of a more natural area off the beaten path, you immediately stop, get down on your knees, and like pick up some dirt underneath the snow and sort of feel it in your fingers. And then press your hand down fully into the dirt. Motion to everybody, and you all make your way around the corner where you see this sight.
Oh, gosh. Oh, Lord.
Oh no.
So,
Oh my
Oh.
god.
you guys are
Oh.
down on the bottom right corner. There are three
Yeah.
large yetis that are
Woo.
picking at these bodies of hunters and taking what it looks like they're stripping the leather armor off of them,
Oof.
actually. And they are themselves covered in this sort of leather patched armor that appears to be stitched together and are sort of making their way through, picking up their weapons. Very large creatures. What would you like to do?
Perhaps we
And
should
we
go
have to go
out.
through this area, right?
You can choose to sneak
Yeah.
around them, or you can choose to, I don't know, make a distraction. You don't have to
Yeah.
fight them.
Wait, what is that? Oh my god, what is that?
What's
Hey,
what?
Dreylli, you got Pass Without Trace.
I still didn't
Oh,
take
down
that
the
one.
bottom right?
That's fine.
Yeah.
That is a polar bear that is sort of grazing in the side.
Oh, lovely.
That's just an aminal.
Yep.
It's just an
Baby.
aminal.
Seems to look up,
Baby.
acknowledge all your presence, and go back to whatever it's doing.
Love it.
Beautiful.
Just
child.
kind of above game. We're
Mm.
gonna talk about this giant skeleton in the middle of the map.
yeah, I noticed that.
Why?
Yeah.
Why would we talk about that?
I don't know. It just jumped at me.
Seems
Um,
fine. Nothing weird there. No, not
Because
at
it's
all.
like about giant sized, isn't it? So it would be some kind of frost.
It's bigger. It's huge.
Yeah.
Delicious.
You guys are so small that you don't really notice it.
We don't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said
Right.
above game. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Amazing.
weird white hills.
Yeah, we'll try
Um,
to sneak around because
think
if
so.
we stick, I'll ping the little thing. If we stick up here,
Hmm.
it means that we still have the higher ground if they do spot us,
Yeah.
Yes.
and we can like bonk them on the head and stuff. Or
If
If
at
they
least I can.
choose to bonk us first. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
If it starts
I'm-
looking bad, I can always conjure animals to kind of make that distraction for us,
Yeah.
mid run or
Okay.
whatever.
I
You can
am
do that
not
now.
sneaky.
Use that spell slot to give everybody advantage on your stealth checks, if you'd like to.
Let's
I
do
describe.
that. Then. Yeah.
I just realized I shouldn't be describing these creatures because the tundra is your favorite terrain, so you would know all of the kind of wintry animals and shit like that. So
You say
Um,
that.
I just want to be helpful.
No,
Stormaxe
it's
does
more
it
helpful when
anyway.
other people explain it. 'Cause I'm like, oh, it's that one.
Stealth check.
Oh
Stealth.
god, a stealth check at disadvantage. Let's go, babies.
Oh, your stupid heavy armor with your.
It's not
if-
even heavy
you're-
armor, bro.
If you're burning a slot for conjure animals to make sort of a rustling away to distract the yetis, you can cancel that and make it a normal roll.
Normal
But everybody
roll.
else will get advantage. If you're wearing heavy armor, you get disadvantage on stealth checks.
Yeah, it's just medium armor. It's just scale mail, you know.
Oh, just 26.
26.
as well.
26, 26.
Wow. 17.
17.
11?
Ah, man, 16.
Wait, did you say you got 11?
Yeah,
I rolled an 11.
I would like to
Wait a second, wait a
I would
second.
like to give you a bardic inspiration to
Oh.
like
How much is that?
unfuck that
it's
up.
an extra D12.
Yeah.
At your level.
D12.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're welcome.
I lied. I forgot to take advantage. 27. There we go.
27. Bloody hell.
when I went from an 8 to a 17 roll.
Jesus.
And then I bumped up using Bardic Inspiration to a 17.
17. All of you move
Blink,
freely up
blink.
through the snow. I will get... Dreylli, this is your favored terrain.
Yep.
Anyone who wants to can make a nature check. But Dreylli, you have advantage. This is your favorite terrain.
Intelligent.
This is dumb as hell.
Does
All
this
of-
have to do with Fey Fiends or Undead?
I know nothing.
No.
This is not an inn. This
Oh,
is not a
thank
stage.
you.
I know nothing.
Oh, 21.
25.
No.
6.
Ooh.
I'm not usually good at that.
I would also like to at this point use my Saturn to cast Fog
You
Cloud.
strumming an instrument?
Yeah. I don't actually have to strum it to cast it.
I would
I
say
can-
wait until they possibly see us.
No. The whole point of this is that they won't it's obscuring where we're going.
Hmm.
So I'm
Ah,
casting
true.
fog
Is it
clouds.
windy
So-
I can't see.
here?
So
Is it windy?
basically, what that's going to do in this case is on your next and final stealth check, we'll give everybody advantage again.
Okay, cool.
So for now, anyone who got a 20 or above can definitely see that the commoners here are actually pierced out of spears that are like coming out of the ground, and they are like a light blue color. Some of them, and one of them is actually orange, like a spike that goes up underneath them. Who got the highest roll?
Really?
25.
Dreylli, those spikes come from a living creature that is simply lying in wait underneath the snow.
Oh shit.
Hell yeah.
Guys.
You don't
Yeah.
need to tell us. We're not
Yeah.
engaging.
I've
You
got
just
Yeah, I'm not.
know.
Tell it later.
We've been around each other for a while, so I feel like we have some like hand signals or whatever, and whatever it is, yeah, it's like Dreylli's like,
No.
All
Big
right,
no.
let's go.
So I feel like knowing
Something.
Dreylli, it's like a
yeah,
we're just like
lick some dirt, but
me, look at me down there. No, not good. We go. We go. We're just like
Around.
sure.
All of you
Around.
make another stealth check with advantage because the fog cloud is going to obscure you as you make your way through.
Nice.
Flat stuff.
29.
Good lord.
24.
Not 20.
Oh my god.
We're just like
Let's go.
Soul?
18.
18, perfect. All of you make your way past their passive perception, making your way through as a group. And as you're making your way past and up out of this complete encounter, you see one of the Yetis start to grab one of the bodies and hoist it up off the spike, and then just boom, this huge blue and orange, like almost looks like a giant caterpillar, just wraps all of them around and crushes their bodies inside of itself, and starts to
What's those
consume them.
motherfuckers called again? A remorse.
Remora's makes its way
They're so scary.
and actually starts to consume the Yetis like alive one by one as you leave this area. The polar bear flees
with
instantly
Dark.
I want
as
to
you
I
make
want-
your way out of here.
Another one of those.
One of you guys has to drag Dreylli away because this is the closest she's ever been to this creature, and she just wants to get closer. Like she's
Yeah.
at the, she's trying to go to the edge.
That
Please.
We can read it in a book. Come on.
You can see that the creature's orange spikes are glowing hot like a furnace, and they sort of glow through. And when it opens its mouth, heat and little ash particles like a furnace come out of it, and it starts to melt the
that's
snow
wicked.
around it. It melts and devours and cooks the meat as it eats these yetis one by one.
That's
love
so cool. We need to get the fuck out of here.
I've encountered
Why-
them before with the herd. They are not pleasant.
They don't look. Let's go.
Just go.
No.
So you guys make your way up, climbing through this place, this section, all the way up, piece by piece, until you reach a landing that is just a simple, straight, curved pathway up into what looks like a castle, but it's made of ice. It seems to be very well carved out, almost magically, and sort of sits inside of the mountain. You see its front sort of out through there. Everyone make another perception check, please, because this is a very hard thing to spot. I'm looking for above a DC 25.
Nat 1, Nat 1, Nat 1, Nat 1.
Not one!
27.
27.
Oh, yes.
17.
Really,
I'm gonna,
really MVP right now.
I'm gonna lock
Cassia's like,
reroll
wow, that's
that.
pretty.
I'm amazed.
It's so
Wait,
beautiful.
which
Fucking
times?
Stormaxe like, that was carved by magic!
Go back. Calm
No.
down. Calm down.
Uh,
The world is amazing.
The two of you are so bedazzled by this huge icy castle that it's incredible what you see.
Cassia gets
The-
sunlight, right?
The other two are too busy being concerned as you look out across, as you step up and look down above this sort of valley down below you that's covered in snow. There is just those leather creatures everywhere. There is a huge amount of them, probably 200, 300 approximately, all in a very tight, even formation. And all different kinds of things. Some of them actually have blades on either sides of their arms, built for war. Now, Dreylli, you see a small head poke out from the very top of the there's like a little balcony, sort of like Lord Farquaad hours of like looking
My
out
God.
across everything. Except this thing is so small that it is down below the thing. You can only see what it's wearing on its head, and it's this old boot that is just placed perfectly upon their head that seems to move around, and you hear this just across this and echoes through the cavern of a
Just
language
mark
you
this
don't
one.
understand.
I think I found Sniiblee, guys.
Wait.
How far away is it?
We all just snipe him.
As I say,
Like hundreds
20,
of feet, like thousands of feet,
How-
way too
I was
far.
gonna say, how many hundreds of feet? Because
I would say it's up the castle. You're past the valley, nearly like 2,500 feet distance.
Got it.
Wow.
Also, they have
I
full
use
cover.
distance spell.
Come on,
The air is thin up here. I'm feeling pretty.
Yeah.
Hey.
it is quite thin up here now.
Yeah.
Would you like to say anything to each other or continue moving?
You said you see him.
I think
Yeah.
if we get closer, I can do something about this.
What?
What?
Let's get closer.
Yeah, let's not fuck
If
with
it
that,
involves magic,
no,
I would like
around.
to know.
To
It
be
doesn't
clear,
yet. Don't worry
to
about
be
that.
clear, this looks out over the valley, so it's like a sheer drop on that side. You're going around to sort of the
Yeah.
front of the castle,
Mm.
so you wouldn't approach from that angle.
Um,
Go ahead.
avalanches are dangerous at this time of year, no?
The
He looks
dangerous
over. All times
of
all
year.
times of the year.
The risk at hitting Eldom is probably too great.
Damn.
And the catastrophic effects that would have all the way down to 10
Yeah.
towns is absolutely not worth it.
It's fine. They've encountered worse before, right?
I
There's
don't
so
think
much
they have.
collateral damage.
Yeah.
No.
They are difficult to control.
Imagine
and
what would happen
always
to that
deadly.
lovely hot spring.
Do you want my god to smite you? Because that's how you get smited.
That's
Smitted?
True.
Yeah,
smitten.
that's how you fucking get smitted. Yep.
Ill-mates is the god
Smitten,
of
smit,
suffering,
smitten.
endurance.
I think if we just get, if we get close enough, we could punt this dude over.
I
Like,
can get
and
rid
he
of
would
all
die,
of his
like,
minions.
What
I
do you
think.
mean?
Never in my
Just
life
not
have I
ours?
had the threat of one of my villains being punted off of a cliff, but there's a first time for everything.
You need to find his sewing machine of necromancy.
That sounds like an
Yes.
awesome band. But anywho,
It does.
write that one
You
down.
Write a song about it.
I will.
Yes.
We get
You-
moving
Sewing
around.
machine.
yeah, you make your way up,
Right.
keeping trudging on through the
thousands of miles
snow.
away.
Hundreds of those things down to the left of you,
Mm.
and as you approach the castle, there's nobody at the front. There's no guards. There's no order. It seems like everything's like,
in the
being organized down there. So no guards at the front of this beautiful ice castle that has this beautiful ice moat that leads into it, perfectly carved and not slippery at all to move across as well.
I think he'll stop and be like, one of you, tell me which one should use detect magic before we go in.
I don't.
I will save my magic. It is silly to waste it, right? It would be
Yes,
irresponsible.
yes, which is why I am responsible for you and your use of that magic.
Yes, of course.
I don't like your tone. Sigmund, if you'd like to cast detect magic.
Sure. And Sigmund will do that.
Absolutely. This castle has a magical feel, but isn't inherently magical itself, if that makes sense. It has been carved out by magic perfectly, but is ice. And it's so cold up here that it keeps its shape as well. But you have detect magic on for the next 10 minutes as you make your way through. And I imagine all of you step
Let me
inside.
start hooking because we only got 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
Go, go, go.
You all step your way inside.
We go.
The way I was so tempted to just cast fire and just you.
Great.
You
Eat
make
and
your
punt.
way inside. The first thing you see as you sort of turn the corner into this place. Hang on, I actually have some much more appropriate music for this. And as you step inside, it is like Fortress of Solitude sort of levels of. You just hear the clinking and chiming of crystal ice around here. And as you're making your way through, you all see it at the same time. There are these batches of like... They look like fish eggs, almost. And they are encased in ice on each of these sections. Bigger clumps in like the top corners and such. Some of them appear to have not thawed, but been chiseled open. Some of them are cracked and such. But
Wave
they...
Dreylli over to the nearest one. What are these?
Look, I'd like to tell you, I'm not 100% sure. Can
Um,
I do a check for it, or would
let
I
me-
have come across it before?
double check. They are
Can
they are not one of your favorite enemies, but you can make a nature check.
Nice.
Let's go for it.
Just a normal one.
Yeah.
Does it help if I hit one with a crowbar?
You don't?
Not
Thanks.
yet.
things
What?
until we know what they are.
The crowbar.
Could be little baby
specifically.
dynamite.
Crowbar
we don't
returns.
know.
I think
Return
it's
of the
frozen.
Crowbar is my favorite sequel.
Sigmund, these
That
things...
was a natural one.
A natural
Ooh.
one.
A nat one.
These are eggs of the gods. Gods are birthed out of these things. And you're not sure why gods lay eggs, but like this is some fucked up shit right here, and why it's here, you have no idea. Sigmund,
egg.
these things give off little bits of divination magic inside of them.
If he is ready to hit one with a crowbar,
So,
To everyone,
do I swing?
go ahead.
Yes? No?
wait,
what are we
what
doing?
are they, Dreylli?
Dreylli, what the hell are these?
they're eggs. They're god eggs, and
Mm.
just gods come from them. I mean,
Uh,
you've never seen a god egg
Turn
before?
to look at Sigmund. Maybe
I'm-
this is your specialty instead.
Would you like to
I'm
make?
at least 80% sure
I'm
that my
offended
blood is
then.
not
I
coming
just
from an
thought it
egg,
was a
but
god egg.
Can you make a
Yeah,
religion check, Sigmund, please?
yes, please.
Yeah.
To be like,
Can I
wait,
do-
what? Did they? Maybe I got this wrong the whole time.
Can we insight?
Dreylli's just
To
No,
know
no,
she
we
doesn't know
trust in
shit?
Dreylli.
How much? A
Now we
19?
trust Sigmund.
19, yeah.
Oh, this is like Dreylli's probably
really
huffed
good.
something, or like
It
you
was
know,
tea.
gods
Yeah,
don't come from eggs. Whatever Dreylli just said, they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, Sigmund will go over and pat Dreylli on the shoulder and be like, no, but good try. Good try. Ilmater is not an Eggman. I meant, well, no.
Technically,
They-
biologically.
Let's change the subject. They've got divination magic in them.
Hey, what?
Divination
Oh,
magic?
So they may
Magic?
be able to tell if you're gonna whack them with a crowbar beforehand.
Hey,
I don't know how it
Stormaxe,
works.
how do you feel about the magic?
I think.
Do we?
Do they look like eyes?
Kind of. They look like fish eggs, which sort of look like eyes, and they have little sort of tadpole-like things inside them that are frozen.
Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll touch it. I'll try and put my hands over it.
Spell
You
magic.
can either try and use dark psychometry because it's on things I touch.
Will that
But
do?
it gives me the edgy version. It doesn't give me the truth. It's always just in darker states. These.
Remind me what that does.
Certainly. This may not even work, but it is my thought. One moment.
Yeah.
Dark psychometry. Supernatural talent for discerning the secrets surrounding mysterious relics or places touched by evil. Whenever you make an intelligence check to recall information about the sinister or tragic history of an object you are touching, or your current location, you have advantage, and at the DM's discretion, a suitably high roll might cause your character to experience brief visions of the past connected to the object or
I'll
location.
give you a single roll without advantage because it's technically not an object.
Got it.
Technically, it's a
Mhm.
living thing. So you get
Bonk.
one roll.
You taste it. Tastes like
It's a
evil.
27.
Fuck. As soon as you touch these things, you sort of begin to cast your mind back into what you might be your memories, but after a moment clearly aren't. You are this sort of unborn egg frozen, watching, except you're not frozen. You're awash in the sea. It is high up. You are cast into this cave as such a small baby. And then whoosh, hundreds of years later, you're frozen in this huge ice age.
Yeah.
The ice melts, but you're still stuck there for God knows how long, thousands of years maybe. This egg, whatever it may be, is from thousands of years ago, and still has this remnant of how do I say this? It has this. It's like it's constantly dreaming. The egg is constantly
Okay.
dreaming, and it's thinking of something. And when it's you feel it sort of see you in a moment, and as it does so, there's this warmth that sort of goes through you as you connect with it in this moment.
He takes his hands off. No crowbar. Do you remember when he frowns? Elias said that this place was once underwater. This is from that time.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Stormaxe. Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. As you connect with this thing, you actually gain inspiration.
Ooh!
As it looks into you, it grants you this strange power. You get inspiration.
You're gonna need it.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking need it. Yeah, this is 1,000-year-old life. Do not hit it. Clearly, someone's trying to get to it. That it is Sniiblee. He is looking for immortality.
See.
It's still alive after all this time.
Yes,
Clearly.
dreaming.
Leave it alone.
Yes, let's find
Okay,
Sniiblee.
I put
You need to get rid of
Crowbar
him.
back.
Yes,
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And then Dreylli, we can take some of these and you can cultivate them.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Cool.
Not the
Cool.
magic god eggs.
Yes.
They're not
a
god
god
eggs.
Absolutely the
eggs.
magic god eggs. That's so cool.
Out of character, I have a sneaking suspicion that these are aboleth children, which is my fear because they're like thousands of year old horrible demon creatures, but I don't know.
Nature versus nurture. Give
What could possibly
give
go
some
wrong?
time with
A tale as
Dreylli.
old as
We'll be
time.
fine.
It's like, this is my pet Panthy and my pet aboleth.
Nyet, nyet, nyet.
No, it's a little more. Yeah.
As you step forward into this castle, the first scene you see is this immobilized on a pedestal, what looks like a lifelike yeti and a big minotaur skeleton next to each other.
Oh, they dead as hell?
Dead?
They appear to be dead, but as soon as you step forward into the room, the two of them sort of begin to animate and start to turn towards you and say,
They step off the pedestal.
no, they
Oh.
stay on the pedestal. The Yeti
Yeah,
simply sort of turns towards you like almost robotic and says, "Who trespasses here?" in common.
Slams his hammer into the ice, like just rips it off, hits the ground, and he just says, Uva Ox, who's asking?
The Yeti simply responds, "Uva Ox, then you shall be challenged to enter this ancient kingdom. You must answer our riddle, or you cannot pass any further." The Minotaur then begins to talk and says, and simply says, "One of us always tells the truth, and one of us always lies." Let me finish. This says,
Okay, David Bowie.
one of us always lies. And then the Yeti actually turns towards the Minotaur skeleton and says, "Dude, serious, no, it's both of us tell the truth. That's how it goes." The Minotaur turns to him and says, "No, it's not. One of us tells the truth, one of us lies. We've been through this before. We've done this already." And he says, No, that's not how this works. Both of us tell the truth, and then we tell them the answer is you." And he says, "No, that's not. It's not how this
The
fucking
answer
works.
is
Talk to us."
him.
The two of them are talking
Can we
amongst
break
each
off
other.
while they're
right now.
doing
Yeah, I
this?
feel like we should sneak off. Yeah, like
You guys can sneak right on through as they start
No,
like
wow.
almost coming to
I point
blows
the one that
between.
says the answer is you, and he says the answer is him.
where the rest of us have already left. That's
they sort of turn
really
towards you, and the
awful.
Minotaur says, "Yeah, the answer's me." And the Yeti says, "No, the fucking answer is me. We've been through this." And they're starting to like talk amongst each other about who's
The
actually.
answer is there is no true answer.
No, that both of them say no at the same time, then turn back to each other.
I see.
And you
He
guys.
puts his hammer up and starts following, and he's like, "Perhaps it should be a question." It's good.
And all of you just make your way past as these two statues start to argue about the riddle that they were actually given and what the answer actually is. And you pass further into this area.
Strange sense of deja vu.
There are times when harmless magic is okay.
I will let you know at this point that I do have the Dungeon Delver feat. So
Yeah, perfect. I was going
yeah.
to say, with your Dungeon Delver feat and your passive perception, you instantly know that there is a poison dart trap, like, right here, that
He'll
will
be like,
go off.
stop and like throw like I don't know a fucking rock onto it or something
Yeah.
to set it off.
Yeah,
And just be like,
bounces off, you just hear the as all these poison darts scatter across the ground.
Actually, now that we're talking about backgrounds, I'm gonna use my archaeologist background feature.
Ah.
When you enter a ruin or dungeon, you can correctly ascertain its original purpose and
Yep.
determine its builders, whether those were like dwarves, elves, humans, yuan-ti, or some other race.
Yeah.
In addition, you can determine the monetary value of art objects more than a century old, but I'm not doing that.
Sigmund,
Money?
I'll get you to make an Arcana check while I answer this. So basically, just tells you who built this, right? Straight up, you don't have to make a
Like
check.
the purpose of it and who built it. Yes.
The purpose was to find the secret of immortality, and it was built by a lich.
Got it.
Ooh.
Elias.
Like another one? Another.
No, just
It was
Elias.
built by a lich. Sigmund,
Yep.
how was your
It's
Arcana
truly
check?
Yeah.
fascinating.
I'm
3.
telling y'all, he
This
sucks.
place is really beautiful.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And those
Oh,
poison
yeah.
darts
Middle as
could
hell.
be magic, who knows?
Who knows? Let's go.
Let's go.
Is this our formation that we're keeping? So Shavir is
I
first.
guess.
Oh. Ooh.
I feel like after like demonstrating the
Yeah.
trap, I feel like no one would want to go in front, right?
Yeah, amazing. Does
I'm
anyone
always
Yeah,
at the
nah,
front.
you.
does anyone have
He's the
any
bodyguard.
active
Where
magic?
am I? Oh.
No.
Other than detect magic.
Yeah, I've got detect magic.
Your detect magic fails as you step over this cliff of warding that has dispel magic cast onto it.
Yep.
Very similar to what you've experienced previously. Your dispel magic.
Oh,
sorry.
it's like Elias
Sorry, no.
built this
You have
castle.
detect magic. You would see it. You don't even need to make a
Yes.
check actually. So you step around it. Your detect magic is still up. That is my mistake. Yeah, you just see it and you're like, huh, all right. Nobody else seems to see this, and you just step around it. Clearly, your god has made you see this thing.
Yeah, totally.
That in particular.
You all step around the corner to see this huge open space where it has this pool just underneath
Swimming
it.
pool?
That no, it's actually frozen over, and
Aw, nice swimming pool.
in the middle of it there are 4 ice little nymph-like creatures that have really long noses.
Methods.
That I will make aware for you. These 4 that are just here, sort of looking around. They're observing. There's this sheet of ice. Dreylli, without a check, this sheet of ice is magic. Also, you can see the Sigmund is magical in its creation. Underneath it, there is this red, dark liquid that seems to continuously be flowing backwards and forwards. Dreylli, this is dragon blood underneath here that creates this ritual circle that seems to still be here. The methods are sort of picking at the ice and sort of seeing if they can get it to move, trying to rock the whole thing, but it doesn't seem to be working. They're sort of just playing around.
As a Fey being,
Yes.
would I be able to know what their kind of motivation, what their shtick is?
I don't
They're not
think
Fey.
a method is
They're
Fey.
elementals.
Are they not?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're elementals, yeah.
Yeah, they're elementals. They're not Fey.
They're little ice
They
They
elementals.
might be acting like it, but they are
Yeah.
elementals. The pure just frost of this area has just created them, made them live.
There's a very quick way to ascertain motive. Hey,
Ask them.
As
Hello.
you shout it
What is
across
the elemental speech?
Hello, friend.
primordial.
primordial.
What
Yeah,
are you
primordial.
I see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
speak celestial.
as you make your
Get outta
way across and start to call out to these creatures, they also turn, look at you. Some of them don't even.
Primordial as well.
One of them looks and just goes, ugh, and starts to like bash at the ice again. The other 2 sort of look over and a bit sort of cautious about you, and one steps forward and simply says in primordial, it's sort of this, it sounds like someone flicking a wine glass. It's so clear, the sound that it makes, but it translates to simply like, what are you? And it sort of looks at each of you one by one.
I would like to cast tongues so I can understand what they're saying.
Certainly, you cast tongues.
Components of tongues.
The components of
It's a little
tongues.
clay thing.
Or is
Yeah.
it like verbal and somatic? Because if I can hear you chanting and moving, we're going to have a problem.
It's
Oh my
verbal. I'm just speak to me.
I use my reaction with Mage Slayer.
Oh my
Slam the hammer into.
Okay.
Sigmund, is there something you... Oh, sorry, Cassie, you can also understand it as well.
Mm.
Go ahead.
We're just a group of friends passing through. How are you doing?
I'm so bored. I'm so
Oh,
bored.
Yeah. How long have you been up in here?
Looks at the others, looks back at you and says, the concept of time is meaningless to us.
Mm,
Hey.
Same though.
Hey,
yeah.
a threat.
I mean, elves. You know.
How can we help?
I think they're bored.
Can you melt
No.
this? And they're sort of like shaking at the ice. As you make your way closer, who's... you guys are still there now, never mind, you're fine.
Yeah.
just ask you if you can melt this.
What is that underneath it?
You gesturing
just
to the
whisper.
pool.
Yeah.
Make a perception check, Sigmund.
Cool.
I don't think we should. In
I
common.
want you to melt the ice so they can play in the water. It seems
16.
fine enough.
What was it, sorry?
That's not water.
16.
16. You see, as soon as you look down, this huge, long monstrosity frozen in the ice just underneath where you
Whoa.
are.
Mm.
That just is solid.
Oh my.
Those of you
Oh,
familiar with these, I
God.
believe.
Yes. Like, yes. God.
I believe this technically classes a monstrosity, doesn't it?
It's an aberration.
Aberration. That's not one of your favorite enemies, but you've probably heard the stories of.
It might, you could probably get. Sorry, this is so rude. You
It's
could
fine.
mark off one of her, passively get her to do primeval awareness because aberration's on that list.
Yes. I will also mention you sense undead here as well.
Again. Fucking
You
Again.
also sense a sliver of a dragon, but it's not quite right. There's something about it that's not quite right.
And Faye.
And Faye.
Hey!
Sorry, that's primeval awareness skill.
Triggering.
I'll point it out to the rest, to everyone.
Mm.
That thing.
I don't think we should
Oh.
melt that.
Yeah, nah.
Probably not.
Sorry,
Stay away
friends.
from the ice.
But
Do they
that
know
thing
what
scares
it
me.
is?
Why not? We don't want any of that stuff. We just want this thing. And they sort of gesture towards this middle section where there's a lighter blue. There's like that dragon blood ritual symbol.
Can I deduce what this ritual would be? It is blood stuff.
Dragon blood. I will say Dreylli
As I was
and actually everyone make an Arcana check. Everybody make
Okay.
an Arcana check. I think all of you are skilled enough to figure out what this is.
I do magic.
14.
I
And
know
it's like
things.
dragon based, right?
It's yeah,
Fae Fiend or Undead.
21, not bad.
nice.
14.
Nice.
14,
11.
19.
19. If you
10.
10. If you got 18, if you got below 18, it's clearly something crazy. Whatever. If it's
Magic.
using dragon blood, that's really hard to get.
Mm.
And
That's bad.
also, that dragon blood is running hot still. You can see it. It would almost be steaming and melting through the ice, but it's being perfectly
Magic ice.
held through this magical means. 18 and above, dragons are often referred to as having this gift towards their immortality, their long life. And drinking their blood, much like drinking unicorns, can bring this sort of thing. So this is some sort of attempt at a ritual for immortality that is still here and still maintained. It appears to still be active now.
Would it be unwise to stop it?
Yeah.
It is covered in this magical sheet of ice that it appears these elementals can't even get through. So how you would get
it's
through it might
almost
be
been shut down.
Pretty much.
Because dispel magic would
dormant.
go through it. Wouldn't it? 'Cause,
Dispel
like,
magic,
it's a target.
if the ice is magical, it'd probably hit that first before it hits
Yeah.
the ritual circle itself.
I think he I don't like
This isn't doing anything. Yeah.
This is some kind of immortality ritual. This whole place is built around the concept. We need to find Sniiblee.
We need to get rid of him before we can do any of these awful rituals.
Yes. These aren't all
I'm a little-
his.
You
No.
hear Shavir with your 21 passive perception, Dungeon Delver. You hear this little flopping of what sounds like wet flippers on tiles. Flop, 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 and then it stops.
What direction?
Northeast from From
They're,
this
like, up
particular
there.
section, yes.
Okay. There is something flopping around over there. I don't think we want to go that way.
Flopping.
Oh,
Yes,
that might
it
be.
sounds wet.
That
Where
doesn't sound good.
Sniiblee is.
Sniiblee is not wet. I don't think we should go that way. I think we should go the other way.
Can
Hmm?
since I got a look at him or like a sense of him, can I cast locate creature?
Ooh.
Ooh, actually,
Smart,
yes.
smart.
Yes, you can
Yeah.
cast locate
Big
creature.
brain.
That's very, very good.
Well, because it says you sense the direction of the creature's location. So since we don't know if that sounds him or not, we can
Yeah. That an action to cast?
Yes.
Amazing. This creature with the boot on its head that you saw earlier is northeast.
Ooh.
Directly
I hate that.
behind
You do
that
wanna go
wall.
that way.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh dear.
We
There's a
do.
tense hand that comes up near your face, Dreylli, when you cast that. He's like,
I did a good thing. I did a good thing. I did a good thing.
She
and
found
then he
him.
just walks. Oh.
He's just getting so mad about all this.
He's like, ooh, that's 2 spells now. People need to be taught why I'm in charge of it.
Sorry.
Let's go
Let's
slowly
go.
then, I guess.
Yeah.
As you
I'm on
reach
shoulder.
this point, you two,
Mhm.
you see
He
this.
would like hug the wall.
You see this boot, like this boot head, like point its way out from behind the corner. And these big fishy fingers, like slap their way around the corner, and this small fish creature, it looks like, with its eyes on both sides of its head, sort of trying its best to turn its head fully to get a good look at you. Like, only 4 foot, like slightly taller than the grung, tiny little creature.
Hello.
Has a look at you.
Punt it.
Is that Sniiblee? Is that
You,
Sniiblee?
as soon as you get a look at it, Dreylli, you are like, that's the one that I saw. It's got the same boot on its head
Get
and
him.
everything.
Get
Is that him?
go.
I Eldritch
let's
Blast
go.
immediately.
You okay? Roll initiative, everybody.
Oh my
Yeah.
22.
Ooh.
12.
Where's mine?
That fucking blows. I get advantage on initiative and roll 2 twice.
Ooh.
That's awful.
That is-
Dreylli's a 24.
Jesus.
So good.
Rolling on things that I don't need.
I just want to Eldritch Blast.
So we got Dreylli at 24. Who's below 24?
22.
Cassia.
12.
Anyone higher than
Mhm.
12?
And
No. Okay,
Yeah, 10.
interesting.
Wow.
In that case, we'll do it like this.
Sniiblee's actually a lich, guys. We're so bad.
And so then 12 was Sigmund,
Yeah, and then 2 for Stormaxe.
10 for Shavir, and last is Stormaxe.
I want to
Okay.
get my Eldritch Blast.
Let's go then, shall we?
Let's go.
All right, first up, Dreylli.
No.
I knew it. Not fair. He's around this corner, right?
He has full cover. Yes,
Okay.
which gives him extra
no
AC,
hunter's mark.
basically.
Yeah.
Full cover can't be targeted directly by an attack or a spell, so you have to move.
Yeah. But to get that close.
Send Panthy.
Panthy is emotional support animal.
Yes.
Even there, you can't hit him. You'd have to get like.
can-
Nah, yeah, I was doing that same thing.
Oh,
He can emotionally
You'd
support
be-
you
have to
by
be about
murdering
there.
Sniiblee.
to be able to shoot at him.
And how far is
40
That's
feet.
right out of my range.
Yeah, and you're
I'm
actually
only here.
Unless you go to there, maybe, or like
Uh,
that.
You know,
For everybody who's not Dreylli, this is difficult terrain. This ice, it's slippery.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
The one
That's
around it
not
is
me.
fine.
yeah, because it's part of your favored terrain.
Yeah.
Let's go. So I could do.
You can just
I
like
have a
run to here.
suggestion. If you would like to hold your action to attack, we could get Cassia with her 8,000 feet of movement to literally
Zoom
get
out.
behind and just
Pull it.
shove him out into the open.
Mm-hmm.
You could do
That's
4
like-
shoves. Just
Yeah, exactly. I
think
have 55 feet. I don't think I can quite get there from where I am now.
You can bonus action step of the wind to double your movement.
Okay, well we'll do that.
I'm gonna hold mine then
Mhm.
until that happens, so that it can come out a little bit more. Because I'm concerned about coming here as well, and perhaps maybe hitting one of the Fae. I don't want to encourage them to get into this
Methods.
fight. So, or Fae, excuse me.
Yeah.
So I'm
Incredible.
gonna hold my turn.
Hold your turn? Yeah, sure. Cassia, you're up next.
So I'll move 55 feet.
Yeah.
20, 30, 40, 55. I think that like gets me there.
Huge. Yeah, absolutely.
And did you say it's a bonus action to get
Yes,
another?
bonus action. It's a key point, I believe,
Okay.
to do step of the wind.
Great. I'm gonna take your word for that.
Yeah, step of the wind is a key
Um,
point.
Okay, awesome. I'll come around, and I want to. Is it possible for me to like try to push him 10 feet forward so he sort of comes out
A
into
push, I believe, is 5
The
feet.
shove action.
Is
You'd
what?
have to do both of your attacks, do shove, and you can get him 10 feet.
Yeah.
If you
Okay.
succeed.
I'll try then to do
Okay.
that since I get 2 as part of my action if my first one succeeds. Yeah. Okay.
It's athletics versus their athletics or acrobatics.
So
Basically,
I
like
make
a-
an athletics check.
You make athletics, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Unfortunate as it is strength based.
That's alright.
Character.
I'm not too bad at strength.
Yeah.
Uh,
17 on my first
you beat
one.
it. It gets a 16 on the first one. You shove it
Awesome.
Nice.
5
Mhm.
feet this direction.
Okay, cool.
Um,
And
Close that
then-
gap and do it.
I'll move to him again and try to hit him again.
Yeah.
Okay.
To mush him 5 feet.
And the minute he's inside, Dreylli, you got it.
Nat
Yeah.
20.
Yeah, I was going to say you had to beat a
Yeah.
5. With a natural 20, you push them diagonally perfectly, and they
Yeah.
flop just onto
Mhm.
their face, prone.
Yeah.
oh my god.
I'm gonna say go next to him. I have so much movement left to just go there.
Yeah.
You haven't been treating the townspeople nice.
It's
And that's it.
in the blink of an
Then-
eye, Cassia just shoves with a huge amount of force, and it just and flops onto the ground, sort of slides a little bit along the ice out into the clear opening.
Then Dreylli, you get to attack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you get to make it.
Unfortunately, at disadvantage because he is prone.
Yes, since he's prone, it's ranged attack disadvantage.
He's like, I
Yeah.
didn't mean to take cover, but thank you for that.
Sorry.
The jag.
It means he can't get much further away from you next turn, though.
Yeah, true.
And you get advantage
That's
if
right.
you attack him
Got
as
a
well.
choice. Yeah, if you get
Attack
up
from
close.
melee.
Yeah, I was just trying to see. I don't really have anything. I'd rather just try my
Yeah.
chance at disadvantage.
shot.
I mean, unless it's the
Yeah.
nat one.
And you don't.
Uh, 18 to hit.
Absolutely, easily hits this creature.
Yeah! Kill him!
And since I'm using my my fancy magical arrows, I
Mhm.
get my +6.
You
dice.
do.
It's 6d6? That's crazy.
It's so good. Yeah.
Wait, 66.
No, that was a joke. I'm
I
so
was
sorry.
gonna say, don't
I'm
do
so
that to
sorry.
me. I was
I'm
like,
so
I finally had
I
I'll
it.
never
thought you were
make a
being
joke
legit
again.
too.
I
don't know about
Actually would
shit.
simply allow you to do that.
But it is 11 damage.
Damn.
It's good.
11.
11 for the first one.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go again.
Okay.
Get into it.
Oh my god, a 15 and a 17, so it'll be a 27 to hit.
You hit. You guys are, like I said,
Baby.
exceptionally talented adventurers. You've been here before.
The plus 12 helps.
We face worse
Uh,
than Fishman.
And it'll be 14 damage for that one.
14.
Nice.
The fish man just flops down, the boot still stuck to their head, sort of actually, as you're sort of approaching Cassia, it actually like takes the boot off of its head and like holds it and protects it, tries to like covetously take care of it, and it just boom, boom, gets shot twice in the back and gives out this little blurble as it does so and turns away, trying to keep away from all of you.
Oh.
At this point,
That'll.
at this point there is a rumbling as Sniiblee gives out this little gurgle that sort of echoes and reverberates around the area, and you hear it. Especially you, Dreylli, you feel it pick up. The presence is there. You hear the roar, and you hear smashing and
Oh no.
and crashing its way through. Now its speed is... Yeah.
I don't want it to come here.
Thing just really just scream. Dragon!
This
Oh shit.
this huge dragon
Thing.
makes its way clawing through and passing through. It squeezes its way through this temple. But as soon as it unveils itself and you see it, Dreylli, you see why it's unnatural. This thing is made of that stitched leather. It's not a real dragon. It is just covered in leather. There's no eyes. But even as it opens its mouth, this sort of purple flame sort of erupts from it. You're all outside of its range. It used all of its movement, so this turn it just unveils itself and it roars. So, actually, dragon fear is a thing as well.
Yeah.
Here we go, baby. Okay, so
Can't scare me. I'm too
frightful
stupid
presence.
to know what
Every
fear
one of
is.
you needs to make a wisdom saving throw. I believe some of you have advantage on this check.
I do.
I do. I believe
Is this a spell or magical effect?
No, it is
No.
not. It is
That's
just its
unfortunate.
presence. Like it just
Oh.
being there is terrifying.
My ability is called Hardened Soul.
Hmm.
Hell yeah.
14.
Because it's a
I'm going to
favorite
use luck.
enemy wouldn't.
No, that doesn't come into play with this.
Okay.
Okay,
I will
so advantage.
definitely use luck. 13 is
Oh my
better,
God.
but I think I need to use a Bardic Inspiration dice.
The DC is
But
19.
Cannot
Gosh.
give yourself a Bardic Inspiration
19.
die.
Yeah,
as
you
a
can't.
19
your
succeed?
turn.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah. So you don't spend that. You're on 13. You need to get 19 to
I got
resist.
19.
If
12.
you get under 19, you are frightened of this dragon.
Alright.
You
Fair
can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. The frightened condition basically means if you
Oh.
attack someone within line of sight with it, you have disadvantage. You cannot willingly move towards it as well.
I can use count. No, I have to.
You have to do that on
my
your turn as well. Yeah, I'm afraid
Yeah.
you are frightened. Remember, you can re-roll the save. It lasts for a minute, so 10 rounds. You
Yeah.
can re-roll the save at the end of each of your turns. You can still
Yeah,
attack.
yeah.
You can still stand still, but you'll have disadvantage when you
Yeah.
do attacks.
The
and such.
only person who could have, like, monks have that ability where if you're frightened, you just take a turn to be like, no, I'm not.
I'm
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, breathe.
I
Um,
love that ability.
Sniiblee is next. They're going to spend their turn. Spend their turn standing up. Cassia, you can get attack of opportunity as it just runs. Sniiblee just runs
Attack of
from you.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As they leave your 5-foot range, you get an attack.
If you hit it, you should try Stunning Strike.
Am I
Well,
allowed to?
Yeah, it's a special thing that as long as you land a hit, you spend a key point to stun
and
it.
he's yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got 23 to hit.
You easily hit this creature.
So,
Okay.
If you want to know, its armor class is 13. It's not wearing any armor.
Okay.
fantastic.
And so stunning strike stuns it instead of damage?
No, you deal damage and then
Okay.
spend a key point on top of it. If you want.
Done.
That's just if you don't want it getting away from you.
I don't want him getting away. I want to focus. I deal him 13 damage
13 damage.
if I can.
So it makes a con
Absolutely. So they'll make a con save.
save. What's your DC, Cassia?
My DC. Good question. I think it's
It's
how do I
under
check that?
key points, I believe. I believe it's 17.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
DC 17.
It's going to save. It succeeds.
Ooh.
You strike it. This is a humanoid, but it's not quite. You strike it in the back of the neck, very Star Trek style, to try and paralyze it, but it just hits fishy flesh and just sort of
Ew.
ripples through the body.
Oh,
Yeah,
you are
slime sort of.
disgusting.
Holds its shoe. So it actually gets to move. In that case. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah. Flees from you towards this huge stitched dragon. Then it is Sigmund. Your turn.
To run up to Dreylli and Stormaxe, try and be in between them.
Are you frightened by the dragon?
I am.
You can
but
only
I'm
get
running
to...
technically away from them.
True. All right. Since it's not in your line of
I wanna
sight, you
get-
can get here and then you can move there because technically that's away from it. I'll allow it.
Cool. So I can get there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Awesome. Tried to. Anywho, and then I'm going to use the sorcery. Use 5 sorcery points to cast holy
That's a lot of
weapon
points.
on both Dreylli's bow
Bow, yeah.
and Stormaxe's
Oh,
massive weapon.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mum you when you get close. Stay away from the dragon, bro.
Step in, creating the symbol of flame of your god above you and just wreathing them in. Yeah, it's close enough to holy light, right?
Do you use Ilmater symbology in your spells?
Probably an adaptation of it, like trying to do it,
Because
but
it's
not
like
exactly.
it's bindings around hands, which would be so cool to have like fiery binds on our wrists and stuff, and then it like imbue into our weapon. Would be
Hell yeah.
They're more like just like lines of fire rather than
yeah,
chains.
yeah,
but
yeah. Very cool.
Awesome.
2d8 on top of our stuff, right?
Yes. And then I'll
Yeah.
re-roll the saving throw.
Yep.
Sorry, can you say that one more time? I lost it.
So you get 2d8 extra
On
damage
top of your
now.
usual weapon.
Damn.
Yeah.
I
It's-
love you so much.
Yeah, well,
You need to get 19 to save. This thing
get 13.
is, if it was a dragon, it'd be easier to deal with. But whatever this thing is, that's just stitched leather,
Horrific.
is disgusting, and you want nothing to do with this.
The second they
Thing
stop
is
casting, they're just like
gross,
hiding behind
Mom.
Stormaxe and
Shavir, your
Yes,
turn.
you can cast.
So we have reduced movement when frightened?
No, you can't move
No.
towards the dragon at all.
Oh, okay.
And you
can
have
only move away
disadvantage
from
on
it.
all ability checks and attacks.
Alright,
While
I
it's
will
within your
go.
line of sight, yeah.
Yes.
That's away from it, technically, right?
You'd have to... Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's technically you're getting further away from it. I'd allow that. You're moving where
Okay.
from? There to...
From there.
Technically, that
I
is
have
5
35
feet
movement
further
speed.
away from them.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
I will also bonus action Misty Step because that's not moving. And I'm
Where?
gonna go
I guess you-
there.
Yeah, okay. All right.
And I'm going to try and cast Levitate on Sniiblee.
You
to stop
can't
him from-
cast 2 spells in the same turn. You can
You
only
can
cast a
cast a
cantrip
cantrip.
now.
Ooh.
Misty Step is a leveled spell, so you can only
It's a-
cast a
Oh, I-
cantrip now.
Okay, in that case, I just realized I don't need to move there anyway.
Yeah.
It's 60
Yeah, so,
feet.
yeah,
It's a
range
very
anyway,
big
so
spell, yeah.
Take
Yeah.
yourself back there, and then you can cast that spell.
let's go here, and I will levitate.
What level
Stop running.
is levitate?
It is. Well, it's through my Saturn, but it casts at a level 2, I believe.
Oh. As you go to cast levitate, Sniiblee sort of clutches at the shoe and it sort of glows brightly, and it's going to counterspell your levitate.
God damn it. I think that shoe is doing something funny.
Unauthorized match on both ends.
Stormaxe, your turn.
Cold damage is most likely going to be negated by these losers. Would
The
lightning or
elementals,
thunder be better?
the fish, the dragon isn't like technically an ice dragon or anything, so it would probably be fine. It's only the elementals, really.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go thunder. So he twists his hands, and then a different looking, like, old man comes out. He's like wizard looking, grabs his neck, pulls in to the hammer, and it is vibrating with this thunderous energy that is now glowing in like thunderous fire, holy magic. That's just his bonus action. I lose 1 hit point. I love.
Damn.
Yeah.
And then he holds his hand out, and I'm going to Eldritch Blast Sniiblee
Okay.
at disadvantage.
Because of the distance? Oh, because the dragons
No,
within you.
because of the dragon.
Yeah, you roll with disadvantage. You have to beat 13. It's not much.
Alright, so I get a +8 to these. 1 hits. 2 hits. And 3 misses. So 2 hit out of all of those.
Yep.
I deal a total of 14 points of force damage as his hand comes out, and these 3 beams of just like dark magic shoot over it.
Yeah, as they crackle through the air, you see Sniiblee just hold the shoe, turn it away from you, and it crackles into their back. They've got 2 arrows. They've been hit a bunch in the back. They're like slowly limping their way away as best as it can to get away.
As his hand is out, it turns into a point, and he just goes, "That shoe may give you immortality, but this," and he like slams his maul into the ground. Let's have this like thunderous boom, and he just goes, "This will end it."
Hell yeah. Don't forget, Shavir and Stormaxe, you can both re-roll your Frightened at the end of your turn.
With advantage.
These methods just turn and look and be like, fuck this, and just disappear. They just
Thank you.
go up
Vanish
through
on the
through the ceiling as it's ice as well. Just vanish. Out of here.
There. I did not pass.
Still
Yeah, you have
frightened.
to beat 19. This thing is a bad boy. Dreylli, it is your turn.
Yeah. So Dreylli is absolutely pissed. Even as scary as dragons are, she loves them and she feels very strongly about them, like any creature. So to see something that's just been like torn apart only to be rebuilt again, like an anger within her that like she didn't even know she had has come out. She's going to move up, kind of like sliding across till she gets to here. And then she's going to use, along with Sigmund's spell earlier, she's going to cast a Conjure Barrage, which gives me another 3d8 damage. So it's a cone.
Wow.
It's 1 action, so I have to do that
It's a
section.
spell.
Yeah, it's a spell. So I throw up a piece of ammunition so I don't get my d6. But basically, I throw it up, hit it, and it should give me some more damage.
Amazing.
So I'm going to roll to hit. So it should give me 68 if I hit.
Oh.
Yeah.
You do roll with disadvantage because the dragon is there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was pretty good. 17 to hit.
You hit easily.
Sweet. I was very
Nice.
nervous.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay. 10,
This guy's a goner.
18, 20, 27 plus. Sorry.
It's all right.
Where the hell did you go? 32?
32
Wow.
damage.
So good.
It is
There were some high rolls.
just as the arrow flicks up, it sort of glows in this very natural icy light. As you fire nothing through it, it takes the energy through it and just scatters like a shotgun into all these different arrows that just pierce through Sniiblee and then disappear once they hit them. They covet the shoe, they sort of crawl into this fetal position and is just holding it and rocking back and forth, barely clinging to life.
Yeah.
Cassia.
Let's go. Me, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to move. 10,
Oh, Dreylli, you can re-roll the wisdom save for the
25.
For the fear.
fear.
Cool.
Pass
Which
mine.
this lose.
I am going to.
You get advantage on every. Oh no, he's still standing up. I think.
Mm.
I'm gonna punch him using the radiant energy. Everything sort of warms up again around her. Her fists start to glow in a pale light. She's going to try and sort of plummet him with this radiant.
So the
punch
radiant
damage.
bolt thing costs you a key point to do, right? Or do you just
Only
shoot?
as a bonus action. If you want to do it again, it costs a key point.
So you can
You
just
can
do it for
replace
free
every
if you're
attack
regular.
with it,
Got
yeah.
Got it. I thought so.
It is 18 to hit.
You hit.
For the first
Armor
one?
class 13.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, cool. And it does 9 damage.
9 damage. Still barely clinging to life. You've
Oh.
broken its neck. It's falling down.
Oh.
Its
Time for another
its
Cassia
boot
kill.
has like
Let's go.
skidded out from and gone across the ice. It's this old crusty like fisherman's boot, and it's sort of reaching out to it.
Yeah, she's just like, gross, 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 gross.
Ew, 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 ew. Do it from your foot. It'll be great.
Yeah, just like.
Radiant
17.
energy bolts from your feet.
17 to hit.
You hit.
And 10 damage.
It has
So-
11 hit points.
As you bring your boot down and crunch it into Sniiblee's back, Sniiblee just gives out this final croak as this dark, oozy blood starts to come out of Sniiblee's mouth, and just simply says this one word in Undercommon. You can understand it, though. It simply says,
I have tongues. I can hear.
boot. And then just as its dying light leaves its eyes, you see this glint of gold, this divination leave this creature and actually flow into the shoe in front of you. This golden light starts to
I
flow.
can't spell
It is not a spell.
No! That would have been so funny.
It is not a spell, I'm afraid. As
So
this
carry on.
golden light starts to flow through the shoe, the front of it opens up and it starts to move and it starts to speak. This deep voice starts
my
to come
God.
out and say, yes, yes, finally, finally I am alive with this final touch. And it starts to float and levitate into the air as this
Oh
old
my.
shoe enters combat.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna burn that
They're
thing.
fighting a
Yeah.
shoe.
The fire.
It's a lot less gross
Is it?
than Sneebly. Yes. Can I still use a bonus action?
It's still your turn. Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Hang on. I would like. Okay,
Actually,
let
you
me
could Burning Hands right now.
I would. Yeah, I could Burning Hands. What I would like to do instead is. Actually, no, I will burning hands.
Yeah.
Better.
She
I
really
will
wanted
burning
fireball.
Yeah. Sort of just. She'd probably like step over the fish, like really delicately, just trying to not get her feet on any of that black oozy shit.
Yeah.
And look up to the shoe. Is it floating in the air?
It's floating in the air.
Yeah.
It's about head
she's
height
like-
right now. Its flap is opening. It says, "Yes, finally ascended. The last piece of the puzzle."
Oh my God.
Sorting boot.
This is. You need to stop. You need to just die. This is too much.
Cast burning
Hey, you
hands.
like this?
Yeah.
A single word for you. Ah.
Kamehameha.
Just stop, please. Just stop. And I'm gonna cast. I
Makes
think
a
it
dex
was
save.
2 at level at the base level, which
Yeah.
is yeah, but I want to cast it at. I want to
Ninth
spend
level.
points to cast it higher. I can't cast it at 9th. I can cast it.
You can go up to
at
8th level.
Yeah.
You can
One-
so you spend a key point for every level you want to put it up.
I'll cast it at 6th level.
Mhm.
So.
A lot of
it's
key points.
Yeah,
It's
shit.
3d6 plus
You said boot no.
4d6, 5d6, 6d6, 7d6. I don't know how Burning Hands works. Let me check that.
It's a
They make a
cone.
dex save.
They make a dex save.
Yeah,
Okay.
dex save DC 17.
They,
and then they'll take either all of it or none of it.
They
Or
Yeah.
half.
succeed, so they're going to take half of the damage.
Okay, great. And so it's 3d6 plus 5.
An extra d6 for every level. Yep.
Okay, so it's 8d6 in total.
Yeah.
Woo!
Fireball
Sorry,
half of that.
just working everything
That's okay.
out.
That's all right.
Good.
Especially with the ones that don't do the maths for you.
Oh my god, that's a good roll. So that's
Yeah.
20, 28, 32, 35 divided by 2 is 14 and a half. I don't know if it's rounded
14.
up or
I
down.
believe it's rounded down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that
Okay, so
is
14.
yeah, 14.
Yeah.
You burn this leather
Mhm.
shoe, and it sort of dodges and weaves out of it. Says, "No, no more will I be cured. The leather revolution begins now. All shoes will be free of the tyranny of feet." And
Oh my God.
and is there anything else you'd like to do?
Disgusting. I still have 20 feet of movement.
You can still move.
Can I move? Can I move like under the shoe? Duck under.
Technically,
Or
you
I
can. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you don't stay there.
Nah, I want to be here, close to the dragon.
You will engage attack of opportunity from the shoe.
That's fine.
What's it gonna do? Kick
Yeah.
me?
Oh,
It
if this
magically kicks
hits
your head
as
off.
you duck under, its foot just like
1d4 damage.
That is a
Yeah.
natural 20.
Oh my!
Wow.
You got crit by the
I need you to make a
Wow.
Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay,
God.
this is
Oh, we were
fun.
joking too much. We were joking
I have
too much.
disgusting.
It literally, it literally kicked you in the head. It's giving you a concussion.
I'm screaming.
That is 18.
You just succeed, but you're going to take
Oh.
14 points of cold
Okay.
damage.
Very well.
Ooh.
As the shoe just kicks you in the back of the head and says, "No! Remove
Oh.
your shoes! Free them!"
No, they're quite comfortable. They like me. Like
This dragon is now going to act.
Ooh.
Uh-oh, spaghetti.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
That's-
That sounds like a breath weapon.
Yeah, so I need
Oh, fuck.
everybody except for Cassie to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
as this hot purple flame just exudes from its gassy form.
Ooh, that's bad.
19.
Natural 20, so a 30 total.
Oh shit!
Queen behavior.
You push it back in. That's not enough.
No, I'm trying to help you. No,
What
no.
did Sigmund get?
5.
5.
Ooh.
Dreylli, you are going
This is
to
fire.
Dreylli, you're going to take this is fire damage.
Oh,
by the
that
way.
is true.
So-
If you're resistant, you take half. So half of the damage is 31. If you fail, you take 63 points of fire
fucking
damage.
molly blolies.
31.
63 points of fire damage, unless you're resistant or you made the save, in which case you take 31. As it
Oh.
just
the dragon flying,
exudes.
or
I
is it
know
on the
it's on the
ground?
ground. It's on the ground.
Okay.
It's just clawing its way
Big
through.
oof.
That's going to be
Yeah.
its turn. Dreylli, I'm going to
Yes.
ask you a very important question.
Oh no.
Do you have
Yeah.
under 100 hit points?
Oh, not this.
Yes.
Not
As
this.
you as
just
you
hit me with fire. What do you
as
expect?
as you're all looking, the shoe says, "No, remove them. You are not worth this." For Sniiblee, and casts power word kill, and you die instantly.
I counterspell that.
Where is?
That's a very high level spell. You need to make an
But it's
Arcana check.
important. Let me.
What the fuck?
You are just within range
What
for
have I
counter spell
done to
as well.
forsake you?
Yeah, so it's
You need
10
to
plus.
the spell level, which is 9. You need to beat 19. An Arcana check.
Ooh.
So that's a 5. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Oh.
It's a 12.
Dreylli, as you're not fast enough, as out of the shoe's mouth, it just says the word die, and Dreylli, you die. You hit 0 hit points, no death saving throw, you die instantly as the shoe exudes this command and begins to float up higher, cackling to its.
No, come back.
Come back.
Yeah.
Come back. It's Sigmund's turn.
Yeah, it's exactly Sigmund's turn. Sigmund goes, "Oh fuck," and runs out towards you and is going to cast Revivify on you and
Oh
get
my
out the
God.
diamond
You
and like watch it explode as he's trying to give you life again.
as soon as you die, you just exhibit nothing blackness, and then a moment later you're back at 1 hit point.
Oh, thank
You hit
fuck.
1 hit point, you're alive.
Dreylli, don't do this to me! I can't be left alone with them all!
Shove a greater healing potion down her throat. Just
So set yourself to 1 hit point. You have 1 hit point.
Oh god.
This is why we are the rise magic.
Anything- Yes. Anything else you'd like to do?
Any bonus action cantrips?
GTFO.
Oh, I can use healing word. Wait, as a bonus action. That's
You
right.
can't. It's
No,
a
it's a
leveled
leveled spell, unfortunately.
It's in my bonus actions. On
It's a
Yeah, you can only
spell,
cast
though.
1 leveled spell per turn. I'm
okay.
So you
afraid.
could do healing word and a cantrip, but you.
Yeah.
Since you used Revivify, you can't cast
Yeah.
anything else, I'm afraid.
same problem for me with
Oh,
Misty.
then-
Do you have quick? You don't have Quicken spell, do you?
No.
Even
Okay.
then, it would still be a
You
leveled
took-
spell.
You could still like cast a cantrip after that, but
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah.
all right.
Okay.
Revivify is touch, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you'd be about here. You'd have to go up, physically lay hands on Dreylli and like pick them up, be like, "Come on, now's not your time. My god says so." You know.
Get up.
Suffrage, you need to suffer more for my god.
Lord.
Then it is Shavir. Your turn.
Well, good luck.
Hmm.
Oh, Sigmund, you can make your wisdom save if you haven't
I
already.
did. I didn't make
Cool. We
This
love
thing
being
is
friends.
it burnt you really bad, even with your
Where's the
resistance.
shoe?
Ah.
That within 60 feet.
What is the shoe?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 60 feet's a long way.
Yeah.
I said
Even the dragons
we
within
gotta get
range.
the
Given the
shoe.
vein, yeah.
Yeah.
The dragon
go for
is-
shoe.
The dragon is huge, right? Not large.
It is huge. Yeah.
Got it.
I want to be at home.
The aboleth is
having a
large
hot
size.
spring bath.
It's
Hey,
frozen. Don't mention that right now.
Peanut Gallery, what's the bet that the shoe has more than 150 hit points?
Pretty high.
We will kill it regardless.
No, I'm
Yeah.
just wondering. I have a spell.
Try it.
Do it.
It's
Now's the
8th
time.
level.
Try it.
Now's the time.
die.
Yes,
Now's
let's
the
save it.
time.
Save it for next session.
But I
Save it
can
for
use
next
it on
session.
other things.
Save it for next session, yeah.
Fuck it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
What's
I imagine it's
question
power
here?
word kill. So
No, it's
that's
that's
ninth
9th
level.
level.
divine word.
Be powered stun? Yep.
That's the one.
Powered stun. Constitution
Do it eventually.
saving
It
throw.
feels like who can play that game?
It is going to burn a legendary resistance to succeed in the saving throw.
Cool.
What it is.
As you sort of
Um,
cast upon it, it turns
I don't know
towards
about
you
that.
and just opens its flap and sort of sucks out the magic.
Ew.
I'm-
I am the god of shoes, I will not be stopped.
And then I will continue moving, so I don't get fire breath again.
Absolutely.
And I will try and pass that wisdom saving throw, but absolutely will
Yeah.
not pass that wisdom
You
But
see
saving
you
beat-
throw.
still have a
19.
bonus action. Hand out bardic inspiration if you are going
Oh,
to use it
yeah,
on yourself in the future.
I think, Dreylli maybe needing it might be, maybe
Okay.
have a die.
You have a d12 that you can use.
Nothing. Nothing thing.
Stormaxe, your turn.
All right. So things have happened. Things are occurring.
All the time.
Yes.
There is a living
This is
shoe.
my question that I am going to be. It's very important.
Okay.
These things obviously don't have blood, so
Yep.
technically,
I
none
will,
of my blood curses should work on them.
I will remind you though that the fireball caused the ones that were fought earlier to explode.
They're leaky.
To what?
Explode. The gas inside of them that keeps them inflated is explosive.
Got it. But would I be able to use my blood curses on them even though they're leather?
Yeah, I'd allow it.
Thank you so much.
I'd allow it.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
In that case, I am going to use my blood curse of binding.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the boot. One of the little spirit things comes out of the hammer to move towards it.
Mhm.
It needs to make a strength saving.
Ooh, strength.
DC 16.
How strong is a shoe? We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, right after this outbreak.
It fails the saving throw.
Incredible. Oh, actually, I'm amplifying it, so it causes me damage.
Sure.
Oh, maximum damage. Ouch. So as the spirit comes out and separates from the hammer, he winces from the pain. So its speed is now reduced to 0,
Mm-hmm.
and it cannot take reactions.
Okay.
This curse will last for a minute, but it can repeat its saving throw at the end of its turn. Where's the boot? Oh, it's all the way over there.
Over there.
Yeah.
It is a long way.
It flops to the ground like a shoe does, but continues gloating and monologuing.
As it
Oh,
should,
have
I guess.
35 feet of movement. So he starts moving around. His hand will come up, and he will cast. Actually, hold phone. I said hold the phone.
I dropped the phone.
No, hold it. Where the fuck is
Cherish it.
Blink? Hello. Oh, it's an action. I cast Blink for free on myself.
Yep.
Bloop.
And I will do this check before describing how it looks. Yes, I need to roll higher. So at the end of each of my turns now, I roll a dice on 11 or higher. I vanish from the current plane of existence. So as he is running around, that like spirit comes out. He winces and then he just vanishes. He just like turns into this like weird spectral like thunderous energy, and he is just gone.
Nice.
And that's
As one does.
Okay, Dreylli, it's your turn. Just brought back from death.
I hated that. I don't want to do that again.
Well, don't then.
Working on it. I'm gonna take my movement and I'm going to run over here. That should be that distance.
Running,
But
take
line
a
of sight.
long slide across the ice to get behind cover.
Yep. And then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna conjure animals, and I'm gonna conjure my eagle twins.
The
I love them.
large eagles,
Yes.
giant
I
eagles.
love them so much.
Yes.
What's the range on it?
That is.
Nine,
More
60 feet.
animals.
60 feet.
So they
Nice.
can appear wherever you like in this room, essentially. Anywhere you want. Just hold click where you want them. And I'll move them
I would like one here,
there. Mm-hmm.
and I want one over the boot.
Yeah, great.
So, can they do action on this turn?
I believe they have
Summoning sickness? Is that still a thing?
That's a different
Magic
system
gathering
altogether.
girl.
They
I
act on their
believe-
own initiative,
Yeah, they get their own
technically, and act on that.
I will
Technically.
say, for the sake of time,
Yeah.
that they will act at 0, so they'll go after Stormaxe.
Okay, sounds good.
Cassia, your turn.
Okay.
Actually, sorry. The boot is going to take a legendary action.
Oh, okay.
And going to cast a cantrip at you, Sigmund.
No!
So I need you to make a...
Rude.
Fuck off. Yep.
actually, sorry. Let me just double
Vicious
check.
mockery?
Vicious.
I know that you're not a real cleric.
I am
It's
No, it
been
makes
viciously mocking us this entire
What's
time.
your armor class?
10.
For free.
10. It hits you for...
Beck.
It is just 5 cold damage as it sort of holds out its hand and says, "Freeze!" And this cold, breathy air comes out of the shoe and hits
Oh,
This
you.
is camp culture, and I'm
Gross.
here for it.
Is holy weapon concentration?
Let me check. Yes, it is.
You'll need to
Rose.
make a Constitution saving throw to keep concentration on that. You need to beat 10.
I got a 19 without even.
You're
adding
fine.
my-
Holy weapon remains.
Nice.
Yeah, Cassia, it's your turn.
Okay. Is Boot-san
Yeah.
on the ground?
It is.
Yes.
Stuck on the
Okay,
ground.
cool.
This sort of, I imagine,
Yep.
spectral blood is sort of pinning it down, holding
Like
it to the ground.
holding it,
Mm.
clinging it. Yeah.
Interesting. Have we established if it's like an undead construct at this point?
It would just be
It's
a construct. if that.
yeah.
Okay, great. In that case, I'm gonna hex it here.
Yeah.
first, as a bonus action.
So I believe it needs to make a
Mhm.
saving throw? Or does it just get hexed?
It just gets
hexed, and you pick an ability score.
which
an
it
ability.
has disadvantage on.
Yeah. So which one?
Huge. Which ability
What do
score would you like?
reckon?
Because saving throws are not counted, I would
No.
probably pick strength or dex.
Or dex. I'm gonna pick Dex because that's what it's gonna use to move
Sure thing.
and run away and dodge and all that. Yeah, I'll pick Dex, and also a lot of my things
Hex
have
Dex.
Dex saving throws involved.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll move
Punch
back towards it,
Mhm.
hover under the eagle, and I'm going to just punch it.
Yeah, go ahead and try to hit it.
Mm-hmm.
Bonk.
Punch.
Or kick it, more like. You try to put your foot in the boot.
27 to hit, 12 damage.
Huge. You hit it.
Huge.
25 to hit, and another 12 damage.
So
Is
24
that
damage
with
in
hex
total.
damage on top?
24 damage in total. Yeah. And I think it does extra.
It does an extra d6.
It does an extra d6 of necrotic damage whenever I
Ooh.
hit it. So it does.
So add 2d6.
Yeah. That's 9 extra damage.
It
If it's not resistant to.
takes half of necrotic
Yeah.
damage.
So 4 if it's rounded down.
Mm-hmm. Huge blow. You just see this small boot in front of you just start bashing into this boot on the ground, and it sort of flops in.
She's probably like stomping.
Yeah. It's hard
Like,
to tell
take
if
that.
it's
You want to
being...
be free of my feet, you piece of shit.
Tell me about it.
Great. It's the dragon's turn.
Woo.
The dragon is going to take a few steps forward. What's the arm? Actually, I've got their stats here. I don't need to. It's got a 26 hit points, 13 armor class. It's going to attack with a bite to start with. It's going to hit.
R&R.
Right. That's why I put it there. Don't worry. Don't
Yeah.
worry. That's why I put it there.
Okay.
It's for biting. It's a chew toy, right?
It was meant to go that way.
Yeah.
We're good. This is exactly how I wanted this to go.
I'm glad.
Yeah, amazing. It takes all of its attacks. It just jumps into the air, grabs onto the bird, and just tears it in magical half, and it just disappears, vanishes as it does so.
No. I liked that.
This
I
is
like
fine
that
a bit
eagle.
later.
And then it's going to actually climb up here, Sigmund. It starts to drag itself up and slowly move towards you. You see this purple flame in the back of its mouth.
Oh no.
That does not
no.
reignite. It still has this light purple flame behind it. You know, at any second it could recharge that flame breath. Then it is the shoe. It's going to take a legendary action before its turn, though. So it attacks you, Cassia. It hits. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. How does it hit me? My armor class is 20.
It's got a big bonus.
Bruh.
It's plus 12 to hit.
Jesus.
19.
You succeed. You take
Yay.
11 cold damage.
Okay.
Then it takes
going down.
its turn. It's going to cast a spell.
Oh no.
I really wish I was there.
It actually sort of closes its mouth, sort of makes this sound, and then and this big sort of sphere just glows around it in this dark necrotic energy, 10-foot radius around it. That is its
Okay.
turn. Sigmund, your turn.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my bonus action straight away. I'm going to. Sigmund's like, oh, hell no. And as just like a reaction, it's like he's not even realizing it, but the flame wings burst from his back, and like lick at the air around him, and he's going to fly up and back. Up and back. My whole 30 feet towards Stormaxe, and then do another twin spell. So that's using more things. And it's 6th level, cast Healing Word on himself and Dreylli.
Nice.
Nice.
Because we need health.
Yeah, twin spell
How much
that,
is
6th level.
Let me cast that.
I believe it's a d4 for every level.
Yeah, so that is 17. We both get 17.
Sweet.
No,
Both
That's
heal for 17.
nice.
Huge.
I love you
Yeah.
so much.
You're welcome.
Guardian Angel. Blessing
Literally.
and healing.
thanks,
Yeah,
Almeida.
Truly.
The shoe is going to take a legendary action at the end of your turn. It's going to attack you, Cassia, again.
I can't.
It is going to
Okay.
hit. You need to make another Constitution saving throw.
I'm a little bit heaved. It's getting around me blood curve.
Every
18.
time it's melee distance, doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah.
18.
You succeed. You are going to take 15 points of cold damage, though.
Okay, I'm starting to get a bit hurt now.
Oh, no.
It's
You
starting
have the
as you
health
start to
stack
kick
ability
at it, it
then.
actually bites you back and starts nipping at your feet, and like this cold starts to spread through your body as its necrotic energy starts to touch at you. It is then Shavir, your turn.
Ugh. Do I have health back ability?
It might be a different subclass, but there
I think
should
it's a
be
different
one.
one.
Might be the
Um,
open hand.
Shavir, I think, will pop out. Can he shoot a crossbow at the boot, even though there's a lot of shit going on there?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
16.
Oh, I
doesn't
do.
Yes.
I
Yep.
do.
I just want to make sure. I don't want to end up hitting anything else.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
You ain't got vicious mockery.
Well, this might do more damage.
14 misses.
No.
This is so immersive.
As there's a combat between a boot and Cassia sort of beating each other up. You just fire
Oh my
wildly
God.
into it. And just
He's like trying not to
satisfying.
hit Cassia and the bird, and it's just like the arrow goes wide.
Yeah, the POV is just.
And step back.
Don't forget at the end of your turns, everybody, to be doing those wisdom saving
Yeah.
throws against dragon fear.
I broke my fear.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Hard.
You,
I
as it sort
will
of
kill
approached you, you
myself
challenged
fighting
it with your flame, Sigmund.
Oh,
and it made
nat
you.
20. What?
Bam!
what?
21, you succeed.
Hey.
You are no
more
longer afraid.
scaries.
Stormaxe, it's your turn.
Let me double check. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. He blinks back in, so kind of almost like this bloody spectral, like magical poof. And then he comes straight back in, running with his hammer, and he's just gonna mad swing.
Does they get to save against your hex?
The end of their turn. They
Yeah, so
get,
his last turn. What's the
Yeah.
save?
It is a strength save
Strength
of
save.
DC 16.
They are out of your hex.
Oh,
But they are going to
damn.
hover at head height.
Cool.
So you can still
Alright.
run in and meet them in combat.
Yeah.
Beat him.
I'm gonna. I already have my thunder going.
Mhm.
Let me double check my. I believe my brand of castigation is a special action. And once per whenever you damage it. Correct. I blood curse it with the blood curse of the marked as a bonus action.
Yep.
I am going to amplify it, so I take more damage. What that means is, whenever I hit it, it will take extra thunder damage from my weapon. And because I amplified it, my attack is now at advantage against it.
Nice.
So, come in. Ooh. Let me roll both of. Oh, it's a crit!
Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Right. Calm down. It's okay.
Don't calm down, girl. It's a crit.
Murder this fucking shoe.
Are we doubling? So it's 2d6
Double
for my
dice.
weapon. Just double all the dice.
Double all the dice. Roll as many
All
dice.
the dice.
Weapon.
All the dice.
You need them. It's a
Double.
shoe. You need them.
The shoe. I'm going to
Can't
die
believe
to this
Phoebe was
fucking
giving us
shoe.
The god of shoes, excuse me.
Sorry. The god of
The-
shoes.
The god of shoes is still a
Not that I
shoe.
recognize.
It's still a shoe.
With the
I didn't realize you were
gods.
casting cutting words. Jeez.
vicious mockery in real life.
Honestly.
You're still a shoe, no matter what you do.
I'll trample this shoe under my shoes.
The
Put
irony.
it on. It's
Yeah, get
It's
killed by a
Cinderella.
brethren.
if you put on the shoe, do you become the god of shoes? Like, is that
No.
how this
You
works?
have to be a shoe to be the god of shoes. Come on. Catch up.
I mean,
Obviously.
you could be a
Common
giant
knowledge
shoe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel 66 points of damage to this
Does
boot.
it make a saving throw, or do you need to hit it?
I just hit it. Like,
What?
that's just my damage upon hitting it.
What, did you roll for the hit?
It was a crit, not
It
20.
Oh,
was
the
a
crit, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
and
yeah.
a crit and a 21. So
Yeah,
like,
you hit
both
on
of
both.
mine.
Yeah, cool. How
Yeah,
much
yeah.
damage?
60.
much?
Wait. 66. That's a 2. Sorry, I have great weapon fighting, so I can reroll ones.
You
and
can
twos.
reroll ones and
Oh,
twos.
God.
Oh my
Holy
god.
shit.
Destroy
Big
it.
damage.
Destroy it. Do it.
This is what we want.
This thing has killed me. Destroy it.
And it said, and I do it again. And I will.
Sorry, it isn't because of the ones and twos. 79 points of damage total.
What
Uh-huh.
type of damage is it?
Oh god, I didn't break it up. It's a mixture between thunder and bludgeoning.
Gotcha. This is a magic weapon too, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Huge.
So when I hit it, all of the like weird spectral people come out, and all of these dark ritualistic blood sigils mark and rip through the leather of this motherfucking boot, and I brand it with the brand of castigation. So, if it deals damage to Cassia or myself, it will automatically take 12 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
Take that.
Awesome. On
Fucking piece of shoe.
Destroy it.
the eagle can go now. If you'd like to roll for that, Dreylli. It's 0. So it's 2 attacks.
Yeah. Originally, I was actually going to just pull the boot to you guys, but yeah, y'all came
Keep
to
it
it.
There
So.
now.
Keep it on me.
It's
We
just, it's
gonna
just
hit.
still alive. I don't know why.
That witch was never alive.
yeah,
you
I'll-
never
We're
die.
concentrating on this spell very quickly.
That one. It's not a concentration spell. No.
Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna go ahead and do the multi-attack for it,
Nice.
which is the beak and the talons. So,
Caw, Dookie.
first one is a 9 to hit, though.
You miss. Unfortunately, the
So,
boot
yeah.
is sort of being knocked around so much in the air that it's hard to get a grip on. It has a second attack. Got a multi-attack it.
So it'll, yep. Oh, that one's a little
Odd
better.
missing.
That'll be 19 to hit.
19, you do hit it. So that will be
2d6
+3.
plus 3. Yeah. 8, 11.
11.
Nice.
It's a good blow. At the end of the eagle's turn, I need the eagle and Cassia and Stormaxe to make a Constitution saving throw.
My favorite. Let's go. Ooh, natural 20.
17.
Natural 20, 22.
Natural 20 for a 22. Amazing.
Yeah.
And the
Nat
eagle?
1.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh,
As
no.
the shoe
Never
starts to
mind.
float up slightly, it says, "Enough!" And just as it speaks, it drains all the energy, the life force out of the eagle and out of some of you as well. Cassia, you take 10 damage. Stormaxe, you take 21 necrotic damage. The eagle doesn't die, takes 21 necrotic damage.
Is
It has
this
5
a
HP.
Spell.
It is not.
Left.
Got it.
God, I love
Getting a little bit low now, but that's fine.
Dreylli, your turn.
Oh, God.
You got your healing ability. Please.
Yeah, I got a little bit.
I gotta use my action.
Now we need to change. You guys are so close.
Did you save against the dragon fear?
I passed that like at
Yeah,
the
great.
very,
Yeah.
very, very
Yeah, you're
beginning.
awesome.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
move freely then.
Yeah. So,
It's not very healthy at the moment.
I completely forgot. I don't teleport. I forgot about Blink,
All good.
which is
What
bad
is
because
the-
I just took so much.
what is the dragon looking like? Like the fire sack looking
We
like?
haven't
It's not
touched that.
sparked up yet, but the dragon it hasn't been touched at all. It's still fully
Yeah.
healthy.
God.
I'm just wondering if it's the boot. That's why I've been focusing on the boot. If
Yeah.
it's still the boot.
The
then
mother
mind
It could have fall
thing.
apart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hive mind.
That's what I'm
Carry
going
on.
for.
Yeah.
It's the god of leathery things.
Hate
It's
it.
the leather
Serious.
uprising, man. It's gonna free all the leather.
Oh god.
Not
Even the
really.
stuff that
Pretty sure
isn't
there's a
leather yet will
subculture
become
about
leather.
this.
I'm
Oh
sure
my
there is,
God.
and I don't want to start talking.
I was
about
okay. We did
it.
pretty well. We did what 5 hours without mentioning
Yeah.
that. All right, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a win.
I'm just trying to hit this. I'm just trying to hit this angle and be
Absolutely.
able to like, run back
You
in.
can easily move right next to Sigmund there.
Hey.
But I'm also trying to run back in. I've already died once. I don't want to do that again. If I move to here, can I hit that boot?
Absolutely.
Or is, okay,
No,
cool.
no, no, you
That's
absolutely
what
can.
I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna run out here, take my shots, and then run back at the end. I should have
Yeah.
that movement
Attack
speed.
it.
Okay. 17 to hit.
17 just hits. Yes, you hit its
Ooh,
AC
yes.
exactly.
Good to know.
Oh my god.
Don't forget the extra 2d8, I believe it was, Sigmund?
Yep,
for Holy
2d8
Weapon.
from Holy Weapon.
Yeah.
Does that do radiant damage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shit, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
time for radiant damage.
Okay.
Because
And
that's how I
I'm-
did so much damage, that Holy Weapon.
And I'm not using barrage, so
Yeah.
I'm using my
Normal
the
attack?
magical. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means I get
D6
my
lightning,
D6
yeah.
back. Yep.
Yep.
Whoa! Don't mind me.
10, 17 damage for the first one.
17 damage. You clip its side, and the top of the shoe comes off. Its bottom, its sole drops to the floor. It's still floating there,
Oh.
and it's shaking left and right. It's looking at each of you. It's looking on death's door.
We going again.
Let's see if you hit it. You got to hit a 17.
Nat 20.
Natural 20.
Hey.
Roll for damage.
Yes.
Oh my
I look
god.
into its eyelid.
That's so
The dice are with me today. 5. Excuse me. Wow, I can number. That is 11, 12, 13, plus 5, 18. Doubled?
Double,
Right?
Double the plus
double
5.
dice.
Only the dice.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you
sorry.
re-roll
So 10.
all the dice, basically.
Take
Oh,
your
so
dice
you-
number.
Yeah, so double the dice.
Okay.
So roll your normal attack, and then you
Nine.
just calculate that.
Roll it
re-roll
again.
them again, yeah.
So it's 13 dice for dice. Reroll those.
Everything that was to
my
do with
God.
the attack, you re-roll for a crit.
correct.
Yeah.
It's why it took me
So that one's
so long
Yeah.
to figure out how much.
Oh my god, 19, 26, 31. One of mine fell. 31. That's 35 plus the 5, 40.
40
Oh,
damage.
crit.
As this arrow just flies true, there's like this moment in Dreylli's eyes that's like, you killed me, you motherfucker. And it just flies true, striking the boot and slamming it into the wall beside it. It doesn't have its soul anymore, quite literally, both figuratively and literally, as it just turns towards all of you and just dies, returning back to a normal boot, and then glittering slowly into this gold divination dust that just evaporates and disappears into the nothingness. And as it dies, the dragon next to it starts to deflate as the magical weaving
cushion?
start to unravel itself, and this gas starts to be let out of it that was holding it up, and it slowly folds down like a deflating balloon all the way down into nothingness. the entire area. You can hear deflating happening from another room, and you can also, as you sort of make your way out to that balcony and look out across at these hundreds of figures all just deflating down into just a pile of old leather.
I think at this moment in time, Shavir would step out and, in full view of everyone, use what is
Don't resurrect the boot, please.
Mantle of Whispers.
Okay.
So I'm assuming our little Sniiblee man is it humanoid?
It is technically a humanoid, yes.
Then I can use its, like, when it died, I could capture its shadow and I can become it for an hour and understand everything that was going on in its head, basically.
A surface level.
What is your purpose of doing this? Because you can do this, but why?
I want to know if he was trying to keep the boot under wraps and stop it from taking over. Like,
Wait.
I feel like Sniiblee maybe not the bad guy.
Does it allow you to get their memories and things?
Yes.
Memories on a surface level. Nothing.
It says, while disguised, you gain enough information to pass yourself off as the person another creature can detect it. So yeah, so basically you
get enough information to pass yourself off as Sniiblee.
the creature.
So basically all that would tell you is that Sniiblee worshipped the shoe god and was doing the shoes bidding the entire time. And
so he was a pawn, but
yes,
he wasn't like
the true villain of my one shot was a shoe. Yes.
The shoe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
On that
The
note,
god of
I
shoes.
slam my hammer multiple times into the shoe.
Yeah, it is just
really flatten it out.
Yeah,
really get it nice and
Can
soft.
I start burning the shoe?
Yeah,
then
it's a normal shoe.
I just
now.
imagine us all getting around it and just like
Beating the
Really
shit out of
And
it.
it's fine to stomp on it if any of you want to try that. It's
Yeah, all of you
very
rip and tear
symbolically
and
appropriate.
remove
just
this
have to
shoe, and then
burn it.
Sigmund just,
It's like
lights it
I
on fire.
batter it up into the air, you shoot up at it as it comes down, scorch it. Just...
Yeah, while you're all beating up on
We
the
spent
shoe,
like an
Shavir's
hour
like,
still with
yeah, y'all can like kick the shoe, and Shavir's just gonna like go over and be like, I'm gonna write a song about this dragon. The shoe's not like, it's not the stuff of stories. Like the dragon was the big bad here.
So it's like in your song, can you make sure I died from the dragon and not the shoe? That would be great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
very that. Yeah, there was no shoe here. It was
This is
dragon.
a cautionary tale of magic not being properly monitored and policed.
Yes.
It is why I am the only one who should be able to wield powers like this.
As our adventuring party clears out the rest of the dungeon, making sure all the creatures here that were under the tyranny of Sniiblee are freed and made clear, all the leather is collected and taken back to town to be repurposed and reused. Rewarded by all the many figures at Eldom, as well as many promises by Elias and such as well. Is there any last words or last discussion between our characters as they make their way back to Eldom, sit in a warm inn together and have a nice hot goat's milk or hot honeyed mead?
I'm not touching that goat's
Do
milk.
people's memories kind of come back? Or like
They actually do. This weird stigma around shoes has actually disappeared from town. People are wearing their shoes in the tavern. They're just like, that was weird. Nice to see the signs back. Everybody's just there living their normal lives.
Yeah.
The shoe sign makes
Was
more
such a
sense
big
now.
thing.
I didn't even put that together. That makes so much sense.
I need a drink. I need drinks.
I need
Really
a
just
drink
puts an arm-
too.
Really puts an arm around Sigmund. I will buy you any and every drink for as long as we travel together after that
Thank
save.
you. Thank you.
Darkness is not my friend.
Darkness is none of our friends.
Darkness is cool and shit, but nah.
I mean-
I'll take a drink.
I'm okay
From a
with the
distance.
darkness.
Very cool. Up close.
I don't mind the shadows. They're quite nice, actually. If you ask me, it's nice.
Well,
it's nice
you
in
can
there.
go and sit in that one if you'd like. Not
think I
my
might.
thing.
Yes.
Ah, the
I'm
palace
playing-
was really pretty though.
Yeah, no, it was actually.
We'll need to get some of those eggs
Oh,
For
God,
what?
yes.
Yeah.
so
Leave
that
the
they
eggs
can be
alone.
so they can be cultivated,
Why?
Uh-huh.
studied.
Hmm. No
Mhm.
Create
good
more
comes of
gods of
this.
more clothing
more
articles
shoes.
and
Why do
make
you-
sure they don't go astray. Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, let's leave everything in there. It is not good to take it out.
I think this is perfect. Sort of zoom out as our characters discuss like what
no.
more clothing. Like that's crazy. As it
Lot
sort
of
of zooms
pockets.
out of and seeing the window and this sort of laughing arguments as they sort of see the whole town of Eldom coming back alive and truly being freed from the tyranny of Sniiblee. That's been our one shot.
Incredible.
We ran a bit over time,
Oh,
but
yeah.
thank you everybody for sticking around for that.
Yeah.
It was very lovely. Now, what we usually do at the end of these games is we reintroduce our characters and we tell us where we can find you, social media and stuff like that, etc. Starting with Phoebe. What are you up to? Where can we find you?
Hey, I'm Phoebe. I've been playing Sigmund Starfire, the fire Genasi sorcerer, but pretending to be a cleric. Which I think
Successfully.
he did okay. Yeah, I think he was okay.
You literally brought someone back from the dead, you know? Like, that's
I mean,
very clerical.
Perfect.
Better than
I'm
that.
I'm at Sherbrooke Waters on most things, at Sherbrooke Water on Twitter. And I stream usually every Monday and Tuesday. Playing Murder Mystery Mondays and Mondays, and I'm working on some things. And yeah, these people are great. I've had a very fun time.
Woohoo! I'm Alex. I've been playing Shavir Shorthorn. My handle in most places is at Sakura. I think it's on the thing somewhere. I tend to lurk in Twitch streams rather than actually like stream myself. So you might see me around in Ethan's channel another time. But yeah, it's been fun, and I'm surprised that no one died in
Well,
2 hours.
It's
I,
permanent.
Someone literally died.
I don't see any dead people. Do you see?
Semantics.
I saw her
I-
die.
I
From
see
the
no dead
ethereal
people.
plane, I saw her die.
You saw her go through the ethereal plane.
Oh, hey, girl. Ah.
Just passing.
Oh, that's bad. That's real bad.
Wait.
Ooh, I shouldn't have gone. And you said 2 hours, I think, Ethan, if we speed run.
2.5.
Oh,
Are
five
we
and a
doing the
half,
speed run?
more like.
Speed run, like that was gonna happen.
But yeah,
Nah,
that's my
never
2
ever.
cents. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. I'm back. I've been playing Cassia, the lovely, very chaotic. I wasn't expecting it to be that chaotic good, but she was. Monk. You can find me around here at Zeit_poltergeist. I run games of my own on my channel. We have mostly Vampire the Masquerade. We play a Dark Ages game. I play with Ethan and with Phoebe, and I'm planning another one at the moment. Which should be we're starting our pre-recording stuff at the end of this month, so it'll be coming out soon. So if you're interested, stay tuned for that. Otherwise, I'm on Twitter at Zeit_poltergeist. I just post whatever I want there. That's me.
And Jack, I've been playing Vivanda Uva Ox Dianthros, the Blood Hunter. I'm at Dr. Radiance on things, but yeah, I've had a lot of fun. And you'll see me in other people's games all the time because I'm a fucking joy.
And I'm Jordan. I've been playing Dreylli Dornwood. You can find me here on Twitch as ReaperBabe7. Fun fact, I am also Reaper Babe, but I don't have connection to that website anymore. Thanks, Japan. And this has been so much fun. It was really nice, like being able to play with you guys after seeing you guys all be on stream before together. So thank you for having me.
Fit like a glove.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Always welcome back
So
at
So
our
easy to work with. Oh.
It was an absolute delight. More D&D in the future because this was a blast. And
Please.
more of these people in the future because they're a blast as well. Please check out all their stuff on the social media. And yeah, just treat your shoes nicely is really the
No,
way
there
we
is
end
no
the...
moral.
All right, goodbye, everybody. That's the stream.
That's where we're at.
Yeah.
See you all
Use
next
magic
time.
responsibly.
Oh
Bye.
my god.